And so far, so good. It looks like we're live. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Day two.
We're back.
We're back. Day two, the final day, forever, for CEwire 2022.
No. 2022. We'll be here for 2092.
We're never leaving, right? So it's Paul Farkas, Steve Silberberg, and me, Adam Farkas, with you. Gretchen Bailey will be here eventually. I hope. I think she was out getting coffee. So welcome everyone. So let me pull this up. So just again, I can show everybody who we are. So this is us, and welcome back to the lobby this morning. And right now you're only seeing us on YouTube, but in about 2 minutes we should be going live in the lobby of CEwire itself. The only people who are seeing this right now, again, are people who are on YouTube. So we have a smattering few. I mean, the YouTube channel on ODwire has about 7,100 users.
Wow.
So it's a fair number, though you'd have to be something clinically must be wrong with you if you're watching this at 6:30 in the morning here on the West Coast. I don't know if you have insomnia or what.
Does it buffer or time delay on YouTube, like 30 seconds, or it's real time, like on Zoom? Yeah,
so YouTube has about a 30-second delay, and it's funny, with YouTube you can actually set that lower if you want to. They recommend not doing it though.
Okay.
And the reason is on their end of things, they have to transcode the video that you're sending them and shoot it out to everyone. And if you try to set it too low, it can make your stream unstable for people. So I think we keep ours at the normal, I think it's about 30 seconds. And that 30 seconds actually is reflected back into CEwire. So you can tell me when you look at the CEwire lobby what kind of a delay we're getting in the stream, because that's the very similar delay to what people are seeing on YouTube.
I was playing around with it yesterday, and definitely is there. But people shouldn't care, because they probably either don't know or it's just they're watching us, and we're the least important part of the show.
Absolutely. Although today we may get a little audience here in the morning because there's only one class going on for the very first hour. So,
right. Yeah, it's challenging for all 60 speakers or credits to show up at every one, and we do get a few cancellations, but you had plenty of time to watch them in the previous 3, and the newbies can still take it on demand after today.
Yep.
So basically, how many people you think are going to enter that one lecture that's available?
A lot.
I guess we'll find out. They're all going to learn about human trafficking, which is good, right? Because if their state doesn't require it, a lot of people would. Not want to do it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, this particular version of our conference, we've had a smaller audience than the prior 3. It's well over 1,000 people, so it should be no problem in that one room.
Yep. And maybe more today because people aren't working and the NFL doesn't start till 1 o'clock.
Steve, I was thinking about that. We usually don't do this stuff during football season.
Yeah, but we do so many of them. We never did it in September. But again, you're getting to the latter part of the day anyway, and people can watch football and do this at the same time. They can multitask. Just a word on the first lecture, because it's coming up in a half hour or so.
Oh, right.
Lillian Kalakzinski is the expert on human trafficking, and she teaches at one of the optometry schools, a course in it. So you're getting the best information. It's her second year doing it, and she didn't deliver the same lecture. She updated it to what's occurring now, and now it's even more of a problem with what's happening in Ukraine and Russia, and maybe trafficking coming from there as well as from the border.
Yep. So there's the schedule. So it's required in several states, and probably as time goes forward, will be required in more. So her course is a good one too. It's really easy to understand. It's digestible. You'll get a good sense of the magnitude of the problem from watching it. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So actually, we should be going live right now in our lobby. I should probably look, right? Because we have 30 seconds. Less than 30 seconds. Let's see. I will pull it up here and see. Oh, there we go. We're live. Okay. So hello again, everyone in the lobby.
Hi there.
And it looks like the chat got wiped here, at least for me going into the room for the first time. So let me greet everyone.
Yep. I have no chat either, but we'll have chat soon.
Yep. So chat's running, and so as you were saying, Steve, so Lillian's lecture is right here. It's coming up in a half hour for those who care. Right now we have so few people in the room because we just started. But as people come to the site to go to the first 2 lectures, what they're going to notice is the second one on the right, the Improving Contrast Sensitivity with John Nolan. That course has actually been canceled for today. And I put that notice up on the homepage of the site on the very front page so people wouldn't miss it. And I also recommended people come in here to the lobby if they want to know what's going on. So I'll tell all of you what's going on who are here right now, well, a few of you who just showed up. Dr. Nolan had a scheduling conflict, and I was only made aware of this last night, that we started emailing back and forth, and he didn't realize it, and so it was a last-minute thing where he couldn't show up. And so, of course, by Arbo's rules, we can't exactly have this lecture and have no speaker there, right? Because then that wouldn't really be interactive. I mean, I guess we could tap dance and try to answer it, but that's not really the spirit of what Arbo's trying to do.
I know this subject matter, but it's John's lecture. I'm not going to deliver John's lecture, and we're going to try to comply as best as to the letter of the law.
Exactly. So that's why we just had to cancel it, because it's funny, when you get a course approved, you have to tell them who the faculty are running the course, and you can list several people, right? So for this particular one, it was just John. He didn't list anybody else. So even though he was suggesting alternate people, I'm like, we can't do that, because you're the guy listed here. Like, if you had listed these other people as co-presenters, maybe we could do it.
And he wrote the lecture and delivered it. It's his voice.
Yeah.
But you can still take it on demand after today, or Enduring it's called, in the panel on the left-hand side. So you can still take the information. It's the same information. And if you have any questions, Dr. Nolan's always responsive in answering emails, and he's the expert in these carotenoids. Macular carotenoids.
So again, it's available on demand if people want to watch it, but we wouldn't give credit out for it this morning because it wasn't truly interactive. So I know we're going to get a bunch of confused people who are going to run into the lobby in about 25 minutes asking, where the heck did this lecture go? I saw it on the schedule here, and now it's just not here. So hopefully we can explain that, and hopefully my little note at the top of the site will explain it too. But this kind of stuff happens. I mean, when you have however many lecturers we have, 50 lecturers or whatever, it happens. So
if you're doing 1 track, 8 hours, it's fairly easy. But when we're doing 3 tracks and 60 hours or 60 plus hours, it's difficult. Illness, conflicts. These speakers do speak all over the world, and sometimes they don't realize that they're speaking in 3 places at once.
Right. And again, for a challenge for us, of course, is that Expo is coming up this week too, right? So we have the best timing, don't we?
Well,
question: how many people are watching it worldwide? Would you guess that, based on registration?
You mean the different lectures that we have?
Yeah, different time zones. No.
Oh, it'd be hard to analyze that, right?
Yeah, I mean, so it's of the actual talks, it's in the thousands each day, right? That are coming to watch. We know that because it actually shows it on the little icons for the lectures. You can actually see how many people are in each room as they're going on. So
if you go into upcoming courses, you'll see there's a number above the courses that are taking place, Paul, and you can just add them up together. It's fairly easy.
As far as registration, we have people from the Far East, for example, that have registered for courses?
So we have a few. The bulk of people at the conference obviously are from the U.S. About 10 or 15% are from Canada, and then there's only a smattering. You're talking about like 1% of people or less from everywhere else, including New Zealand and Australia. The English-speaking countries are really overrepresented, obviously. With us, so.
There was a whole group from, was it Estonia?
So we have a few people from Europe, but again, it's just not. It's not conducive for a lot of people in Europe to actually do this, right? The timing of our conference is wrong for a lot of them. They don't want to do it. And I don't know, and on the weekend, I don't even know what iCare looks like in a lot of other countries in Europe. Do people even work on weekends, or is it like taking it off?
Right now, they're looking at the Queen moving around through Scotland in a coffin. So we should say a word, by the way. It is 9/11, and I don't want to give a moment of silence, but I just was watching it again on TV, and it's just it's amazing when you see it the 20th time. So just a word of our condolences and just a little remembrance of what happened 21 years ago.
Yeah, and I think for us 3 probably it's resonance probably a little bit more because we're all from New York, right? We've all been in the Twin Towers. We all remember.
I saw about 20 people that week from the Twin Towers or from the area with various eye problems and stories, and lost quite a few patients. I'd say 10 patients. A lot of firemen and police officers were there who live in my town. The mayor's son, who was a superstar, he was the quarterback at Virginia Tech and worked at Cantor Fitzgerald. So one great family. This guy was fantastic. His name was Ed Felt, and he was lost on Flight 93. So it really was close to home. And we smelt it from our office, I mean, even though we're across the river and maybe 40 miles away. So it was close to home, and treating these people and hearing their stories. One lady, she gave up on the 40th floor, and 2 men carried her down and saved her life. And she still is in contact with me.
Mm.
So it really hits home to us. And you too,
know,
Paul, I'm sure.
With us, we have friends of family who he was an emergency physician that kept going in, and he just died of cancer about 5 years ago based on this.
Yeah, we don't even know that number. But I mean, we're talking about the 3,000 that died that day,
Yeah,
but there's probably many more.
Have died since then.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know,
A lot of the first, second, and third responders at that point. But it's just unbelievable when you're watching it on TV and you see. I was going to work. I usually on Tuesdays work from like 11 to 7, late night. So I came in late, and I never turn on the TV. Never, ever, ever, in the morning. And I turned it on for some reason, and stuff was happening at that moment. And so it must have been, a little birdie telling me bad things are happening.
Yeah.
well,
But
Adam and I were in Chicago for when we looked at it. Remember, Ed?
Yeah, I remember because we were within
apartment
spitting
was on
distance of the other
first and second
skyscrapers. Yeah.
floor, and we could see the Twin Towers from our apartment.
Right. So yeah. So
And
the problem.
if we went, Chicago would be next.
Yeah.
So we got to get out of here.
My daughter was at Columbia the first day of classes as a freshman, and she's calling me on our landline. She didn't have a cell phone, I don't think, in those days, and saying, "Is it going to hit me here?" And I couldn't tell her no. I mean, what better place to hit than the best university in New York City? So I said, "Get underground, do something, get out of your building, go to some place that looks whatever, and calm it down a little bit."
Yeah. Yeah, it was quite a day for sure. The funny thing about it, though, of course, is that to younger people, it's been 21 years, right? So a lot of younger people obviously have no memory of this,
Sure.
and it's just a historical footnote. Like to my son, he knows about it, but it just doesn't resonate with him. Whereas when we see the pictures, we see the video again, and it's like, oh my God, it just happened yesterday.
Yeah. If he watched that on TV, like the timing and everything happening, he would realize how bad it was, because it would be like today. There's no difference. People aren't wearing hoop skirts and stuff.
Right. So, yeah.
And when you see those people jumping out of the building in slow motion, they show it now. It's incredible.
Yeah. It's really awful.
Well, I have to shut off. In fact, I have it on here now, so I'm going to shut it off.
Right. I'm not watching any news today. It's the last thing I need. Maybe I'll watch a baseball game later, but that's about it.
Yep.
My goodness.
You never know. We could have an earthquake here without knowing.
An earthquake?
Are you good as far as the weather now and the heat and the fires?
So it's fun. It's kind of funny, actually. There are more fires around us. Let me actually see if I can bring up a map. For us, I can show everybody. So this area that they're talking about, Estacada, which is right actually across the river from us, the Clackamas River. So, it looks very rural here, but this is actually not that far from where I live. And the sky this morning, again, the moon was completely orange. The sky is disgusting. The AQI is like 150. My eyes are actually burning. So it has not been great over the past couple of days.
Yeah, just put some lubricant in or something just to wash the stuff out.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing actually, and it's been rough. I have all the HEPA filters running. It's doing a little bit, but not all that much. So.
Yeah, it actually is bad if somebody gets COVID and they have more lung issues, and this just adds to it. It might throw them over the top and get them hospitalized.
Yeah, so hopefully this will all dissipate. I know that the weather's supposed to be getting better today. It's getting cooler, which is good. One thing we usually have a lot of here in the fall is rain, so we just have to hope that the rain comes soon.
We usually get a west wind here, so
yeah,
we'll be fine.
Yeah. It's when the wind shifts and goes in the wrong direction, that's when we have the big problems. So.
Yeah. Okay, so we have 20 minutes before the lecture starts, so hopefully people will Go to the first lecture, and it's a good lecture to hear. I never experienced the trafficking problem in my office, but I probably would have if I listened to this lecture.
All
I'd
right.
recognize some things.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You don't really know, right?
No.
So let me pull this up for a second. Again, I just want to thank our sponsors for being here this morning too, as people file into the room. And we'll talk about our sponsors a little bit more later. I know I went on a semi-unhinged rant yesterday about industry in CE, but I really do appreciate them coming on and working with us. You know, year after year, we get the same sponsors back over and over again, which is great. So. And I'll be visiting all of them actually on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday at Vision Expo. So we'll get to see them up close and personal. So thanks again to all of them. And I can bring up the schedule just to remind people that this first class, if you're just getting here and joining us, just remember room 3 for the very first hour has been canceled. There's only one lecture actually running for this first hour, and that's the human trafficking lecture. So you'll obviously notice this when you get to the room. You'll see you only have two choices basically, to come into this lobby or to watch that one lecture. That's all that's running this morning. So.
And by the way, if you did take the trafficking course already, you can't take it again. You can't take a course twice. And coming into this lobby or coming in watching the live stream might be very entertaining, because we have a guest coming at 10 o'clock that is extremely fun to listen to and very knowledgeable.
Yes. Yep. So
we'll keep it a surprise.
Right. Speaking of unhinged rant, right? We so yeah, that should actually be amusing when he gets here. But for now, it's just us, and Gretchen should be here. Oh wait, Gretchen's here. Let me let her in the room. She got her coffee and has arrived.
You had that Thai restaurant near you that had to close because it had slave labor there.
Right. So yeah. So you think that you don't have human trafficking in your area, right? Just literally a half mile from my house, in my little local neighborhood here, we have a Thai restaurant that everyone would go to. And a couple of years ago, they actually had to close and sold to a new owner because the owner there was actually bringing people in from Thailand, taking their passports, holding them, and forcing people to work for almost nothing in the kitchen. And we had no idea. I mean, you know me, I wouldn't obviously go to a place like that if I knew. We had no idea this was happening until the cops swooped in and arrested this guy, and all the facts came to light. And now, of course, there are new owners and everything's different. But once we learned what was going on, we were all kind of shocked, right? Because you couldn't outwardly tell anything just by going to the restaurant. But this was actually happening. This was human trafficking.
And those people were probably, sworn to shut up, because if you don't, you're going to be in trouble.
Right. I mean, you'd never even see them, right? You'd go into the restaurant, you'd never get to see the kitchen area. We didn't hear anything, right? You didn't hear people screaming and going on or anything like that. So you didn't know it was invisible. So eventually the owner went to prison, I think for, I don't even know how many years, but he's gone and had to sell. And he got a huge fine as well. I think it was in the millions.
What do you do with these people? Did you deport the people, or you let them in the country? I have no idea.
I think they were allowed to stay. I think they had their cases expedited or something. So I think they're still here. But it was just a really bad case, and it was such a shock to have that in your backyard. I mean, ours is, we're a sleepy little suburb, right, of Portland. We're not,
New
an
York
area
City
that
or Chicago.
Right, you wouldn't think of this, right? But there it was. So this is happening everywhere. So the human trafficking lecture, which is coming up in room 2, strongly recommend, if you haven't seen it before, definitely go take a listen to it. And yep, so people are coming into the lobby now. We have 15 minutes to go before classes start. And let me actually type in here to remind people.
So people were. I'm going to go into the lobby to see what's happening.
Yep. So Gretchen, I see you typing there. How's it going?
I'm here. It's I'm not going to complain, because I know that you and Paul are up a whole lot earlier than me. But it's one of those rainy Sundays. We're getting the rain here. Sorry.
Yep.
We need it too. But it's a kind of day you want to stay in bed for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Sanjay just asked a question in the chat, and again, I'll reiterate. The class that was supposed to start in room 3, Improving Contrast Sensitivity with John Nolan, was canceled because at the last minute, very last minute actually, was last night, he told me that he couldn't make it. He had a scheduling conflict of some sort, and so at that moment I froze. I'm like, what the heck are we going to do? But the answer is we're going to do nothing because the only thing we can do is cancel it, because as an interactive class, he needs to be there to answer questions via text chat. And if
And you are compliant with COPE rules.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we had no alternative. We just had to cancel it. I mean, the great part about CEwire, of course, is that that lecture is still available on demand. Not right now, though. The on-demand classes aren't there until Monday. We shut them off during the live portion of the conference. But on Monday, his lecture will be back, and you can feel free to come on in and watch.
And that's a common question we're asked about getting state board credit for on-demand. It's very dependent on your state. So before you submit it for credit, you better check with your state that they accept on-demand
Mhm.
lectures.
But we will submit it anyway for the attendee, but they might not get credit.
Right.
Every state's different. In fact, we'll have our first guest talk about the rules in Texas and how he disagrees with them, I'm sure.
Right, so just to make everyone aware how this works, the reason we ask you for an OE tracker number straight up is because the system will obviously issue you credits. If you have your OE tracker number, let me actually give you a little taste here on the screen. So as you've all seen this screen probably, this is your naked transcript page, right? Very unadorned, very plain looking. That's on purpose, so you can easily print this thing. But you know, this is obviously my fake OE tracker number. This is my fake account that I use when we're working with the system. But you can see here that I have an OE tracker number. I have all these courses listed with their individual course IDs. When we submit this stuff to ARBO, we just give them your OE tracker number and the course IDs that you passed, along with the activity ID, which is when you actually passed it. So for instance, activity ID, that thing, 123319, that corresponds to the CEwire talk on May 14th, the interactive one. So we send ARBO over all that information. They'll enter that into your OE tracker account. And then your state board, depending on what your rules are, they'll decide to honor that lecture or not. So for instance, my state is Oregon, and they basically accept, 100% online, right? So they'll query ARBO's database to see that you've passed these classes, and they'll honor all of them. However, even if you had all these classes in your database, let's say that you were from Florida, right? Or many other states. I guess I think Tennessee is probably one, or Kentucky, where they have these more restrictive rules. Even if you had all these courses in your ARBO database, they wouldn't necessarily honor them for CE credit for relicensure, right? So it's really up to your state to decide what they're going to honor and what they won't. So that's kind of the rules. We'll submit everything for you, and ARBO will have all of your data, but it's really up to your state to decide whether or not they're going to allow it. So,
I assume a lot of optometrists submit to more than one state as well.
so that's the beauty of ARBO's system, though, right? This is why it's so. People should consider it, a gift that you have something like this, because if you're licensed in multiple states, each state agency can look at this common database and see what you've passed. Whereas if you had to keep track of all this stuff yourself, each state you'd have to submit to each state separately. So this is actually a really great thing, and it drives me a little bit crazy when I see states go off on their own tangents, like with the CE broker system, which just acts as another intermediary, which makes things more complicated instead of less complicated.
It hasn't even been that long. I'm guessing 10 years with the OE trackers, maybe even less, where we had to keep track of our own credits and make a little folder and submit it to the state board if you're audited. You found that, Paul, right, in your career?
Does that say it again?
Where before ARBO instituted the OE tracker and had things online, you had to keep track of your own credits, make a little folder, and
In my career, there was no state boards, except we didn't have to take courses. In New York State, having to take courses for relicensure is a relatively new thing.
Mhm.
During my
Well,
span, I never had to take a course for credit. And as a result, very few people attended CE. You know, you can give it a
Wow.
choice.
yeah. But that's a black mark for optometry, I think, because you want to show that your profession is trying to advance itself with new technologies, new equipment, new etc. And you can't do that if you're not required. People will shy away from it. And again, like in the old days, practice in that little black room, asking which is better, 1 and 2, before they can treat pathology and all the specialty contacts, etc. It
And
was
it's
you
bad enough
for and out.
sleeping with courses now and still get credit.
So wait a second. So Dad, how did that actually work? So you, other than like contact lenses, which was your shtick, did you just not learn anything new after you graduated?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I once asked the famous doctor at SUNY, who was a vision training specialist.
You know, I made a living, you know, on the lecture circuit, but people took courses because once they left an hour or two with me, they knew what to do in whatever I was speaking about. But if there was no interest in improving yourself to improve your practice, you didn't have to take a course.
Mhm.
That's the way it worked.
When I was a student at SUNY, I spoke to probably one of the most high-profile vision therapy professors, full professor, and asked him what he knew about fitting a contact lens or pathology. He said absolutely nothing, and which was he was only doing vision therapy. He's not going to kill somebody, but still, I guess that was the rule back then.
But you know, it cuts both ways, even in medicine, right? Because a lot of the subjects are so broad, a lot of times the older clinicians simply will not know about things outside of their specialty. I remember when I was a resident way back when, one of the, he was a nuclear medicine guy, radiation, I don't even remember. He's, you know, one of those mole people that just looks at films all day. He was asking us all about Viagra. And I'm like, why are you asking us about this? He's like, because what the hell do I know? Because like he's trapped in a room, like he doesn't know anything about modern drugs. So of course he was going to the people who know the most, or the people who just graduated, and you know still have this fresh in their mind. So I thought that was hilarious. Here's this, you know, experienced guy who everyone looks up to in his little subspecialty, who literally knows nothing about what else is going on in medicine. So he's asking the young people.
But sometimes when you think you don't know what's going on, it does affect your specialty, not that particular one. But let's say you're a neurologist and somebody who's taking Viagra. Well, if you see optic neuritis or swollen optic nerve, you know that's something with Viagra, but he might not know it because he didn't learn it, and it never was disseminated in any of his CME.
Right.
So some things there's a lot of stuff now going on. I might have somebody lecture next year on all our microorganisms in the gut and how they help our health, and especially the eye. So it's an interesting field, and it's totally. Who would think that gut bacteria would be assessed by optometry or ophthalmology, for that matter?
Yep. Yeah.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah,
And
that-
Adam, back to your point about the radiologist who didn't know about Viagra, just to play devil's advocate there, is it really possible for somebody to know everything about every new drug and what's going on? I mean, isn't it better for that radiologist to be up to date on what's going on in his own field as opposed to elsewhere? Because there's the amount of information is exponential.
Yeah, but
Right.
here's the problem, Gretchen. There are primary care physicians that don't know what the hell is going on.
Well, that's a different story. I'm talking about a specialty like that, but
So-
you're
Yeah.
absolutely right with primary care.
I know that Mom had an attack of the hives this week.
Yes.
You knew about it? She complained.
Yes.
She's finally allergic to you.
She got a special mattress that tilts. And my wife woke up itching. She couldn't stop itching a couple of days ago. And of course, the dermatologist wouldn't see her. So she went yesterday to an emergency care per person, which is a primary care physician. Rather than ask her the questions, is it going away in parts of your body, which would be the hives? She immediately gave her a diagnosis that you have a virus, and this virus won't disappear for several months. And she wrote a prescription for this virus, and it's absurd because the hives are starting to disappear from parts of her body. It was still on her face, which will be less today. So it was obvious it was an allergy attack of some sort.
Mhm.
You have a primary care physician that didn't see the obvious. They took the
Well,
most
Paul,
complex.
there's an old expression in medicine that we all know. When you hear hoofbeats, don't think of zebras. That means if it's something that you think it is, it's probably the most obvious. However, the good doctors will get the zebras also. She was not a zebra doctor.
Right. And so in defense of this person, I haven't spoken with mom in a couple of days because I've been trapped here in this cave. But my prescription was just take a load of Benadryl and see what happens and see if it goes down. And if it didn't, then you'd question why isn't it not going down if it's an allergy. So that's probably what the primary care person was thinking too. So she's probably thinking it's a viral exanthem. I haven't seen her, so I don't know what it looks like, but that's probably what she was thinking.
My suggestion to her yesterday, which she doesn't like to take my suggestions, is she get on Dr. Google and write down the name of the mattress that she's been using and see if this allergy problem has come up, during the past year. And I'm sure
Is
that
it a new mattress?
got the hives, they would be online complaining about this mattress. So that you've got to try to figure out what's causing it.
Is it a new mattress?
Brand new mattress.
Oh, well, okay.
It's obvious. That's the only new thing that she hasn't switched foods or anything else. It's the mattress. But you have the same mattress, Ed, right?
Yep. Do I look particularly red? I don't know. Yeah. No,
You're looking a little pasty with those lights.
Yeah, certainly I'm looking very washed out. But then again, that's my natural complexion now. So told you I'm a mole person.
Speaking of mole people, right?
Yeah. So meanwhile, I think that my story with the Viagra, though, Gretchen, it's hard when you're in medicine to know everything, obviously, right? Nobody can know everything. There's some things, though, that you probably just do want to keep on top of. So, for instance, this particular radiologist, his job was nuclear medicine. He looked at people's heart scans all day, every day. And, something like Viagra is a cardiovascular drug. That was its original usage. You would like to
really?
think...
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. It was a hypertensive drug is what it was for. And then they found it had a wonderful side effect. But that's initially why it was made. So you would think, and that's why we got a kick out of it back then. I'm like, you'd think he probably should know about this, right? It's sort of in his.
Yeah, that's kind of in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, so
I totally get that. I didn't make the connection
yeah,
earlier.
but it's hard, right, with medicine because it is such a huge field. And again, the older guys will try their best to keep up, but in medicine, it's so hard because there's just so much. I mean, we had the same situation in critical care when we were working in the ICU. The older ICU docs would always ask the younger people about drugs that may be useful in an ICU setting, like to help people sleep or whatever, because they just don't know, right? It's not part of their day-to-day unless they happen to take a CE course on it, happen to have the drug rep come in and give them lunch, right, which is what they used to do, and then tell you all about a new drug, which, for better or worse, that's how these guys used to learn. But otherwise, they would lean on the residents heavily to learn about a lot of new drugs.
You have computer skills. You could look up a drug in a second, where someone that's very slow on a computer, and an older guy might be, would not find that same drug. Where you're going to find it almost instantaneously.
Well, these days, that's no excuse, right? I mean, back in the 90s, maybe it was an excuse, maybe. But now, of course, if you need information on a drug, literally type it into Google, you can get the package insert in a microsecond. So
I mean, we can do it.
Right. So yeah, back then maybe it was like sort of an excuse, but by the way, just because you look at a package insert doesn't mean you actually know anything about the drug, right?
True.
So it can be challenging. Medicine just is so broad. So.
By the way, Dr. Lillian's lecture is Kalinzinski is going to start soon, and there's some interaction now, and she is getting a couple hundred people in her class, so people are still interested.
That's excellent.
Yep, especially at this hour.
Yeah, you're not getting somebody from Hawaii.
No.
Yeah, we're about to kick it all off here.
Yep. And the next round of lectures, since I guess this is the only one, but the next round is one of the most popular lectures actually that we have. And we have several of them. We obviously have Craig Thomas, and I don't see him here yet, but we have Craig Thomas running against Mark Friedberg, so going head to head.
Yeah.
Both good lectures. A lot of people have actually taken one and then taken the other on another day, and I'm sure that'll be the case again this time.
That would be like the finals of the Olympics of CE. They're both always voted the best speakers, and their content is great.
Yep.
Well, I'm attracted to Friedberg's lecture just because he put a curse word, well,
Yeah,
with
you
little
know,
symbols, just because he's being a little irreverent. So
So as I submitted that lecture to Arbo, I'm like, what? How do I actually submit that? Can I use those symbols? Like, how is this going to work? But I guess it got approved. So there you go.
well, it's interesting how much a course title matters. You can't just say dry eye treatments, or weird pathology. You have to have a sexy, catchy title. And in fact, there is a thought leader who is a good friend of mine who would consult me on topics for lectures when submitting and say, okay, here's what the lecture is, or give me the little synopsis. And we would workshop sexy names because let's be real, it's kind of like writing a headline. So
When I send the
course
packet,
title can drive attendance.
Gretchen, when I send the packet to the speakers with all the information they have to get in, one of the things I say is, please do a catchy title, and I'll get something like glaucoma overview, or
Right.
something like
No,
that.
that does not qualify.
So, yeah, I mean, sometimes what's on the title is what's in the tin, right? So like this one with John Nolan, right? Literally, he's telling you exactly what this lecture is going to be about. It's going to be about this particular trial with carotenoids, right? So that's very descriptive. But then you can get the funny ones like Friedberg's, or then you get a hybrid kind of thing like Tom Cheesem here, right? So did I do that? Right, give the Urkel title right here.
Right.
Common billing and documentation errors. So
Yeah.
he did a little bit of both. So yeah, it's kind of interesting the different strategies.
His lecture was well received last time also, because it was case by case by case, and he really gave a lot of good information, Tom.
Yep.
Well, for billing like that, billing and coding, that's really important for to learn, to have those examples, because you can just, well, when you do blah blah blah, I mean, that means nothing. I mean, you really need an example to understand and see where the disconnect happens.
I mean, I always tell the billing people, if they're going to do something, just give me an hour of train wrecks, because that's what people want to see, right? So
okay, don't do that. Got it.
right. And I think Craig Thomas is here. Let me let him in, the surprise guest, in quotes.
We can all just go get coffee now. Craig. Oh, he can't hear us yet.
He's still connecting.
What's that?
Craig, are you drinking a White Russian? Oh, I didn't mean for you to spit it out.
I'm wide awake.
How's it going, Craig?
Okay, that tells us how it's going.
Yeah.
Well, we've been doing General Hospital before, so if you want to complain about
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay.
So how you
You
feeling?
you look younger, Craig, than last time. What are you doing?
How's your
I've
hip?
lost some weight.
Yeah, I could tell in your face. I could see that, definitely.
Yeah, I lost about 20 pounds.
good for you.
Wow. Was it a good 20 pounds though, or was it a sick 20 pounds? How are you feeling?
Nah, yeah, it was the hard way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
The hard way is when you're on the toilet all the time. That's the hard way.
Well, it could be the soft way also.
That's
say,
true.
I'm getting some kind of reverb coming back.
Uh-oh.
Not from me, I don't think. Is my voice okay? Or
Yeah,
reverb?
so
Yes.
yeah, so if you're in the lobby, if you're actually watching this in the lobby, you should probably turn that off.
I am not. No. I'm watching. I have her sound off because the human trafficking, so it's not me.
Yeah.
Not me.
Yeah, so Craig, if you're watching this in the lobby, you should probably turn the browser off that has it running.
Or turn the sound down.
Turn the sound
Yeah, you
down
could-
on it and just keep Zoom running.
Yep. So what's new in Texas besides them making us jump through hoops to get Texas OD's credits? As you know, it's do you find it a hassle with printing out certificates and sending it in, or is it relatively easy peasy?
I haven't done any of it yet.
Well, now you'll be audited.
I think you need more coffee. You're very quiet for
So
what I know of you.
my
Yeah.
computer's malfunctioning. I'm getting, everything is coming in double. So everything Steve is saying, I'm hearing it twice.
Only
Let me, I guess, should I escape out and try again? Let me escape out and try again. Yeah, something's not right.
Yeah. You're on two things. You're probably an ODwire and
Yeah,
then it comes through again.
kill off
Yeah.
all of your web browsers, and then
Okay.
and it should be okay.
Let me jump back in.
Yeah, he was confused. That's why.
True. I'm gonna leave the.
all righty.
And so while
Well,
Craig,
he was
so
he was
he's-
interesting.
Yes. So while he's gone here, let me actually remind everyone, because people are asking what happened to the course, Dr. Nolan's course at 10 o'clock. So again, Dr. Nolan couldn't make it, and by Arbo's rules, we had to scratch his course. And it'll be available on demand.
And he will provide links there, I know, on his slides to contact him if you have any questions, and he's very responsive to that.
Yep. So I can actually, put it up again so people can see that I'm talking about this first course here in room 3. He couldn't make it. We had to scratch the course because by Arbo rules, you have to have the speaker there to text chat in order to give people credit. So we didn't want to have a situation where we ran the lecture again, we gave people credit, and all of a sudden those credits are invalid, and we had to claw them back, which would be a disaster for everybody involved. So
Well, canceling a course is not great, but giving people credit and then taking it back later is even worse.
it would be an ordeal like you can't imagine. So yeah, this is the better way to go, even though it's terrible. And again, my apologies. We didn't know about this until last night, right? Till when we were done with courses yesterday, they contacted me, and Dr. Nolan's people contacted me and told me what was going on. And I couldn't see any other way other than canceling this talk.
Maybe for our next iteration, I'm a jack of all trades and a master of all, as you well know. So put me as a secondary speaker for. I'm kidding, of course.
Well, it's an interesting thing, right? Because you can have multiple speakers at one of these talks, and
Right.
if these kinds of things are routine with someone, that might be not a terrible idea to have other people also available. But it's an odd case, right? It's very rare that we have someone completely back out like this, right, at the very last second. It's happened a handful of times over the last 5 years.
Well, he probably had a 10-hour plane flight from the UK to Las Vegas. That's where he's going, to the Vision Expo West.
Right. So everybody's on their way over there, and I guess he had a scheduling problem, and that's what happened.
Yeah.
So,
By the way, from a well-connected source, I know you're going, and I did send you something, but Gretchen might not have heard, and Paul might not have heard. 70% down in terms of what they expect at Vision Expo West in terms of attendance, etc.
Oh my God.
This is from well-connected people.
Wow. Well, I will be there on the ground to give everyone a report about Vision Expo West. I'll be taking lots of footage, lots of video, so you can all see it for yourselves to get a sense of what it's like there. So.
How are we sounding, Craig?
All right,
Better?
that's perfect. Yes,
Good.
I think you were right. I was watching ODwire, and then I jumped on ODwire.
Yep.
It's like it was too much ODwire.
Yeah, it's like those sports radio stations, right, where people forget to turn the radio down, and then the host kicks them off. So it's the same kind of thing. You're getting that 7-second delay.
After waiting 45 minutes to talk. Yeah. Craig, how's your young associate working out?
Let me get back in my chair. I broke my toe a couple of weeks ago.
You are not doing well, sir.
No, I mean, I've had a run.
Were you kicking something because you were pissed?
No, I'm recovering from the hip replacement revision from 4 years ago. So that it only lasted 4 years instead of 10 or 15. Wow. So I just had hip replacement, what was it, August 11th. And then I was doing pretty good with that. But that was after the 2 back surgeries, this summer. And then when I was coming out the shower, because I couldn't pick my leg up, I tripped. And I knew I didn't want to fall because I'd fool around and kill myself or break my hip again. So I was doing everything. I was flailing around trying to keep myself from falling. And I got my foot caught in the door jamb.
Oh, God.
That's not good, dude.
I broke my toe. Yeah. Hey, I didn't fall.
That's
I gave
true.
Up
Yeah.
And it's better than breaking your hip again.
Yeah.
How long were you out of work with the hip? A couple of days, a week, 2 weeks?
Three, almost a month.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what they told me. Yeah,
People understand. How's your
now
young associate?
my associate is not me. As good as she is, as nice as she is. I've been doing this 39 years. She's been doing it 10 years. She's pretty good at it, but she ain't good as me. And there's no problem saying that because it's true. If you base it on production,
No, but you can't copy your personality and your delivery and your
yeah.
expertise. It's just, you just can't do that.
Me and my partner, we've never had equal production. This just the way it is. People are different. And as long as you have an organizational structure that allows that and recognizes it, then there's no big deal.
Mhm.
As long as everybody's carrying their weight, you can't lose money. So you got to make enough money to where I'm paying your salary and I'm making some money off of you. And in the beginning with her, and with almost all of them, I've had 4 associates. The first year or 2, you're not gonna make any money. All you want them to do is cover costs.
Right.
And if you don't, the owner, people talk about why the owner makes a lot of money, because the owner takes all the risk. Okay, that's why the owner makes all the money.
But also produces more, as you said. I had 3 associates, and I felt that, like you said at the very beginning, I was working for them because I was producing enough to cover what I wanted to make, and theirs also. And then eventually, it started to become more equalized over time. But it takes years.
No, that's why you live in Florida now. But it's hard to see
Yeah.
that when you're 25 years old.
Right.
And the current generation of optometrists, from my somewhat limited exposure, I don't get out as much as I used to. Nobody does. Nobody. It's not like it was 3 years ago. But I'm starting to get out a little bit. I went and did a consultation a couple of weeks ago. So I'm gonna go to Vision Expo. I missed that little last part you were talking about. Is it gonna be crowded?
It'll be you and nobody else, apparently.
It'll be a ghost town.
70% down is what I hear from credible sources.
70%.
Mhm.
Man, that would be disappointing.
That's attendance. Now that also includes, I registered, but I never deregistered. I just canceled the hotel room because I decided not to go across country, etc. So they're still counting me as going. So that's with that.
I think there's going to be people there.
Oh yeah.
It's not going to be what I just say. It's not going to be like it was 3 years ago, or 5 years ago, or 7 years ago. It's not.
It might be positive because you can speak if you're looking for equipment, which you always are, at least kicking the tires. You'll have no trouble getting in and being there for a long time because the audience will be limited. Might be actually even the courses might have few people. Are you lecturing there?
I'm not.
Okay.
I lectured a year ago. The one last year, what was it, Florida?
Mm-hmm.
I lectured at that one.
That's Orlando, right?
Yeah. I went there. That was stunning.
No, last year was Vegas, I think. Wasn't it the year previous that it was?
I didn't lecture last year.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but that was the first year I didn't lecture there in probably 10 years.
Well, let's discuss this for a second, though. If attendance really is 70% down this year, what does that mean for the vendors who are there? Because as far as I understand, the Reed Expositions didn't give them a break in what they're paying to actually be there. So from a vendor's perspective, what is the show going to be like, you think?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not going to be great. They know that, but they got to go, until the system collapses. Hopefully never, but if it ever does, they got to go until the whole system of these CE meetings collapses. If you follow the conversation on ODwire that discusses it, and Panzer's a big guy on that stuff, but yeah, I think he's kind of right, like he usually is. 10 years from now, I don't know if you're gonna have these meetings. I don't know. Good. Yep. You got 4 or 5 moving parts, and they're all moving away from having these big giant meetings.
You might want to pop in later on today. Ben Chudner from Private Equity is going to be giving his take on what's happening in private equity. I know you have a lot of multimillionaire friends who've left optometry or are leaving optometry in Texas because of that.
I do. I do. I got a lot of multimillionaire friends that I didn't have 4 years ago. I had rich friends 4 years ago, but they were not multimillionaires. These guys are balling. I mean, the money's just outrageous. I mean, I got one of my boys, he's got a deal. I mean, I 14, 18 million,
What?
Yes. I mean,
He must have multiple offices though.
yeah. These are all big dog guys. These are that's what we call the whales. You know, they got a bunch of whales. They got these big giant little small group offices, 2, 3, 5 offices, sometimes up to 10. You know, not chains or anything, just one or 2 or 3 docs banding together and working together and building up their business. I got some boys down south, they had like 7 offices. You know, they got like, you know, $15-16 million, you know, to split between 3 guys. That's, you know, you take that money and you go do something else, fast as you can. Because no optometrist is going to give you that money. You know, that's nonsense. So it's a once in a lifetime feeding frenzy. You know, and I was tempted. I like doing what I'm doing.
There's an anonymous post on that just came in last night on ODwire, just on the topic of how much money do they get in their pocket to start with versus the secondary money coming in.
Well, anybody that's really interested can find that stuff out real easy. You know, the way it's been going, this stuff's been going on about 3 or 4 years. You know, it kind of started slow, then it got real big and fast. Now it's slowing down kind of. You know, it's just like I thought it would. Everything. I mean, I hate to sound like I'm the grand poobah. I knew all of this was going to happen. If I was richer or older, I would have took the deal. But I spend most of my money, so I don't save a lot. I just got a lot of stuff. I spend all my money every month, so I got to keep working. You'd be surprised how fast you burn through $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, right, Steve? You'd be surprised. You know, if you ever get to doing it, once you get used to doing it, you don't want to stop doing it.
Right.
I could live on $80,000. I don't want to do that. I'd rather do something else. So I don't mind working because that's the way I want to live.
And
I didn't have a bunch. Yeah, if I'd have had $3 or $4 million saved up, I'd have took the deal. Because then I would have tacked on what they gave me on top of that, and that would have been enough. But yeah, but the money they offered it's outrageous. You know, they were going to rent my building. It'd be double what I pay myself.
Wow.
Double. I mean, you know, like I'd be getting $15,000-$16,000 a month rent for my building for at least 5 years. You know, maybe 10. And I'm 63 years old. I'm like, man, that's pretty good money. That's a lot of money. You know, twice what you're already getting, and it's still your building. You know, they just leasing it. So I mean, the real estate part, if you got your own building, the real estate is ridiculous.
Yep.
You know, it's ridiculous.
Because that's
however, you know, I know multiple crash and burn outcomes. You know, I don't know if Dr. Chudner going to talk about them. You know, guys getting pissed off, ladies getting pissed off, taking the money and running, quitting, patients fleeing like rats on a sinking ship, staff abandonment, a lot of negatives.
Yep.
Yeah.
Have you gone to a private equity other office, whether it be cardiologist, dermatologist, internist, etc.? I have in the same office, but they've been combined with 15 other offices, like you said, and it's a totally different type of care with the same doctor, and they hate it.
I don't go to those kind of offices. I just changed my dentist because the dentist I've been going to for 30 years sold his office to a young dentist. And I went to the young dentist twice and did not like him. And I said I wasn't coming back. And I went and found me another old regular dentist like me and you that practices 35 miles from my house that I drive to because that's the kind of care I want.
No, that's nothing, 35 miles.
Well, I mean, I'm passing 200 dentists to go find this person. You know, I'm running a gauntlet of dentists to go get it. So I mean, I made a decision to go there. But so anyway, you know, I think the private equity thing it's already changing. The patients are not liking it from what I hear. There's always, you know, exceptions to every generalization. And I know several offices that have grown and made money and you know, it actually has gone pretty well, you know, the changes. But most of the time, it doesn't seem like it's really that successful as far as growing the practice. I know a few doctors that like it enough to where they're going to keep working. You know, they'll pay you, you know, a couple $100,000 a year to work. So, I mean, if you don't, if you got nothing else to do, or if you like your patients, you know, $200,000 is $200,000. But $200,000 ain't what it used to be.
Yes.
I've now become aware. It's just shockingly to me. I've seen now multiple offers going to optometrists for like 150, 175, 185. Man, coming out of school, these guys turn them down. And I'm like, what? What are you talking about? You know, I mean, I made $10,000 the first year I was an optometrist. You know, it took me 8 years to crack $100,000. The first lens crafters in Texas opened up less than a mile from my office 3 months after I graduated.
Oh, oh, that's
like,
smart.
yeah, I wasn't expecting that one. Wasn't expecting
Surprise.
that. That was something there. You know, that was back in 1983. First lens crafters, less than a mile from my office, and these guys were, man, you had to get a ticket to get a lens crafters back then. You know, it was the cat's meow.
$15 eye exams, etc. It all depends on the environment that private equity puts in. If they say do what you want, work the way you want, that's fine. But if they start doubling and tripling your load, and it's not fun anymore because you're just rushing in and out, that becomes challenging. So it really depends on each individual company and how they work it.
Right. Yeah, each one is different, and
Each
they
one is
work
different.
differently.
Yes.
And it's a lot of us, including all of us here, kind of paint private equity with a broad brush, but they really aren't the same.
No.
And I think
I
we're
would
starting
agree
to learn
with
more
that.
about those nuances.
I would agree with that assessment, but my personal experience with my friends and associates is that the negatives exist in all of the platforms.
Oh, I don't doubt that.
Yeah.
They're trying
just
to make more
there's-
of a profit, so they're
Yeah, so some have more
just
positives than others, but they all have some negatives.
Right. And they're not doing it for charity. They're buying, they might be giving the doctor a bunch of money, relatively speaking, to buy the practice, but they aren't doing it out of the goodness of their hearts. They're a for-profit
No.
company. They want to make money. That's their job.
And I respect that. I mean, I'm trying not to be demonizing them. You know, I've said 10 times, I'm glad for my multi-millionaire optometry friends. You know, how could you not be happy for your friends making a bunch of money like that? The flip side is that since I decided not to do it, I'm left on the other side, and there's definitely a side. You know, so you just carved out 5%, 4% of the top performing optometrists in the country. You just took them off the table. That's going to change the profession. It's changing the profession.
We've been talking about before, Craig, that not only we're talking about the conventions, and if private equity gets bigger and bigger, they don't have to go to the conventions. If you have 100 offices or 50 offices, and you're buying an OCT, a Pentacam, whatever the jour you're buying, they're going to come to you and try to present their equipment to you in your office, and the competitors will also. There's no need to go to a convention, and you'll be treated like a king if you're buying 100 units rather than, you know, a guy scrounging around for one OCT or something like that. So they'll have the leverage and the buying power over the conventions.
Well, that's 90% true. You know, what you just said. That's absolutely what's going to happen. Okay, it's already happening. It's been happening. I mean, the Vision Store started that stuff 15 years ago. You know, quite successful.
Now it's just an even greater chunk. It's now.
Well, it makes it. It's, you know, I mean, I'm a diehard capitalist. You know, the market is changing, the society is changing, everything's changing. If you can't change with it and stay in business, that's on you. So I mean, the guys are still going to make machines. Guys are still going to buy machines. Ladies are still going to do this. We're still going to take care of people's eyes. People are still going to buy OCTs. The market is changing. You know, you got this private equity thing where if you're not in, you know, it's going to be triple tough to sell your product. Vision Source proved that.
Yep.
And the Vision Source members seem to appreciate the benefit. There were substantial savings. I was in Vision Source. I did Vision Source for 5 years. If you don't have anything else going on, Vision Source can save you some money. There's no
But
question.
they could cost you a lot of money also in terms of
Well,
what it.
but if you don't have an exist, see, I had First Eye Care, which was, we formed First Eye Care in 1985. So
Tell
we
me
figured
about
out,
that, Craig. Tell me
well,
about what First Eye Care is.
well, it just got bought up by private equity. So, First Eye Care is like, some kind of old hamburger stand that was back in the 50s. So First Eye Care I started practicing in 1983. So in 1985, I had a new office. I got me a bank loan and built me a strip center office. And some of my friends, just because I was going to society meetings, I was trying to be an active optometrist. So and I'm an active guy, you know me. So even back then, when I was first out of optometry school, I would go to the Dallas County Optometric Society meetings once a month. There was like 50 guys that would go. So I was an active optometrist. I was in the TOA. So I got around. So a couple of years after I started practicing, one of my friends from Fort Worth came over to me and says, "Hey, we're getting ready to start a group. We want you to be in it." I'm like, "Okay, what is it?" And he says, "Well, we're going to band together. We're going to call ourselves one name, and we're going to go after insurance contracts and HMO contracts and try to get deals and increase our patient load." And at that time, I was interested in increasing my patient load as opposed to being booked out 2 months like I am now. So I was like, "You're going to give me more patients? I'm interested, sure." So that was the concept. And then very quickly we realized, just like Steve just said, that if we bought 1,000 Marchon frames instead of 10, the price would be different. And I mean a lot different. Okay. Vision Source figured it out. Everybody, it's not hard. You just got to do it. So, so we formed our own buying group and we bought all our stuff together, and it dropped 40%. Big difference. Top of the line product, but you got to buy a bunch of them. It's better for the manufacturer. It was better for us.
Well, it's just simple volume discount that you can
It's just,
get.
yes, there's nothing
Very
wrong with it.
easy.
Yeah. So we did that. Everybody's office grew. We got a Kaiser contract. But the most important thing was we met once a month, just a couple hours at somebody's office, and the camaraderie, exchange of ideas, sharing of knowledge. It was optometric camaraderie.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
I bet you it was high level conversation.
At the
How
highest
many
level.
were you?
At the highest level.
How many
How many
docs?
doctors were you, or offices?
Offices, 18, maybe 22, 23 docs at the most. So
How
so
big
not
of a radius around? Because you,
Dallas, Fort Worth.
wow. And so
So we were
instead
every office was selected based on geography and
I was going to
quality,
say, because you would be competing with each other, but rather than
to
falling
go get
into
the
that
contracts,
mindset,
to go get the insurance contracts to do eye exams, you had to have the geographic coverage.
gotcha.
Yeah, so that's how it formed. That was 85. And then year by year by year by year, everybody's office grew. Everybody, we met every month. We had fun. We helped each other. It was really cool, extremely cool. We would, every once in a while, we would decide to grow and go after somebody and invite them in. And it became invitation only. We had to invite you in, so it's comical because we were all, I was 25, 27, something like that. So
Wow.
yeah, I was young. And everybody was working part-time. I was working at Kaiser one day a week. All the young guys that were working in the First Eye Care offices, even if you own the office, you were still working someplace else 1 or 2 days a week. And I remember we used to, Dr. Tim Krett, he was one of our founders, our Yoda. Dr. Krett was our Yoda.
Yoda.
So he was, we would we would kiss Dr. Krett's pinky ring on one knee if he let us. It was like that. And I remember my friend, Dr. Krabasic, who's the last president of First Eye Care, he sold to private equity. So Dr. Krabasic used to work at Dr. Krett's office, and we would change, we like, how much did Dr. Krett do last month? Because we were, I was 4 years out of school. I wasn't making any money yet. And so, he would say, man, he made $50,000 this month. And we're like, no way. no way, that's impossible. He made $50,000 in 1 month. You know, and when we were blasting, I mean, we were making $250,000, $300,000 a month, you know, at our offices. And just, you know, we remember back to where, you know, 50,000 a month was gargantuan. You know, that's like we would genuflect, you know, when he walked in the room.
What an opportunity for you to be part of that, being so fresh out of school.
Oh yeah, it was really slick. We put on our own CE. So we did a once a year thing called Insight, where we all came together. We did real CE. I used to speak there, of course, but we bring guys in. You know, it was all COPE approved. We were a COPE approved administrator. We would bring our
And you could
staff.
also learn and hone your speaking techniques in a very friendly environment. You could learn how to be a good speaker too.
Well, I was already speaking. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm a skilled speaker. I've been speaking since, you know, college. But, you know, I mean, I used to, I mean, just like I do wherever I go. I mean, I was actively involved in running First Eye Care. I was the president a couple times. So yeah, our once a year thing, our Insight, that was really cool. We did that for probably 20 years. We did it until people started getting drunk and stupid, including me.
It became too much fun.
Yeah, we were. It was out by DFW, man. And one year, we had a carload. We were being stupid. We were drinking. You know, doctors mixing with staff. We got, you know, I was in my. Oh yeah, it was not cool. I was in my Jag convertible. I was in my Jag convertible with the top down, with 3 or 5 staff members in my car going to a club like at 2 a.m. You know,
oh
so
boy.
Yeah,
It's
so
for
after
nightmares.
yeah, it was after that year, I think we stopped doing Insight. And then another group of guys got out on the runway at DFW Airport, you know, some kind of way. Oh yeah, it was messed up. It was funky. It was funky. You know,
Were there police involved?
Well, we were trying not to be on TV. You know? It was bad. But up until then, you know, for like 20-something years, we would get together and have CE. We would have the staffs there. We get the vendors to pay for it. We had our own trade show. We had our first eye care trade show where people wanted to get in. We sold booths. We did that for years. That was slick. And then the vendors would give us money, and we would let the staff stay overnight at the hotel, like on Friday night. So everybody would close Friday, go in Friday morning, have all the seminars and stuff all day. And then we would have a casino night dance party every evening with a dinner where everybody would be in the same ballroom, all the staffs mingling, all the doctors hanging out, having a good time. It was a blast. It was a blast. It was so cool. So we did that for
fun.
A segue.
Oh, it was.
A segue to this. A lot of optometrists have come into big money. You're talking about the good times of the 80s. What would you guess is the ratio of divorces in optometry for the successful guys that came into big bucks? What would you imagine?
Almost all the ones that I know are with their original wives, or if it's a woman, you got me thinking now. I know one extremely successful woman in but she's been divorced a couple times. I don't know. I never thought about that. I'd say just off the top of my head, there's stability in the relationship space. In my first eye care experience, you got it was mostly men, but we had our executive director was a woman. We had, you got me thinking, man. We had 2 prominent women.
Right.
Yeah, we were kind of old fashioned, I guess.
So
we only had 2 women. Yeah. So and then but the guys, so it was mostly a male group. All the males, you know, stayed with their long-term wife. There was no hopping, you know, I'm divorcing this lady after 5 years. None of that. You know, to be where you just made $15 million, okay, you're a pretty stable person.
Yeah.
Good, because that could end badly in so many ways. Well, let's fast forward. You just said that First Eye Care sold to private equity. So tell me about that.
So we'd always kind of, I mean, it was really a running gag, you know, from 15 years ago, you know, in a group that existed for 30 years. It's like, we'd be together, one day we're going to sell out and make $1 million. And it's like, oh man, no way, stop hallucinating. What you smoking? Then there's no way that's happening, So we would talk about it every year at our annual meeting. We're gonna get strong, we're gonna build our businesses, and we're gonna sell them and make a killing. And everybody, rah, 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 rah. Everybody would get all geeked up. Then nothing would happen. Nobody's trying to buy you. I remember we would always say, man, if I got $1 million, I'm out of here. That used to be our thing.
Well, and the number changed as the years went by.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
million.
when you're making, we had guys in the group making $5-6 million a year.
Wow.
They were killing it, just killing it. Okay, my best year was 2.2 million, and
You're talking gross now.
Gross collections, and I made $520,000.
That's about right.
Yeah,
28%, something like that.
yeah. But then I paid $200,000 in taxes, and that pissed me off. And I was like, okay, screw this. I'm not.
And that's in
Texas.
Isn't Texas with you have no state income tax? Wow.
No state income tax, man. I got slammed. I'm like, I am never doing this again. You're working for 5 months a year to pay taxes.
Yep.
So
So
anyway,
how did you sell?
So so the group all grew big. So there was a time when I was working 6 days a week, making all of that money, where out of 18, 19 offices, I was the third most production. So I was running at the top of the heap for years. But then I decided I didn't want to work 6 days a week and blah, blah, blah. And I decided intentionally to contract my business probably 10 years ago. Where at one time I had 3 offices. I'd be roaming around. It's just like, okay, so I got.
You had 3 offices?
Yeah, I've had multiple offices a lot of times.
Did you guys did you pool your revenue?
What you mean? No, it depends on the deal. It was mostly my umbrella stuff. Every once in a while, I might have an associate involved.
Oh no, I meant within the first.
No, those are my side deals.
Okay.
That was just me.
So you guys just threw money into the pot every year as being part of this group, but all of your profits were your own.
Correct.
That was my question.
Yeah. And so eventually the group. Here's the great part. So we got so cool with it, the group started making money because So let's say we're working a deal with a lens or a frame company or something. We're getting 2% back or 4% back of our sales. So now with everybody banded together, we're making $300,000-$400,000 a year. That's enough money to have paid staff. The executive director, secretary. You get a little bit of K1 back at the end of the year. You ain't getting rich, but $10,000-$20,000. Who knows? Something. So you got a group running on autopilot because you got paid staff. So then that's a big deal. Where the doctors don't have to run the group. So we got to where the doctors didn't have to run the group, and we didn't have to pay for it. The money we made off ourselves paid for everything, and then we still had money left. Then, because we had such good deals, we had guys that wanted to get in the group. So they came to us and said, hey, can we join your group? And then we got all sedity and said, no, we big enough, but you can join the buying group. We'll give you all the benefits of the financial, almost. And so like, let's say we worked a deal, we got, 4% back, we give them 3% and keep 1.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're making a little bit of money. So now you're making $600,000 a year instead of 300. So it got like that, so to me, I was one of the guys who were like, hey man, we could run this thing forever. We got to run it on autopilot. As long as you got a couple of paid staff, I get a check in the mail every year and I buy my stuff at 30-40% off. I'm cool with that. We can run that indefinitely. So if you want to keep practicing, you want to run that indefinitely. If somebody waves, $7 million at you because you got 3 offices, or if you got one nice office, they'll wave $3 million at you. Where the year before, some optometrist might have gave you $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Right.
And if somebody would have called me up and asked for the free consultation, hey, should I go buy this office for $1 million. You know, I said, you got $1 million? He says, no, I'm going to the bank. They're going to loan me $1 million. I said, if they're going to loan you $1 million, you ought to go open your own office. That's, you know, if you're that strong. I said, you know, but you know, it's hard to get $1 million. Kind of, you know, it's still hard, but it ain't hard as it used to be. I know optometrists getting $1 million loans, but you know, that's so they came at the members of First Eye Care, and they said, look, we want to buy your offices. We want to get a presence. You know, this is the way it's going. You guys, you know, we've heard that, you know, you've always been interested in selling as a group, selling the name, blah, blah. So we entertained the offers for the
When
first
was
time.
this?
This
How long
was,
ago?
you know, 3 years.
Oh, okay.
You know, when it started, you know, when they, you know, it started East Coast, kind of drifted in and jumped into Texas. So in the beginning, you know, and the guys in the group were free to make their own decisions. So early on, we decided not to, because we never have. It's one of the benefits of First Eye Care, is we never could make anybody do anything. So no, you know, one member could veto anything. You know, you can't make, you know, no one can make me spend my money. You know, we never had that kind of control on each other. So once it became private equity time, you know, if you wanted to band together with the guy you've known for 30 years and try to do a deal with 6 offices and you two, fine, you can do whatever you want. So everybody entertained their own offers, put in their own paperwork, and made their own deal and their own decision. And out of our big group, everybody sold to some private equity except 3 of us.
Wow.
So there's 3 of us left that still practice under a name of First Eye Care. And I'm,
so
you know,
how has all that changed then in terms of the benefits of the group? Did the group disband, or did you just really contract and now you don't have as much buying power?
no, there is no group. So the group is disbanded. At the end, we had our own lab. Past 4 or 5 years, you know, we had our own lab, a full lab. So I mean, the thing was growing. Again, to me, I was like, hey man, I can just do this for another 20 years and I'm fine. You know, so and again, I didn't really want to stop working. So the private equity offer was not as attractive to me as it was the guys that were more ready to retire. And you kind of, most of the guys are going to retire once they complete their time of service, from what I'm seeing. And again, several have retired early because of multiple reasons, dissatisfaction,
Health.
you know, just I know 5 or 6 where it's just, hey, I don't want to do this anymore. And if you got enough money in the bank to live on, then you got the right to say, I don't want to do this anymore.
Right.
But it's hard on the practice, it's hard on the patience. And my only concern, you know, again, I don't begrudge anybody's decision. I was close. So I mean, I'm not going to get mad at people for making $5 million.
No.
Okay.
But
I mean, think about it. We're in a
you.
profession where you can make $5 million. That's pretty cool. Okay.
That is pretty cool.
It's
And
pretty
retire
cool.
young.
Yeah, and retire young. We are in a great profession, but it's changing. And so, and since I'm going to stay in it, I'm more concerned about the changes than the people that are getting ready to get out of it. You know, that's the way to put it. I see it changing. I don't want to even say for the better, for the worse, because it's, you know, change is always a constant. It's just going to change. You know, but what I'm going to do, the way I practice optometry, man, there's always going to be a place for me. You know, always.
What are you doing clinically now, Craig? I know you always like to buy new toys, and I don't know if you have one on the list this year. Anything new that you're considering getting?
Yeah, I just got 2 new things. Matter of fact,
Amazing.
Man, so, like you said, man, I've been doing this 39 years. There's always new stuff. Okay, I'm on my 8th OCT.
Wow. Some guys don't even have one, and you're burning through them on number 8.
I burn through them like toilet tissue. Okay, I mean, we use them up. We do 12, 15 OCTs a day. Okay, I mean, it's every day. It's no different than somebody doing 25 optoses a day. And that's what these machines are for. And it's only because I've been practicing 39 years and I always get stuff the instant it comes out, just like Steve just said. So a couple of months ago, we got the latest photobiomodulation technology. So I've had that Marco unit since it came out. I think I was the first one or second one in Texas. So I think so I got an IPL device. It's called iPro X. I think that's the trade name. I got a new IPL device, and this IPL combines radio frequency in the same pulse. So you get a pulse of IPL energy and then a pulse of radio frequency energy together. And it supposedly allows you to use less power from each individual energy source. So to where you got lower risk of adverse effects like burning and stuff, but then you get deeper penetration because the radio frequency synchronized with the IPL gives deeper penetration, and you get higher overall energy because you're using two different kinds of energy. Like you might have, if you did the IPL by itself, it might be 15 joules. If you did the radio frequency by itself, it might be 15. You wouldn't do the 15 together. So you blend them together, but you get a higher overall number. So supposedly, at least, maybe better efficacy, maybe than kind of just IPL alone. Maybe lower risk of adverse effects. I have burned a few people with IPL. I mean, it's going to happen every once in a while. So that's my newest IPL device. I think I am the first office to have two. I don't know. I'm the first one I know to have two IPL devices. So that's
well, you figured out a way to pay less taxes also if you take the 179 election.
Well, I've always done the best I can. I mean, I did pretty good last year. So again, there's people say, how can you get these machines? I'm like, man, you're losing money if you don't get these machines. The machines get all kind of tax benefits, better care, more money. Just that makes sense. So anyway, I always get the machines. So I got that, and then I got the new low-level light therapy. So I got a second low-level light therapy device. This one uses these planar panels instead of a mask to deliver the light. So you said it's a whole different vibe. I put a picture of it up on ODwire yesterday.
I just saw a thread started about it. So
yeah. Well, just to show what it looks like. So it's different. And then the big thing again with that one is it has infrared light. So it's the first one that I've seen, because there's not a lot of these devices. So this one has infrared, and the infrared, again, just like the radio frequency on the IPL, goes for deeper penetration. So supposedly deeper penetration, more physiologic benefits, supposedly, with this photobiomodulation therapy.
So could you do both on the same patient? Could you do both?
You can. I mean, I've only had it a month, so I mean, I don't really know how to blend it yet. I'm developing protocols, but so far it's pretty cool. So those are my two latest things.
Amazing. And you don't try to sell the old IPL, correct? You're not. Nobody's going to buy it. Yeah, you'll just keep it as a.
Oh, shoot, man! I know a guy just bought a brand new system last month from Marco. It was like $45,000. I can sell it if I want to. I mean, I'd almost rather have two.
Yeah, good backup if something breaks down.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, I might have paid right now. Since I'm still kind of in an evaluation phase with the new technology, I might have a patient where I'm more comfortable putting a mask on them than putting the panels on them, maybe. Right. I don't think this new IPL has any negatives compared to that other IPL. So I don't think I'm going to do the old IPL too much, but I might do a mask session every once in a while instead of putting the panels on somebody. But I think this new stuff is worth trying, and that's the way I'm gonna go for a minute and see.
Are you doing the whole face as well as the eye area? Because I understand you have to make the skin contiguous in terms of the look. Or
well, I'm not doing any. I'm not into the skin rejuvenation aesthetics thing too much. I know optometrists that do that, and quite a few actually that do real well at it financially, and their patients are happy with the results. I've talked to guys that have tinctures. I've talked to guys that have the old Bellevue. I mean, I've turned myself the past couple of years into an energy-based therapy specialist. Whether it's radio frequency energy, whether it's IPL energy. whether it's the low-level light therapy. I mean, I've read a lot of articles and got to where I could lecture on this stuff. So I understand it pretty well. So I'm thinking maybe this stuff might be better in some areas. So, yeah, so I'm gonna try it out.
Maybe a nice little lecture for CEwire 2023 is the combination of what you do in the office as a hook for at least one of your hours. Sounds
Yeah,
like
that's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'll know a
Think
lot
about it.
more by then.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. So that's I think. Oh, then I'm giving supposedly. Supposedly Conan Medical is coming out with this objective field at the end of the year. I'm really anxious to get that. I've been holding out on getting one of them headsets.
They're like 3 years late.
I know it. I mean, that's Conan Medical is a real kind of focused company on quality and consistency, and if there's anything at all that's just not 100% right, they won't do it. So if there's some supply chain issues, some lens that doesn't work 100%, they just won't do it. So from an outsider looking in closer than most people, they're just not going to make the thing until it's 100% right. And I'm thinking it's close to being 100% right, and they're going to start selling it pretty soon here. So I'm really anxious to get one of those, and because I've been on the prototype, and it's so different. Where if you can imagine doing a visual field just by looking, no punching, no clicker, it's revolutionary. It's really it's totally different. So I'm going to get one of those. Imagine you could do a visual field like in 5 minutes without the patient doing nothing but looking at the lights.
Amazing.
It's amazing.
It just senses with looking. It senses the eye movement.
It's got these little infrared cameras. So it's the reverse of what of a threshold field. So it pops a light up and it wants you to look at the light.
Okay.
Okay. So if you can see the light, look at it. Okay. And then so then it's got little cameras in there, little infrared cameras that see the movement and detect it or not detect it. And there's all kind of algorithms and stuff. And so the machine makes the light dimmer and dimmer until you can't find it. And that's how it does the field.
Right.
And it's just it's basically you looking all around. Okay, and if you ain't looking around, then you've lost your vision. Mm-hmm. So it's an inverse kind of thought process. Really cool.
Yeah.
When you think about it.
I'm going to stop by their booth at Expo and really harass them, because I remember seeing the prototype literally 3 years ago, right before the pandemic, and then it's just like, No,
I think they're gonna. I haven't talked with them in a few weeks. They're gonna have it there. It reminds me of the contact lens companies when I talk to the contact lens companies, and they come out with new lenses, and I'll say, look, if I order this lens tomorrow, is it going to be on the shelf or is it going to be on back order for 2 weeks, and my patient's going to bite my head off? Because I've been through that.
That's a good question.
I've been through it 100 times. I'm tired of it. Okay, I'm not going to do that no more. so I don't think they want to. My feeling is that this would be a well-received item, especially I don't know, especially. I think it would be well-received. I was going to say especially in the ophthalmological community. But every optometrist office I go to, somebody's got a threshold perimeter. And a lot of them got these little headsets now. So I think that's going to be a big change in the technology. Just like the headsets have been a change. Shoots, the big glaucoma clinic up here, Glaucoma Associates, they bought 10 of them. Shoots, they're doing them in every room now.
Yep.
I've talked to too many guys that use those things to say they don't work. They work. You can get the same kind of results as you would get on a big $20,000 or $30,000 perimeter.
Right, and in fact, during our little break here today, when we take our break, I'm going to run a webinar we just did with Paul Karpecki, where he uses one of those devices and explains how the VR headset actually works. So I'll put that up. It was a webinar we did a few weeks ago.
I did several demos. I went to Vision Expo last year. I spent one whole day evaluating those headsets.
Wow.
I went to every single booth that had one. I went to the Hero booth. I went to the Marco booth because they have the All Eyes. I went to the M&M booth. And there was one other one. And I sat and let them give me the entire presentation. It was kind of comical because the one or two of them knew who I was, like I'm the Grand Poobah. And then, Dr. Thomas, come over here. I'm like, I'm coming, man. That's why I'm walking over here. Just hold your horses. I said, we want to show you something. I said, I bet you do. I bet you. I bet you do. And I said, so I actually, I didn't have nothing else to do. I wasn't speaking. So it was kind of a hangout meeting for me. So I spent, it had to be 4 hours going through each booth, trying on each device, actually performing a visual field, seeing what the outputs look like, making them printed up, so I gave it a serious evaluation, in my opinion.
And you weren't satisfied, obviously. You didn't purchase.
No, I'm waiting on the objective field.
Okay, right. You didn't tell them that, yeah.
I keep waiting. I didn't think any of them were better than that objective field.
Oh, sounds great if it does work, yeah.
The benefit is portability, doing it in the exam room, especially some older person don't like moving around, doing it in the exam chair. That's all really cool. And that's almost enough to do it. Okay. But they're still clicking. You still got the 73-year-old lady clicking with her thumb. Okay. It's the same thing. The objective field without the clicker. Okay. That was different. That was different. Because I think I would do more visual fields. So I would get more information. I can make better decisions. I've got old people now, I've been seeing for years, do fields on them all the time because it's just so hard on them.
Craig, how was the in-office training for the IPL and the newer devices that you got? Because obviously you can, like you say, burn people, etc. Do they really hold your hand a couple of days in the office and your staff?
No,
really?
No, man, you hallucinate. What are you talking about?
They're selling you something. They usually will train you in it.
This is brand new stuff, man. I got, as far as I know, I got the first low-level light therapy device imported by these guys. They're manufactured in the country. And the IPL, I know I'm in the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think I was number one, but there's only a few guys ahead of me, where they got these kind of devices, where you combine the IPL and the radio frequency. So no, just like the Marco guys, when I got that device 2.5 years ago, and I splurged, if anybody that's reads ODwire knows when that happened, I talked about it all the time. Okay, well, I was the 3rd guy in the country, maybe the 5th guy. Nobody knows. They don't know. Okay, they don't know. And mostly they don't use these machines around the world for what we do. They use them for skin rejuvenation and skin tightening and wrinkle reduction. Yeah, that's what they do. We're using it for my meibomian gland dysfunction. That's what I say in all my lectures, because I'm not a dermatologist. I'm not I could be. Again, anybody heard my lectures, I can do whatever I want. I'm a clinical neurophysiologist, transplant surgeon, a corneal specialist, glaucoma specialist. I can do whatever I want. Okay.
Transplant surgeon?
You put on an amniotic membrane, you transplant a piece of tissue from one human being to another. By definition, that is transplant surgery.
Good point. Hey, Craig, you have 5 minutes to go until your lecture
I was about
starts.
to say that.
I just realized by looking at it, I'm like, uh-oh. Wow.
2 minutes.
Yeah. So
all right, well, hook me up so I don't screw it up. What screen do I go to?
Yeah. So you got to just go log into CEwire2022.com, hit login, and then go to room 3, and you should be all set.
All right. Well, hey, all right, good deal. Y'all keep on going. If I mess it up, I'm gonna call somebody on the phone. Answer the phone.
Always good to talk to you, Craig.
All right. See y'all later.
All right.
Bye.
See you later, Craig.
Thanks.
All righty. Well, that was Dr. Thomas, and his lecture is starting. I'll put it up on the screen here.
Always an interesting conversation. I was really glad to hear about his group and how it got started and what happened to it.
Yeah.
I was a member of IDoc, which is really similar. Mark Fetter up in Connecticut. He started with 8, 9, 10 doctors, and it grew and grew and grew. And what happened is he went up with 400, 500 doctors, and we'd have national meetings, and it was a love fest when it was Mark Fetter, and basically that was it. Then he sold out to a big company, and I left the organization. It degraded after that, but he I'm sure made a pretty penny, and he's still practicing now in Connecticut. So he formed it. It was exactly the same paradigm as Craig, where they got together every month. We would get together every month. I was member director. We had CE, we had presentations, and the group loved it. And then it degenerated when it went to a bigger national organization, and I dropped that.
Yep. It seems
Very
like
cool idea.
that's always the way though, right? You have this idea of crossing the chasm, right? Where you get to a point where you're big enough and you can't take it to that next step. You know, most organizations can't, right? They try to move to that next step, and then either they, you know, are hugely successful or it's so that's always the problem, right? It's that next generation of leaders that they bring in, can they actually maintain it?
In fact, that's where I met John Nolan at the very first national meeting I went to, when he lectured and explained about macula health vitamins. I brought him into the office more than a dozen years ago now, probably. And he was so convincing because he was so knowledgeable. And right after him was Craig Steinberg, and he was boring.
You know, I'm hoping we have Steinberg back this coming year for the next CEwire, because the timing didn't work out for him this year, but it's always great to have him.
He's so busy with Hawaii and California, and now he's playing the amazing golf.
Yep.
I mean, we're talking about world-class golf at his age, and playing with people 10 years younger than him.
I think he should be tested for PEDs.
Yep.
Because he seems to be aging backwards, so something's going on there.
We have an anonymous post.
Uh-oh.
Has to do with Benjamin Chudna's talk. Is there any way of getting that anonymous post on that we can?
Which Ben
What does it say?
Ben Chudner's not giving a talk at our conference, so I'm not sure what.
It would be probably on optometric economics. I put it on last night.
Oh boy, Ben Chudner's not giving a talk at this year's conference, so I'm not sure which. Hang on here, I'll actually show everyone what I'm scrolling through.
I see what it is.
I don't see anything.
Private equity, second bite of the apple.
Oh, that thing.
I'm not reading it, but
There it is, yeah. You just read it right. Adam had it.
So let's see.
well, maybe we can ask Ben to I can text him and ask him to be prepared to answer that.
Right. So this is the idea that when you sell to private equity, you're not just getting money, you know, cash. You're getting a piece of the thing that was sold. So then if the private equity firm flips itself to somebody else, right, you should take part in that sale as well. I think that's what they're getting at here.
You expand it. It was a whole big piece. There you go.
I'm texting him and he's going to be on shortly, I think.
A couple hours?
He's going to be on in like an hour and a half. So he will answer it.
By the way, I emailed Adam, but Bethany Fishbane, who's coming on next at 12 o'clock to talk to us.
You included me. I know.
Okay, so I worked with her intimately, well, not that intimately in low vision practice at Rob Wood Johnson University Hospital, and I was the director. She was my assistant. After a while, I got too busy in the office, and she took over, and their practice boomed. Her and Jonathan Fishbane, in terms of low vision and everything else. But she's a real bright, good girl, and we haven't seen her in years, so it'd be good reacquainting with her.
She's a personal friend, and until she took on her new gig, she was my personal OD. Now her husband is. So I drive up that way to.
That's a long drive to Somerset.
No kidding.
You stop by my house on it's in between. Actually, I sent quite a few patients to her.
Next time.
I know people who live in that area. My daughter used to live in that area, so I would send them to that practice, and they're pissed now because they have to see Jonathan.
Jonathan's
even though he's great,
doctor.
But when you bond with Bethany, it's a different dynamic. He's great, and
her son was teching there for a while, and I don't know if she's the office manager or the optical manager, but one of the women who works there in her frame dispensing area, Larissa Steinberg, she's gotten to be a friend, and she gets free reign in picking my frames. So these are my neuro lenses. But she picked these out for me. We went frame shopping together at Expo East a couple of years ago. And whatever she tells me that I need to get, it's what I get. So
Yeah, I didn't
I
realize.
owe all of my frames to her.
I didn't realize you were a low vision patient, though. I'm just
No.
kidding. I know that's their subspecialty.
Yeah, that's their
Um,
subspecialty. I am so, although I'm feeling like one with hyperopia and presbyopia together. I mean, my God,
Yep,
I might
that's
go clear lens extraction sooner than I thought.
Have you tried the drops at all?
Yeah, you gave
Oh yeah,
me
yes.
a prescription and I hated
And
it.
great. Sue me. We'll
Right?
split the money. Uh, no,
No, I hated them.
even
Well,
if for the hyperopia, I'm thinking how much you're what +2 doesn't look that bad.
these are neuro lenses, so it's not
Okay.
a good judge.
But what's your regular prescription about?
Well, I'm a +2, +250, plus.
And it didn't help for distance vision. I would think it would be good for
It
distance
helped
vision.
a little bit, but well, first I got headaches,
And
which didn't help.
Yeah.
And then also, to be fair to Vuity, I didn't have any single vision contact lenses to try. All I have are multifocal. So to
Right.
be fair, it wasn't a true test. So I did get a little bit of visual benefit for sure. It wasn't enough, and it may be enough if I wear single vision contact lenses. But the headaches, I mean, I have migraines and sinus headaches as it is. I don't need to add more to the mix.
I'm going to be lecturing on it again in a second iteration. Hopefully some more drugs will be approved, but I'm going to do anecdotes like yours and many other ODs and polls I ran on my Facebook page, and your experience is the rule, not the exception. So
well, feel free to include me. And if you want me to guinea pig any of the other ones as they become approved, you call me in a script and I'll do it.
They'll be far better because they'll have other drugs in it to ameliorate the side effects. And then the big
I'd
one.
love to try them. Absolutely. Because I don't like, I mean, I wear these just because it helps with looking at screens, but reading with my contact lenses is becoming a little bit of a challenge, and I hate wearing glasses. Like PALs, I cannot stand PALs. So I am all over these new drugs.
Hey guys, sorry, I didn't mean to abandon you. I was reminding everyone, Craig Thomas's lecture is starting. We got a couple hundred people in the room already. Craig actually just called me. I had to help him get in. So,
Adam, what does that say that we didn't know that you quote unquote abandoned us? Steve and I were just yakking.
You were just going off. Yeah, I actually had to totally take off my gear here to actually get on the phone to help Craig. So I stripped down. I don't even know what you guys were talking about. So.
And Mark Friedberg only has about 300, but I think the reason is he had 3,000 the first lecture. Probably that much ton through some of the. I said hello to him, so he's there. Craig is there, so everybody's there. That's good.
Well, numbers are still great. What does that say about what people want for online education? And this is what, the third or fourth iteration?
This is the fourth one. Yeah.
Yep.
Fourth. And people are still coming back for the same courses.
Yep.
What does that tell you?
People signed up last night and this morning also, Adam, because I kind of induced them. Any did you have to qualify people?
Yeah, in fact, I was doing it right now. So we have, several more that have signed up this morning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. About 12 people this morning. So
because people like your state, Oregon, they can still take it on demand and get all their credits. So there's still that population of people, Canada also, that could take advantage of the seminar, the conference way after today's over.
Yep. So pretty cool that people are still doing it. And I've actually been helping people through. I think the one thing about this live stream that's been different for me than all the others is the sheer level of interaction that I'm having with users during the event to try to help them, because the software platform that we're using, it empowers me, or whenever I get a sidekick, if I can ever get Reed interested in this, to be able to help people in real time, which the old platform that we were using, if there were problems, they were very difficult to resolve in real time. But here, I have enough power that I can go in and literally fix people's problems like that. And so that's why I keep ditching and going and doing this, because I actually can, right? So now
also, you have a great trio of interviewers that you don't have to worry about.
There you go. I can just let you guys
blab. Just set it up on autopilot.
Yeah, you guys can just go forever. But that's a good thing, right? Because now we've learned, of course, for the next go around, probably having an assistant here would be useful for me, because they can actually do a lot of this stuff in real time.
Mhm.
if they're at all computer literate, to help people out. Whereas
Even a
before,
high school kid, because you're talking about they're brilliant in terms of this stuff.
I've got a junior high school kid who I actually like house and feed, and I think he should be down here. If I have to be up
Does
at
the
5
kid
a.m.
want an allowance? Does he want to continue
No,
his music
give him
lessons? I mean,
give him
come on.
$15 an hour. Give him a decent salary.
A couple weekends a year.
I-
Dude can step up.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it would be a huge responsibility for him, but I think he'd probably learn a lot. So,
And
um,
goes on his resume.
yeah.
It's a great resume builder if he's going into IT.
So, you know, oh, God forbid, I wouldn't
Make
wish
him
this on him.
program, what do you call it, IT coordinator or
Oh,
some title that
I love
sounds great.
that. I mean, you made a separate trip to the Nintendo store in New York for him.
That is
You
true.
buy his video games. You take him. I think that the boy needs to step up for the
So
family business.
I
Yep.
think the next conference I'll get him involved and get him looking at more of this stuff, because he's old enough now where he can really do this.
Got to earn your keep,
But
buddy.
because, you know, before though, I would never let him do it because the software was so rigid and there wasn't enough that we could do here. But the fact that, you know, working with Audentio, they've been great to work with, and the way they've built the software, you know, it gives me a lot of power to actually fix stuff as we're going and help people. So he could do that too, and I wouldn't be afraid of him wrecking stuff. So, you know, which you can. I mean, that's the flip side, right? With great power comes great responsibility. You know, like this morning when we had that one lecture that went south, and people, you know, are still wondering what happened, but that there was that one, Dr. Nolan's lecture. So I had to immediately remove it from the schedule. Before, with the old software, actually doing something like that in real time would have been a huge pain. But now, you know, it was easy for me this morning to rapidly go in, remove it from the schedule, put up an announcement, show people, you know, what's happening and why it's not there anymore. So the software is much more flexible and easy to interact with. At the same time, it's much more powerful. So you can't give too many people that kind of power, because they could accidentally kill every single lecture here.
But once again, yet another reason why Audentio is so freaking awesome.
Yeah, they've made this, you know, exactly what we needed it to be, and that was the point, I think, that, you know, they were willing to work with me to make this precisely what we needed, and I can't thank them enough for it. So, and again, you know, there's still
You
some.
put on your glasses. You're doing a little squinty, or you need your acuity.
It's right here.
I see you
Okay.
peering at the screen. And where are you, by the way? What is your background right now?
I went to optometry school. Before that, I was at MIT. Then I was at the SUNY at Stony Brook. Oh, not that background. That is, I think I'm in mission control in
okay.
NASA. Okay. By the way, if you do get Apple TV, there's a great, and my wife resisted watching it. Anybody get Apple TV?
Yes.
It's called For All Mankind. And it's revisionist history where the Russians get to the moon like the week before us, and everything changes. But it's all about it's 3 seasons, but she gobbled it down in like 2 weeks. It's just fantastic. And she's the type that likes girly stuff and, you know, chick flicks. And it was just so I recommend it highly, For All Mankind.
For All Mankind. Okay. So I'll watch that if you watch Severance.
I watched Severance. Love it. Love it. Like that. I mean, it's so
that was
riveting.
So awesome and messed with your head. I don't want to wait for season 2. I want it right now.
You still don't know what's happening. I mean, you know what's happening, but you don't know what's happening. Severance is great, and
it's wacky.
It was wacky, but done. I don't know who wrote it, who storyboarded it, but they're peeling back the layers slowly but surely.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine being a data refiner like that and looking at those numbers? I mean, I would. And in that giant room.
And what are they doing? What are those numbers? Are they killing people because something happens with those numbers?
Oh, nobody knows.
Yeah.
And then we could get a waffle party or a melon party or a dance party, and that show is just whack in the best way.
Yep. And at the beginning it was slow. You didn't know what was happening. You thought it was just nothing. And then as you went through the first season, it was just great. And I have a water cooler talk with my daughters every night afterwards, because we watch it when it first comes. They do one episode at a time, and that also Handmaid's Tale, if you get Hulu, is starting.
I haven't watched that, and I would rather read the book, honestly. Whenever there's a book, I'd rather read the book than watch a show or movie.
The book goes through the first 2 years, and now it's up to year 5, so it goes beyond that.
It's beyond
Yeah,
book.
what happens in the book. So, and she's great, Elizabeth Moss. She's
Oh, I
a
love her.
great actress. Yeah. So those are the things that we watch, and it was very. I started something with Steve Carell where he's the psychiatrist to a serial killer, and I had to stop it. It was just too
Well,
challenging.
my daughter would like that. What's that called?
That's called The Patient, and I think it's either on. I believe it's on Hulu. Yeah, The
Okay, I'll
Patient.
tell her that. We're currently we're behind. We're watching, Troy and I are watching Lock and Key. We watched the first series. I don't know if Alex watched the first season. We are about a couple of episodes into season 2, and season 3 just came out, and that's the end of it, and that's on
Mhm.
Netflix.
Yeah.
But that's really cool, and it's more of a fantasy because it's about special keys that you can use to get into other worlds. But apparently it's a graphic novel series, and so my daughter wants to read that, and I'd like to read it too, but I think we need to go buy the books because it's hard to read something like that on a device, on a Kindle. So
What I
but if
like
you
is
are all interested in fantasy sci-fi,
yeah, I'm a
Lock and
sci-fi
Key
nut.
is
Yeah.
good on Netflix.
What I like is the limited series. You get closure, it's over, etc. I'm so sick of investing 4, 5, 6, 7 years in a TV show, and then it ends with no ending, or the ending is terrible, like Lost or something like that.
Yeah. Well, watch this. This is only 3 seasons, and it's what, 8 or 10 episodes, something
Okay.
like that. So it's not too bad.
That's in like 40-minute episodes, kind of not the.
Maybe
Yeah.
50.
Okay, that's not bad.
What about
But
Only Murders in the Building on Hulu? Have you
love
watched-
it, love it, love it, love it.
Awesome.
It's so cute, and now they are so great. Steve Martin and Martin Short, they are fantastic. If guys haven't watched it, you would love it, Paul. But you know what? It's kind of a East Coast Jewish thing, like Seinfeld. I don't know who gets it elsewhere in the country, because a lot of the humor is that type of humor in a big
Well,
fancy
because it's
building.
based in New York.
Right. But people in Nebraska have no idea what some of these jokes mean, or some of the interactions mean.
Well,
but
maybe I'm too East Coast because that didn't even occur to me.
yeah, well, you're involved with this environment. Yeah, that's great. And Ted Lasso is great also.
You know, that's why I originally got that, and Schmigadoon is why I got Apple TV, and I've never watched Ted Lasso yet, and I want to.
You'll devour it. And the third season is going to come out. It's the last season, and its closure, etc. is coming out in January, so you have plenty of time to catch up and then watch it. He's great. He's from Saturday Night Live. Every character is casted beautifully, as is in For All Mankind, like I said. And
Well, I was thinking of getting rid of Apple TV just because I wasn't watching it as much, and also I'm kind of annoyed at how much we're paying in terms of streaming services, because the whole point of not having a ridiculous cable bill was to cut some of those costs, but now everybody is like, well, you have to buy this, but now I got sucked into Severance, so there is no way that I can get rid of Apple TV until that's over. And I also want to watch some Jon Stewart. The problem with Jon Stewart, I do love me Jon Stewart, and I want to watch more of that, and I haven't done that many, but yes, we've got Netflix. We've had that for years. Hulu. We've got Disney Plus. We've got HBO. And
HBO
Apple.
Max.
Yeah. So, I mean, come on. I'm not
Well,
getting
you have to get
Paramount
older kids, because what we do is with my children being a little bit older, with families of their own, and they need it for the cartoons and stuff, we split the bills. So it's not that much. We have got 3 of us, and I
like
pay
you
for one.
subscribe to this, I'll subscribe to that.
Right.
Speaking of subscriptions, hang on a second. Let me stop you guys since we've gone off on a tangent here. So what I've been working on while you guys have been talking about subscription
we
services.
need to talk about work now?
Yeah, so no, but actually this is related. You're talking about subscription services to television. We've now had 3 or 4 cases over the past day that I've had to respond to where people have signed up for ODwire, and then they keep asking me why they can't get into the lectures at CEwire. So just like with your HBO Max, with our system, if you register for ODwire and you try to get into the CEwire conference, you actually can get as far as the lobby, but when you try to watch the lectures, it bounces you out. It says you have no permission to be here. And so people have been asking me, how come I can't see the lectures? And the answer is because you have to subscribe to CEwire2022 to get in. So
maybe there's too many wires. Maybe the name is confusing.
I guess, I mean, or you know what it is, they don't expect to have to pay for CE. I wonder.
It's so cheap
Or
already, people.
I wonder if that's it. Like they've signed up for ODwire and they think that all these 60 lectures or whatever are going to be free. They don't realize they actually have to pay. So
well, they figure that large fee you charge for ODwire would include CEwire. It's free for everybody in the audience, unless you're a supporting member, which I agree that you all should be.
there you go. So we are like the HBO Max, for better or worse. Hopefully, people are willing to pay the subscription fee for it.
Why are you saying you're like HBO Max as opposed to Hulu or Disney Plus? Oh, we've got Disney Plus too. I forgot that. Jeez.
I always
Whatever.
considered myself more of an HBO, right? You know, we use some body humor here as well, so we're not a
The
Disney
movie's
Plus.
Terrible though.
What's that?
You know, is the films that they give on Saturday nights are terrible, terrible films.
Saturday
You mean
night.
on regular, like on Cinemax, Showtime,
There
etc.?
was something on last night that I turned off within a half hour. That's silly.
Yeah.
Do they actually
We-
schedule things on these networks, like at particular times?
Pardon me?
Is that still a thing where
I don't
people
think
show
your
up?
dad streams.
Oh,
I think he's talking about regular, like Cinemax, Showtime, HBO.
You have to call it Skinamax, not
Do-
Cinemax.
do people still subscribe to that? I guess so. I guess somebody
I took
must.
them well off. There was no movies ever. I took them, and whatever
Yeah.
movies appear there,
So,
they were on the streaming services 2 months before.
so Dad, I'll tell you. I mean, you know, it's funny the way things shift. This past month, apparently, for the first time ever, the subscribers to streaming services have now outpaced subscribers to traditional cable services like the one you're discussing. So you're
I'm
seeing
surprised
a
it took
radical,
this long.
yeah. So you're seeing a radical shift away from existing, you know, traditional cable services.
My granddaughter works, I think it's Hulu. She works for a lot of the programs that are on Hulu now.
Hmm.
Got to see
You get
Hulu.
free Hulu?
No, she actually does. She works on the production side of things, actually, on some of the series.
See, and
So
what Hulu does is they have TV shows that are on regular TV the day after. So, for example, there's a series called The Con, which is great. It's individual episodes of people that conned, including Tammy and Jim Baker, and we forgot to tape it. Then we watch it on Hulu the next day. It's no big deal. So, really, they're all intertwined. It's not like you're missing out on things that are on HBO, Cinemax, and
Right.
Showtime. And like I said, a lot of the movies appear on the streaming services first, and then go on regular TV a couple months later.
yeah. And I think like it's probably difficult for a lot of people to appreciate if you've grown up watching cable, but the majority of young people at this point do not subscribe to it. And
Oh, yeah.
when they go into a house where somebody's actually watching cable TV, it's like a bizarre alien experience, like seeing the cable news people blathering on, or seeing HGTV just randomly running in the background. Like it is disturbing, actually.
They get their news online.
Yeah.
Do you know the numbers? I could not believe it. I'm not going to get political here, but CNN had one show of cable news in the top 25, and it was 25th. It was Anderson Cooper. But Fox was at the top. The top show gets 3 million viewers.
Yeah.
That's less than 1% of the United States. It's nothing.
Yeah.
So people are getting their information online, whatever service they're providing.
Yeah.
Whether it be
It's a major, and I mean, of course, a lot of the cable, you know, the people who subscribe to it, it's one foot in the grave, the other on the banana peel, right? So advertisers are trying to move as quickly as they can to streaming, and it's interesting because a lot of the ads they're trying to target, they're doing a miserable job of it. So I wonder how that's working out for them, you know, trying to actually target people on streaming services.
Because I can see the age group. If you look at MSNBC, it's always about medicines, illness,
Yes.
insurance.
Yep. And buying gold.
right.
One
Well,
foot in the grave and the other on a banana peel. Boy, that is a visual, Adam.
Yep, I'll use that. I never heard that before.
But
But you're right, Paul.
Yeah.
CNBC, the two business networks, Fox Business and CNBC, they will be targeted towards buying gold. What do you call it? What's it called when you sell your mortgage to a company and they give you money back?
Oh yeah, reverse
That's
mortgages.
my money and I want
Yeah.
it now.
Yes.
JD Wentworth,
Yeah.
Yes,
annuity.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I just
There's advertising networks.
they rip you off
Anonymous post.
big time.
Craig Thomas, I noticed, doesn't want to respond to him because he said that some of the assumptions and beliefs are inaccurate.
for what? Which one?
Anonymous statement.
You talk about his lecture? Oh, you're not in his lecture.
Well, no, we're having we're having a private equity guy, Chudnow's coming on to talk to us very shortly. And this anonymous post came in last night that he might like to answer on the air, but I don't know how to copy it. So
That's okay. I can articulate what. Yeah, we went over this. I'll talk to Ben about it.
Why
It's
don't you
fine.
read it to us, though?
No,
Read the
I mean,
post to us.
you can actually see it. I had it up here, so you can see it. It's just, again, the question is the second bite of the apple thread, right? This. Oop. So the idea is that when you sell to private equity, they don't just give you cash. Usually what happens is you get shares in the company as well, so that if the private equity group is sold again, right? Because most of these private equity companies, if you talk to them, and Ben will freely admit this, they are not necessarily in this for the long term, right? What they're looking to do is buy this stuff up and then sell to somebody bigger, right? To the bigger
Turn
fish.
and burn.
And so, and do it multiple times, right? Because they want to do it 3, 4, 5 times, however many they can get, because each time there's more money. And so the question here is, for the individual practitioner who's selling out, are they part of that, right? Do they get shares so they can get a second, third, fourth bite, as opposed to just getting cash up front? And I think the answer is going to be, and Ben will obviously correct me, it's going to be different for each group. I think
That's correct,
I
yes.
think each group runs very differently.
They run differently, Paul, in terms of what the doctor who stays gets, what he gets up front, what he gets after a couple of years, what salary he gets. It's all different, and that's why you might interview 2 or 3 private equity groups if they're interested in your group practice.
Big lump of cash up front. I can't see a very, very successful practitioner taking money 5 years down the road. You lose too much. If they pay you a salary of 150K, and ordinarily you take home 400K.
But if they're giving you $3 million, Paul, and then you get that money at the back end, and you're still getting a salary, even though it's a small one, you're set for life.
On the back end is the question.
So normally the way they structure these deals is they'll give you some up front. You have to keep working for a certain amount of time. You'll get a lump at the end. But additionally, sometimes they'll give you shares in the actual group itself, so that if the group gets sold again, you'll get equity and you'll get some sort of liquidity event later. And that's what the question's about.
How can you be sure you're going to get it is the question.
What do you mean? So it depends on how the deals are structured. If you take shares in the private equity group itself, when they get sold to somebody else, right, you get money for those shares. If that makes sense.
Suppose they run out of money.
Well, sure. Yeah, they can go bankrupt, right, like any other company.
And then what do you do with the back end?
You get Zippo.
You line your wall with the paper.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the risk you take, right? But that's why these doctors take lump sums, up front, and then another lump 3 years later after you've done your time. And then if you can get anything extra, that's great.
Yeah, and I haven't heard one that failed, Paul. If people do their contracts and stay the 2 or 3 years, they've gotten their money. So it's not like these are falling by the wayside and going bankrupt. However, going forward, it's going to be more challenging with interest rates being higher, and they have to borrow money sometimes to buy these places. And money was cheap for a long time. Now we'll ask Ben about it when he comes on, whether it's more challenging for him to buy places because of the monies involved.
Yep.
On the other hand, if you get a larger upfront sum of money, you could put that money away fairly safely, rather than going into the stock market and get 4 or 5% in bonds and stuff. And well, that's generating another $150,000 a year. So there you go. You're making your same money maybe, or close to it, and you still got that lump sum.
Big enough lump up front. That's the issue. How much up front?
You heard Craig say people walking away with $15-20 million. That's enough.
And
anybody.
I don't think that's going to be the case going forward now. I mean, I think those people, they bought it at the right time, but we'll ask Ben about it. But I just think there's going to be some risk on the back end no matter what. But Steve, you're right. No one's failed yet. Yet is the operative answer. And the question is, of course, who are these bigger fish, right, that are going to be coming in and buying? Who do you actually see wanting to buy these groups? I mean, would an Essilor eventually come in and say, you know what, we could just buy this entire group and immediately have market penetration, right? VSP, sure, well, and of course VSP has their own group now, right? I don't know how they're doing, but they have their own
But it could be
private
bigger
equity
than
arm.
that. It could be J&J. It could be
Sure.
Exxon. I mean, we're talking, multi-billion dollar
Well,
companies
sure. I
where,
mean, and if you're my eye doctor, it's Goldman Sachs, right? I guess the
yep, there you
question
go.
is, after that, where do you go? And the answer
Then you
is,
go
I
to
don't know.
the like the LV tour. The Saudis will buy everything,
Right. So,
and for them it's a drop in the bucket.
right. So I mean, that's the question, I think. What's nobody has a crystal ball, I guess, right? Nobody could have foreseen what would happen these past few years. So it's just interesting. I wonder what Ben's perspective is, because of course they never talk about this, but the partners in these firms, right? The way they make their money, they are all banking on a huge liquidity event, right? So forget about the doctors, right? The actual executives who run these companies, they need these large acquisitions, right? They're making money right now, right? They get a certain percentage of the revenues that are flowing through, but what they're really banking on is that huge acquisition sometime down the road, and not just one, right? They want to do it over and over again. Get bought by somebody who then gets bought by somebody bigger. So, I mean, I guess in that sense, the executives who run these companies their incentives are aligned with the doctors who also want a huge payday at the end, right? Because the executives are banking on it happening, and they're probably going to do whatever they can to make it happen.
And private industry, whether it be frames or equipment, they're probably a little worried down the road, because how much could you squeeze them if the whole country is, 5 private equity groups and they have buying power, leverage up the kazoo? How much can you squeeze a frame company where they have to make a profit, or equipment company, or anything else?
Yep. And so again, that's why Panzer keeps ranting and raving about Vision Expo and what's going to happen to Expo, right? When you have these large groups that are making giant purchasing decisions, why do you even need a large trade show? It's just not worthwhile, right? So Zeiss can go on site to any one of these large groups, show off their wares, and probably make just as many sales as if they go to a trade show like Expo.
You'll have some doctors that do concierge practices. People want to get away from the large groups, and they'll do well in affluent areas where somebody gives them, for medical care, $3,000 and do everything you want for me over the course of the year. We have something in New Jersey that I was actually considering. It's called Princeton something, where you go to Princeton and they do every single. It's not covered by insurance. They do every single thing they could possibly do on you in one day, colonoscopies and whatever, and you get the best doctors, and they will tell you a plan for the future, and you come back next year, etc. But it's again
That's
for
a
affluent
hell of
people.
a day.
Oh, yes, and they might draw blood before, because they want to have the blood analyzed. So they do everything, whether it be endoscopy, colonoscopy, EKG, stress tests, all the stuff that you could possibly do, including some more exotic tests. And I haven't done it, but it's something to consider for the future, especially if you're healthy and you want to see if there's some occult thing happening. If you know there's something wrong with you, there's no reason to go there.
Yep.
But so far,
Interesting. Now, what's it called?
the Princeton. Just Google Princeton,
Is it concierge care?
Princeton health examination, something like that.
Health
I'll try to,
physical exam. Let's see.
and it's not that far from me. It's
The
only
Princeton Longevity Center.
that's it.
Okay.
Let's see what it
I
says.
have to check this out just because it sounds interesting.
And it's not that expensive. It's doable. I think it's maybe between $1,000 and $1,500.
So
Wow, that's not
the
much.
problem with services like this, of course, is that you have to figure out what the rates of false positives are, right? Because you could end up going down a rabbit hole, which is the problem with these things, right? They could find something. It may not be clinically relevant, but now that you've seen that there's something there, you have to pursue it. And I think that's, one of the issues with, and I can understand if you're, very concerned about your health or hypochondriac or whatever, wanting to go down that path. But for some people, I could see where this could get expensive rapidly.
Yeah.
There are several locations, apparently: New York, Princeton, Connecticut, and Virginia. And you're saying it is not covered by?
No, it's private pay. I know that.
Yeah. So I mean,
And
I
there's
think
something called corporate health and executive health, and that's kind of creepy.
I mean, I think for individuals, this could be a useful thing. I think on a societal basis, obviously this would not be an affordable model because you'd end up chasing so many things that weren't actually there. But I could see if somebody's really into their health, they might want to do this, right? It's their form of recreation in a sick sort of way.
Does it tell you the test that they do, Gretchen, or?
I'm looking here. So the Princeton Longevity Center comprehensive exam is about 6 to 7 hours. 2 meetings with physicians, first to review your history and undergo an in-depth physical, and then again to review results. Consultation with a dietitian, with an exercise physiologist, advanced lab tests, treadmill stress test, body composition analysis, bone densitometry, and much more.
I'm gonna tell you,
Oh,
it's
wait,
not.
advanced components.
It's well
Wait,
received. It's not fly by night for sure.
okay.
Did they give a fee?
Well, CBC, oh, that's just all blood count. Let's see.
They're gonna do
Pulmonary function, hearing screening. Oh, visual acuity, vision screening. Yeah, I wonder who does that. Glaucoma testing, immunization review. And then you can do, let's see, cardiac risk, an EKG, treadmill stress, coronary calcium and vascular CT.
That's important.
Fitness, bone density, CT scan.
So I guess they don't do.
3D virtual colonoscopy.
Okay, so you don't have to.
As an additional same day elective. So everybody doesn't get that. This is really interesting.
It's definitely above board. It's not fly by night, but did they give a fee?
Let's see. Contact us, corporate health, the exam, elective. I don't know. I'd have to dig deeper. Let me.
But it'll be in that range. Because I've heard it on the radio. But it is.
You can have, there's different programs here. I don't know what the titanium program would be, but the others are self-explanatory. Cancer check, genetic insight, cardiac, men's health and vitality. We all know what that means. And then ultimate athlete. So very, very interesting. I had never heard of this.
You know, there's a term when you go out to the farm and like you pick apples and pick pumpkins and you get your cinnamon rolls or whatever. They call it agritainment. At least they call it that out here. And I think
I've never heard that term.
And I think this is more like meditainment. That's what I think this is. This is medical entertainment. I think this is, you know, useful for people who are really into this. And I think in that way, you know, it's worthwhile for someone, right? People might feel that there's real value in learning about all this stuff. I don't know. Ultimately, on a societal level, is it that useful? I don't know. I mean, the 3D colonoscopy is interesting. You know, they're obviously catering to people who don't want the inconvenience of actually having it done the correct way, right? The unpleasant
way. I don't know
way.
if this would not be a good way. So here we go. Advanced lab testing, sex and energy panel, micronutrient vitamin testing, food sensitivity, HIV, blood typing. Like, who doesn't know their blood type? Virtual colon. This is cardiac and cancer now.
Right.
Virtual colonoscopy, full body scan, cardiac angiography, carotid angiography, carotid ultrasound, genomic medicine, hereditary cancer gene testing, whole genome sequencing. I mean, I don't know that everybody needs that. Multi-cancer genetic early detection testing. I don't know what that is. And then for women's health, you can do a whole bunch of GYN, pap smear mammography, breast MRI, pelvic ultrasound. I guess if you have stuff going on, if you have stuff going on with your brain, memory and cognitive health, they can do a sleep health evaluation. An MRI.
You'll be there for 5 days.
Right. Yes.
Sleep apnea, advanced wellness, resting metabolic rate, an OptoView retina scan, endothelial function testing, and home sleep apnea testing.
Huh.
Wow.
So.
Well, there you go. I told you it was comprehensive.
I mean, you know, these are services that you can get right at a variety of places. They're just sort of putting it all in one place. I mean, I think for a lot of people, you know, the cardiac stuff is probably interesting to people who worry about that kind of stuff, right? Do I have a time bomb in my neck, right? Or my coronary arteries? It's not something that you'd routinely check. It's not something, if you go to your primary care doctor, if you have no symptoms, they would probably just go, eh. So if you're worried,
without symptoms,
right? And if you're worried and curious, I could see where this could be useful, right? If you really want to know, there's nothing happening here, and there's nothing happening in my chest. Sure, knock yourself out. Do it as long as you're willing to pay for it.
Well,
so there's a blog here. Now I want to know
Oh, it's all going to be 5-star. I'm sure if it's on their website.
Right.
No, well, no, a blog. It's not, it's just information that they have, but I want to know how much it's gonna cost. Case studies, our research team.
It's
Wow.
probably Princeton's probably about an hour from you.
Hour and a half, depending upon when you go.
Mhm.
Wow, look
It's
at all the
about.
people they have on staff. They have
Oh,
tons of people.
well, I thought they had one doctor doing all this.
It's like Star Trek, right? You just need one
I'm
doctor
sure
to
they have
run the whole sick bay.
cardiologists. I'm sure they have ophthalmology there if they're doing analysis with OCTs.
Let's see, medical director, director of cardiac imaging. Let's see, dietitians, exercise physiologists, CT techs and nurses, clinical staff, a medical assistant, medical technologist. No, that'd be it. I wonder if they send stuff like that to be read remotely.
Mm.
Mm, well, that's how they save money if it's India.
Hmm.
But interesting, I don't think Princeton has a medical school, even though they do this.
I
They
don't know where it's
yeah.
located though. It
Oh,
doesn't mean that it's part of, I mean, they've got to have a huge setup if they're doing some of this stuff.
Right.
Acoustic wave therapy. What the hell is that? A painless and non-invasive treatment for a variety of issues from nerve damage to acting as a penile treatment for men diagnosed with ET. I've never heard of that before. Interesting.
Well, you're not going to do that.
No.
Hmm.
Well, I could do it
So-
for other reasons, but not for that
But
reason.
if you have a nervous Nelly, that's the place to send them. At least they'll have some feeling of. But like Adam says, now they have a small little narrowing of the carotid artery. Are they going to get stents now when they didn't need stents before? It's going to be covered by insurance. Then now you're getting into expensive procedures, not cheap procedures. But like we keep on checking things off to keep ourselves healthy. We talked about herpes vaccine for you. This checks off a lot of boxes, at least. And there, I know in Israel, they just are getting good results with a cancer blood test, which detects in the body 50 different types of cancers in the proteins that are in the blood. But it's not FDA approved here, but it could be coming here in the next year or two. And that'll be really cool to have a screening at a regular physical. They won't. Then they have to analyze it specifically and do scans to find out where it is. And that these are in the very, very early stages when obviously you're going to have the best outcome.
You know, I was initially really intrigued by this, but then I wonder if they have therapists on hand to talk to you ahead of time, kind of like genetic counseling. Like, are you prepared to hear what some of these results might be? And you might say, you might get markers that, okay, you have markers for these 5 cancers, but what does that mean? What is your actual risk?
Right.
Because some people's lives could be impacted negatively by getting this information.
Let's forget the BRCA gene because that's an obvious one. But let's say you have some sort of colorectal genetic problem. You will go for more colonoscopies or more frequent tests. So at least you'll be more proactive than you might have been. But if you can't do anything about it, then
Yeah, that
it's
can really
moot.
mess with your head.
Yeah. If you're prone to get an astrocytoma multiform, which is a brain cancer, which they really can't do much for, what's the big deal of knowing about it?
Yeah. How does that help you? It just turns your life to shit.
Yeah. Well, I don't shoot the messenger again. I told
No,
you I
I'm not
know.
shooting the messenger.
And
I find this very interesting because on the first surface level looking at this, I'm like, wow, this is kind of cool. But
Yeah.
then it's maybe
And I
not.
heard it advertised on radio, not on an old person station, but on like a sports network. So they were trying to get healthy people to do this who, maybe run or whatever. So it was just basically a show. So it was not targeting, the population's targeting is young, healthy people, not the, 65 and overs.
Right. Well, and they also have this elite athlete
Yeah.
option. So
We'll get
yeah.
Don Teague involved with them. He's involved in everything else.
So
I'm clicking
meanwhile,
schedule an appointment. I wonder, oh, it's just a form. I wonder, I'm still trying to figure out how much
Oh,
it's gonna be. So anyway, go ahead, Adam.
so
Sorry.
meanwhile, I know I'm just looking here, just seeing how many people are actually logged in right now. So we have a good, how many is it, like 600 or
yep.
so across these two classes? So
Pretty much equally divided.
yep. So not bad.
A little bit more than yesterday, which is normal because people don't work on Sunday,
Yep.
that work on Saturday. And you're going to start getting, it's now almost 9 o'clock your time, 8:45. You're going to start getting the California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada people coming on.
Yep. So yeah, people are starting to come in, and I think we have somebody to talk to here in a few minutes.
That's
Interesting.
Bethany.
Somebody in the chat was getting the whole no permission thing, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Adam, about people who may not have registered.
And that
which
is, yep, that is exactly what his problem was.
Yep. So I'm glad that you mentioned that. So we got it solved, and there you go. We've got a new registrant as of today.
So what this, so what this really means is actually, so again, these are the sort of things that I have to go over in the off season to make it a little clearer to people about what to do. So for instance, that error message needs to be fixed up. And in theory, I could dive in there right now and start changing the verbiage and practicing here with you guys. But this is the kind of thing that needs to be changed to make it clearer to people when there are problems. So,
right.
So yeah, but the platform can easily change that. There are phrases that I can easily change throughout the entire system. I don't have the wherewithal to do it right now. And to be honest with you, that's probably one of the last times it's going to happen, because it is the second day already, and we're already getting into everybody's who wants to log in is basically here. But for the next time, we'll know that error message has to be made a lot clearer. There's another one actually, the error message that people used to get when they'd sign up, but I hadn't manually approved their account yet. That error message was completely obtuse. And when I first looked at it, because people were confused by it, and I'm like, what's going on here? And then I looked and I'm like, oh yeah, that error message only makes sense to the people who built the system.
Right.
And so I had to change it into English to explain to people exactly what was happening, that we're going to look at their account. If you're still getting this message, hours after you registered, then send me an email. And I put my email address there. So these are the million little details that we have to work out, as the system rolls out. So
it'll be interesting to see, especially this year, how many people that have to join ODwire registered for the conference become active members of ODwire, because it's kind of, the same 50 to 100 people, even less, are the frequent posters, and it's always been that way. And I think social media is that way, but maybe we'll get a few more big mouths. If did Steve
Right.
Nelson sign up?
Right. So Nelson, he's always had a turbulent history with the site. He hasn't signed up yet this year. Maybe he'll come back. I don't know. I think the people in general, they like to put themselves out there or they don't. To me, I just care more about the quality of what's being written and are people reading it. Those are the two things that I really care about.
Wait a second. If Steve registers as an attendee for CEwire, won't he automatically be a member of ODwire?
So again, there's automatic and there's automatic. Remember, when somebody registers, I have to manually approve them. So yeah, and yeah, the answer is yes. If people want to come back that way, that's fine. Within reason. Obviously, we can change their account level access so they can do certain things and not other things if they actually present a problem. But yeah, Nelson in general.
Okay, take note out there. Former ODwire members.
I feel like a lot of these people have aged, and with age, hopefully they have mellowed out a bit, but we'll see.
I don't know if you saw the post. Somebody was kicked off ODs on Facebook because they posted a picture of. Did you see it, Gretchen?
Yes, it's cookies that were supposed to look like eyes, but instead they look like breasts.
Right, and so, but it was funny. It's not a big deal. It doesn't make anybody feel uncomfortable. So I'm glad you left it up.
But that's something like that. It's a meta discussion, so I was going to leave it there just so people could talk about it. But in general, you don't necessarily want to do things that are going to make people uncomfortable. So it's not my call, right? I mean, so in a meta discussion like that, I'll leave it running because people need a place to talk about these sort of meta issues. But it had something like that come up in like a clinical topic, right? If you're talking about, low-level light therapy, that's the kind of stuff that I'd probably excise because it's not actually useful.
Right.
So every comment has its place, I guess. So you just have to know where it should go and where it shouldn't.
Well, we got a good lecture idea that we put into LCT's head, so that should be interesting because it's new technology and maybe get some companies involved that he's working with.
Yep, yeah, that'll be fun. So again, when I go to Expo, I'll probably talk to a bunch of different companies and see if they're, what they're doing technology-wise. It's just been a really brutal few years. The fact that that objective field device isn't out yet is staggering. Like
Well,
they must have had supply chain problems up the yin yang. They're a smaller company, and I can imagine, you're probably given the lower priority, I would guess, right, among your suppliers if you're smaller. So I could see where if you're trying to create something brand new, it relies on microchips and a lot of other parts. I could see why it got delayed, but like literally 3 years ago, I was playing with the thing at their booth, and it's amazing that it hasn't made it to market yet.
Maybe they ran out of money.
I think Conan is still doing okay. I mean, I'm sure they took the bailout money and whatever too, right? Like everybody else did. But I think that as a smaller manufacturer, it's probably harder for them to get access to a lot of the things they need to build new stuff, right? I mean, I remember talking to Zeiss about this. They didn't have any trouble with their supply chain, but it makes sense, right? The quantity that they buy at, their suppliers are going to try to service them versus other companies. So it's a challenge. And again, especially because microchips drive all of this stuff, particularly if they have a brand new design, they have chips that might not be in mass production yet, or they're very low volume, and I could see where they would have a hard time getting them. So we shall see, and more people are still registering, so hang on here, I gotta let them in.
Yep.
It's a never-ending
Amazing.
struggle. This is why I need Reed.
Because we both know they only have about 5 more hours of lectures today, but they can take those and they can take on demand.
Yep.
Or they might just want to see what the show's about, and it's not that high a fee. That's the point. It's very doable even if you stay for a few lectures.
Yep, and of course everybody knows they're going to get discounts next time around too. We're not very shy about it.
Right.
So they know if they register now, at the very least, they're going to get some knocked off of the next show as well. And
Well, that's a good point.
And by the way, that discount is actually the reason that we do it. Obviously, it's not just a marketing thing. Legitimately, people who take the course year in and year out have lower support costs because they know what they're doing. Like,
Right. They are a more educated attendee.
Yeah, like I don't
Literally
have to.
more educated.
I don't have to deal with them, right? It's the greatest thing in the world. They know what they're doing. They know how it works. They know when to show up, and they just do it. So it's very different.
Even today, I've been in the rooms as I'm talking to you guys, and the attendees are saying, refresh, go out of the room, go back in if you freeze. Or they become IT support, just like yesterday. Even less today, of course, because there's literally no problems. Except people taking courses again, people not registering and think they are, people using multiple email addresses. It's free. They think we're other platforms that are free, but not really free. And we'll have Bethany Fishbane coming on in about 7 minutes. So I understand she's doing something else. Is she with Gary Gerber, or is that the power?
Yeah.
Well, why don't we wait and I will introduce her so I don't
You know this, you know more than I know, so okay.
And I'm gonna duck out of here for a minute before I pass out because I really do need more caffeine. So
Did you get 2 today?
I took your advice, but it's no longer warm, and I absolutely refuse to drink cold coffee, so I'll be right back.
If you get a wonderful insulated mug, and that way you have your own personal cup, you're saving the environment. You get it extra hot so it stays warm, and you get 25 extra stars.
That is true. I'm an environmental scofflaw today, though, because I didn't. So let me go and actually warm this up, and I will be right back, and then hopefully Bethany will be here.
So you buy that from Starbucks, and they fill your cup with that?
Well, this one was because of my stupid green screen.
I see it, yeah, or HMM.
Yeah, it was, it's a Yeti Rambler tumbler that was part of our RHMM swag from our company retreat last year. And I love it, and I use it every day. And then my husband is a big yard sale kind of guy and resells stuff. So this is one, and he also got a giant version. So I was double fisting today. So no, I didn't buy this at Starbucks because it's Yeti. But I did have others that I have bought at Starbucks,
Mhm.
and I take it back and I refill it. And yeah, I get some money off. I don't get an extra cup. I save the environment, and it's hot. And there's Bethany.
Yep.
Hey, Gretchen.
Hi, Bethany.
Hello, how are you?
I love
We were
that
talking
picture
about you
behind
before.
you.
What were
Yeah,
you saying?
a lot of my friends are pissed because I referred them to you in Somerset, and now you're not there, so they have to see this old doctor, your husband. No, they're happy, but they're also upset. Shelley something Newman.
Yes, she's
Wait,
they-
the only one that I
ethical
can think of that I've
violation?
seen.
Hmm?
She's the only one of your friends I can think of who I've seen.
No,
But
some might not have mentioned me, some might hate me now, but whatever. So
Well, I told you that Jonathan is now my personal OD because Bethany no longer is, and Jonathan is a fine clinician.
No,
I am
well,
good.
yeah.
Gretchen, you're reminding me to switch to my cooler glasses. Hang on one moment.
she looks the same as when I saw her 20 years ago.
Yeah, she doesn't age. She doesn't age. So that's their wedding picture behind them. And I'm trying to see, it looks like Jonathan and Sam maybe when he was born. I'm trying to see what the other
Yep,
picture
and he
is.
did have hair then.
Who, Sam or her husband?
Jonathan, no, he's a great athlete. He runs every day, I think, for the last 80 years. And I'm not talking
Oh,
about
he's
a
a
mile.
crazy man.
Yeah,
More power to him.
marathons. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's a hockey
Half-
player too because he's Canadian.
Yep. They had issues back when I was with them in 2000, 2001 of him. Imagine him having trouble staying in the country. We were talking about way back when Jonathan had some issues staying in the United States when I was first working with you, but that's long since gone, I'm sure. So Gretchen's
Yes.
going to introduce you and tell us what you're doing now, because I have no idea.
Well, first, I love those frames. And I also gave full credit to Larissa for these frames. I said she personally picked them out for me at Vision Expo East, and she gets carte blanche. Whatever frame she tells me to get is what I do. So I'm kind of her frame bitch. So Bethany is currently CEO of the Power Practice, which is a practice management group. And I've known Bethany for quite a while. And as I said, she's been my personal OD, and I've come to her office, which is a bit of a hike, but well worth the drive.
Ah,
And she was a client of the Power Practice for a bit. And then she moved into becoming one of their consultant coaches. And now she is CEO. So what I would love to hear, Bethany, is how things have changed for you personally, since, as Steve mentioned, you are now out of clinical care and into a full-time administrative position. So what's that like? No longer seeing patients. Do you love it? Do you hate it? Do you get your life back? Are you missing it? How's it going?
all of those things, right? So the not seeing patients part, with the exception of yourself, I love. I miss the personal connections with patients, and have made an effort to keep up with those. Jonathan is still in practice, and he'll come home and tell me, he saw whoever and they have a new grandbaby. So I'm still in the loop on the personal stuff. The clinical side of practice, I am okay to be out of. It's kind of a deep breath for me to not have the responsibility for people's sight and vision. I've been interested for a long time in the business and management side. And so now I'm working in that full time. And I love the work that I'm doing. I'm working from home more, so I'm not physically in the office. When I'm in the office, I get involved in the management of that. So I'm working from home, which makes my dogs happy. And it's there are things I love, there are things that I like less, but absolutely a transition for me.
Are your children at home now, or are you empty nesters?
Tally is still home, so she's a sophomore in high school. Her son's in college, and that's been an adjustment as well. Not quite
Mhm.
empty nest yet, but she's social and sleeps at friends' houses a couple of nights a week, so sometimes it feels that way.
Bethany, Paul Farkas here.
Hey, Paul.
I'm just here to, can you just let me I'm kind of ignorant. Well, what's power practice? What does that
Power
mean?
Practice is a practice management consulting company, and it was started by Gary Gerber 20-something years ago. And so some people know it by the name Power Practice, but a lot of people knew it as Gary Gerber's company. He sold the company just about 2 years ago. And so he stepped back from that to focus his attention on Treehouse Eyes, which is what he's doing now. And the company remains.
So it's a practice management, practice building company.
Mhm.
And they used to do blogs on
Or
for people, because I listen to Gary Gerber almost every month on a new blog. Are you still doing those things? Will you interview people, etc., in the whatever
Oh, the
label they are?
podcast.
Yeah,
Yeah,
podcast.
absolutely. We do them every week with a couple of exceptions. So we're putting out content via podcast every week that most of it is aimed at independent practice owners, but there have been a lot of episodes that are just good for professionals or business owners in general. And so I'm starting to get some feedback from somebody in HR texted me and said that she had listened and found some of it useful. So I like that. It's geared towards optometry practice owners, but there are pieces that are further reaching.
And I really hear what you're saying about prior practice. I've practiced a few more years than you, and there wasn't really that many more hills to conquer. Yes, new technologies come out, you can master them, but pretty much every day you're seeing a certain amount of people, and 18 of them are dolls, and 1 or 2 you see their name, and you know it's going to be challenging no matter what happens. And it's not intellectually challenging anymore because you pretty much have mastered it. And yes, there'll be new things coming out, but that'll be after when you're 92 years old also. So it's nice to move on to a different area of your brain cells.
I think for people who love clinical practice, it is absolutely continuously challenging. I think for me, that's just wasn't the challenge of it all that I enjoyed. So even when I was in the exam room, obviously you have to keep up with the clinical thing, and that's what you guys are all doing with this conference today. But that's super exciting for somebody who is constantly motivated to be the absolute best clinician for their patients that they can. And there can be a lifetime learning in that. So I don't know that I agree that, we've conquered that hill. But I think it wasn't, for me, the hill I wanted to conquer anymore for quite a while. I was kind of doing it because it's your obligation as a doctor to your patients.
And Paul doesn't know, but Gretchen does. We worked together for about a year and a half or so at Robert Johnson, so we got to know each other pretty well, and got to know how a retinal staff doesn't know how to work an optometric practice as well. And luckily, you moved the office over to your private practice, which I'm sure was much more efficient.
Yeah, I think almost immediately, as soon as you weren't there, even though we stayed in practice in that space for a while, we pulled the management of it to our own staff, because it's hard to be in a practice where you're not the priority for the staff of that practice, and you're kind of the exception and the afterthought all the time. And in a retina/low vision practice, when they're seeing 70 retina patients and you're seeing 3 or 6 low vision patients in that day or half day, there's no way to be the norm. You're always the exception just by numbers, and it is what it is.
And
Gretchen, they didn't realize the staff didn't.
Hey, Steve, I'm sorry. Hey, Bethany, it's Adam Farkas here. Sorry to interrupt. I just have to interrupt this interview for one quick second to let everyone know, and I hate interrupting, but I have to let everyone know. The course with Richard Whitland is about to start in 5 minutes. He actually made it. I got him in from Spain.
Wow.
So he just contacted me from Spain. I got him into the room. His lecture will go on. You will get credit. So everybody dive on into that room if you were waiting for that. So
he's a real good guy.
I'm sweating bullets here. Sweating bullets, but he made it. So we're all good.
Wow, what a stand-up guy.
He's a friend and a really nice person. Bethany, did you ever work with Rich Whitland? He practiced. Yeah, and he's retired now. He's about the same age as me, both Yankee fans, etc. But he's around the world. He's in Sedona. He's in Spain, whatever. But he's a truly nice person, and was a great
So
ophthalmologist.
he went out of his way to actually make this time today. I'm stunned because I didn't even realize he was in Spain, and he contacted me, and I'm like, just drop it, man. Don't do it. I'll remove it from the
Yeah.
schedule. And he insisted. So it's 6 p.m. there, and he's giving it a shot.
Yep,
So
dinner time. Yeah.
yeah. So sorry to interrupt, but I
Wow.
just had to let everyone know that the lecture is going on.
Props
So
for Dr. Whitland. That's
I'll send him a
that's
bottle of wine.
fabulous. Thank you so much.
so carry on. Pardon me.
Pardon the interruption.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so I was about to say the retina center didn't realize that they couldn't understand why we couldn't see a patient every 10 or 15 minutes when you're doing a low vision evaluation. Well, their doctors can, so they were much better than us. They didn't realize a lot more things had to be done, but that's long in the past. Let's talk about the present. So do you have an infrastructure below you, other people that are in the power practice that help you, that kind of, or do you have people that sign up to become members of and get advice on a weekly or monthly basis?
Absolutely. That's, I have a fantastic team that I work with. So we have 7 optometrists who work as consultants. And one of the things that's unique to our company is that an optometrist who is successful in private practice and usually has worked with us before visits our clients' practices. So that's a different thing to go in with the mindset of a clinician. And I understand because I've been there, done that, or most of them am doing it in the exam room. Because it's easy to give advice, right? But we've got to walk the talk, right? We're doing what we tell you to do. And then we have a team of 4 business coaches who have years of leadership and management experience, who are working on the implementation side. So they've led teams, they've managed way larger budgets than most optometric practices and are giving that business advice to the practices. And they work together with as a team with the practice owner. And our clients, we are scheduling talks with monthly and most of the time because we're there as needed, especially when things are through a transition period in a practice. We're talking to them much more frequently.
Do you have access to their EHR where you can integrate that data so you can know what they're doing in terms of various numbers and then go back, or is it just a give and take question and answer? In other words, could you get the real numbers from the practice on a regular basis?
Absolutely. Some clients will give us access to the EHR if they're using a system like the Edge. My feeling though is that our intent is not to do it for them. Our intent is to teach them to do it themselves. I knew, and as Gretchen said, when we were first talking, we were clients of the power practice, and I felt like I've succeeded when I knew our consultant, who is Gary, I knew what he was going to say. So I had that kind of, what would Gary do in my head, and didn't need to call as much. And so it's not about, we're going to sign in and do it for you and tell you what to do. We're going to tell you what you need to be looking at. We share those numbers obviously with them, and we teach our clients how to think about those so that they're able to do that decision making, and then it lets us move on to bigger and better things.
Great.
With them.
God bless you, Gretchen.
Thank you.
Well, how many clients do you have now? You must have hundreds, and that's challenging. Do you have to expand your staff as you need more consultants, etc.? But that's a good problem.
Yeah, we have quite a few that we've worked with over the years. Right now we have about 170 active clients.
Oh, wow. That's
And
a lot.
so, there are clients who came in for a bit to work on a specific goal, reached that goal, said, I don't need this anymore. Or clients that came in with a goal to sell their practice, and they sold it either to an associate or a private equity group. And so there are some that will come and go short term. So there are over 1,000 that we've worked with over the years. But what we're finding now is a lot of people are staying active, because as soon as you reach a goal, there's a next one to conquer. And so something that I love is, yes, we still have practices that are just starting, cold starts, looking for advice, how to set this up. We work with some small practices, and now we're getting more. I've got 3 locations. I want to take it to 5. I'm at $3 million. How do I get to 7?
Mhm.
And people realize that at that point, having a coach from outside the business who is looking at it with a different set of eyes than the practice owner, isn't emotionally attached to the people in it, and just comes in with the goal to help you reach your goals, is invaluable. And we've got clients that we've been working with for 6, 9, 10, 15 years, and that's pretty extraordinary.
Mhm. Well, just so you know, I have a Facebook page called Private Practice in Optometry, and it has almost 6,000 members, and you're welcome to post and advertise a little bit on it if you'd like. And we offer it to a lot of people, and it's free. It's actually not free for many other people, but I offer it to you. It's a very small fee for this, but Private Practice in Optometry, and you get 6,000, actually more, because a lot of them are group offices, etc. But you get their ear, and hopefully you get some clients from that. And I always try to support my people who post and say good things about you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm always a little bit reluctant on posting on certain pages, because I've posted and have found 3 minutes later my posts are deleted or something, just because of the company that I'm associated with. So I appreciate you saying that.
I am not involved with that, and I know who you're talking about, and I don't look like Uncle Fester. You got
Uncle
that?
Fester?
Heard and appreciated.
It's an inside joke, or whatever. But you knew what I meant.
I just wondered where Uncle Fester came from.
We'll talk
All right, carry
offline.
on. No worries, no worries.
Whatever.
It's already gone too far.
In fact,
Yeah, it probably has. Bethany, I wanted to ask you what you feel your biggest challenge is in taking on a gig as CEO, because going from a clinical practice, and obviously you did work with Power Practice as a consultant and a coach, and that gave you those tools, but just from, I guess, an empowering female perspective, I don't know how to throw that out there more delicately than that, but I think it's fab to have more women involved in leadership roles. What would you say your biggest challenge has been in moving into that type of a leadership position out of, owning your own group of practices?
Right. I think from an empowering women perspective, the challenge is that I went from being a business owner to being a business leader. And there are owners who are shareholders, and not that they're involved in the day-to-day runnings of the company, but they're, you okay?
Yep, pulse okay.
Okay, just checking. There's it's a different expectation to generate profit for profit's sake. And so as a practice owner, obviously you're generating profit. You're generating profit to reach your own personal goals, and you can make decisions about that profit in line with your own values and your own priorities, which can change in the moment. So, a lot of people experienced it during the pandemic, where as we started to come back to work and business was slow, chose to make money to allow their staff to keep jobs, even if that meant making less money themselves. And as an owner, that is a decision that you can make. With shareholders and expectations of profitability, that changes a little bit. It's good and bad, right? It's different than just saying, nah, I don't think we need to make any money because I want everyone to earn more. But it also really makes you think about business as a business, which for practice owners, especially those who are thinking about selling to a corporation, is what matters. And so it's given me a lot of insight into how a practice owner should probably be thinking all along, but really has to think, if selling to a large company is in their exit strategy. So that's been interesting. And I think the other thing, it's a good challenge, but it certainly has been a challenge for me, is having some like public care about what I'm doing.
Mhm.
When I first started this job last year, I went to Vision Expo West, and nobody knows who I am. And personally, I'm quite comfortable that way. And now, yeah, since then I took over the Power Hour podcast, and I've, delivered courses and am a little bit more visible on LinkedIn. And, you have to do those things. And
Gotta pimp you out.
yeah, so
Especially when you're,
it's a challenge to be that person. It's something that I'm working on.
it's even more of a challenge taking over for somebody like Gary Gerber, who is so animated and so out there. And I'm sure you don't do the magic that he does, etc. But you did get him to cut his hair this year, which is amazing.
I will say I had absolutely nothing to do with that decision and did not find out until several months after the fact. But right, yeah, it took over for somebody who had such a big persona.
Mhm.
And
did.
so in the beginning, it's like, do I have to have that, right? Should I be taking magic lessons? And had to realize, like, I'm not,
You're not Gary, yeah.
I'm not going to be him. And it shouldn't
that's
be
okay.
a goal to want to. Exactly, right?
Mhm.
It can't be my goal to be like Gary. Like Gary, like all of us, has wonderful things and less wonderful things about him. And there are wonderful and less wonderful things about me. And how can I be in this role as myself?
Right.
Taking on the challenges to be the best version of myself, and the bar for that has absolutely been raised. And that's the challenge, is, yeah, like, this is me. Can I be a better me to better serve our clients, and really in a role to be able to impact optometry, especially private practice ownership optometry. I have the opportunity to speak to students. Like, that is a big responsibility.
Mhm.
And what do I want to bring to them? What's this message? And it matters more now that I have this title, and people automatically care a little bit more about what I say, which it
Mhm.
sounds crazy, but that's what it is.
That is what it is.
Yeah.
I can't remember if I've told you this before, but I highly recommend Googling Simon Sinek's styrofoam cup video.
Okay.
And the gist of it is, for anybody who's interested in learning, who's listening now, it's essentially, it's your title, it's your position. It tells the story of a guy who was going to speak somewhere and is picked up from the airport in a limo and is brought to the green room and offered coffee and a beautiful porcelain cup. And then he was whisked back to the airport after his talk. And it was all great. And this person had a very high up position, and I forget what it is. And then the next year, the guy came back to the conference, but he was in a different position. He had retired, or I forget what the change is, but this time he came to the venue in a cab, and he was handed his coffee in a styrofoam cup. And really, everybody deserves the styrofoam cup. Nobody deserves the porcelain cup, because it's not about you personally. It's about the title you have or what you're doing. And I'm badly mangling this, the message I'm
followed.
trying to give here, but it's really worth it to watch that. It puts a lot of things in perspective. And in some ways it might add pressure, but it also takes a little pressure away, that really everybody deserves the styrofoam cup. And that just really spoke to me. But on another topic, I wanted to ask Bethany, what pieces of advice do you have for other folks who are interested in getting into more of a business type of role, whether they are clinicians now or not? What do you wish you knew before you started, and what do you advise other people looking to get into this type of role?
I think the thing that I knew, but I wish I had learned sooner, is that business, just like optometry, is a skill to be learned and practiced. And I think that a lot of optometrists, their first business role is as a practice owner or leader. And even employed associate optometrists, on the day they're working, they are de facto leaders of their practice, whether they want to be, know they are or not. When the questions come up about the schedule, an irate patient, they're the go-to person. So I think that knowing that leadership can be studied and learned is something, regardless of position, of title or what the job description is that they're doing, that optometrists should know. And I think the second most valuable lesson that I learned along the way is that it doesn't have to be a fancy degree that teaches you that. Sometimes as people want to get more into a business role, our whole lives, right? We've done high school and college and then optometry school. Our tendency is, let me find the degree and the program and the courses and the diploma, the certificate at the end. And I had someone give me amazing advice at the point that I was considering, do I need an MBA? And it's a friend who I go to for these things. And he can be bribed to have one of these life-changing conversations with a lunch or a bar of good dark chocolate. That's his currency.
Oh, maybe hook me up.
Yeah. So for a bar of chocolate, and he said, you're living the internship. I was consulting at that point. And so a lot of people, they're living the internship. They are owners in their practice. They are a partner in a practice. They're invited by the ophthalmology group that they work for to be the leader of the optometrist, whatever it is. And they have the opportunity. There's so much free content out there, low-cost content, leadership workshops, management workshops, LinkedIn Learning, some optometric practice management, CE, Coursera, like there's so much stuff, and you can learn it, study it, put it into practice, see how it works, course correct, like you're living this. So the situation I was in at the time, I said, he's right. For a $6 bar of chocolate, he saved me a $76,000 MBA program. And he said it, he said, I'm fully pedigreed. He has the MBA and says, I didn't start learning until I got out and had the opportunity to apply business principles in a business. You're already there. And that to me was amazing advice.
And saved you a lot of time besides the money.
True.
That was exactly what I was going to say, Steve. It wasn't just the money, but the time to put into a program like that. I mean,
getting offended here, getting offended.
Right.
So says
getting offended. No, but you're absolutely accurate though. That you're 100% on target, because the MBA, what it provides you with, at least from my experience, was just a useful vocabulary, right?
Yeah.
So to be able to walk into a situation, to understand what you're looking at, somebody throws financial statements at you, you can, okay, I know what's going on. But in terms of providing any actual concrete experience, no way. You know, building all this stuff around us here, this was all seat of the pants and experience. And it continues to be to this day, as I'm here slaving away in front of this thing, helping people do tech support somehow. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It just provides you with sort of a baseline vocabulary, but it's not necessary in any real way.
Right, but that doesn't mean that the education to get the vocabulary isn't, right? It's just maybe there's other ways to get that. And you know, when we are coaching practice owners that have practiced 23 years without knowing how to look at a financial statement, absolutely they have to learn that. Going to school and getting a degree in it isn't the only way.
Yep, absolutely. Right. So in fact, if I had to do it over again, I mean, the things that I learned most, besides sort of the baseline vocabulary, it was just the relationships that I made, right? It's the friends that I had there, and the contacts you make. That's what it's useful for. But if you don't really need that, you might want to save your money.
Yeah. She had the advantage of being in practice for a long time and being a practice owner and getting that internship behind her.
And being a practice owner, but also from minute one, before we opened our practice, we have never been without a coach or practice management advisor helping us. And people will ask sometimes, when do I get to the point where I don't need that? And like I said, I'm working now with owners of $7 million practices who have the goal to go to 10. Like, do you still need it? I don't know. Need is a funny word, but does it continue to help month after month after month? Absolutely.
That's interesting because I've often thought about getting an MBA. I just like to learn. I mean, I'm one of those geeks who like school, and I'm destined to be an old lady auditing courses at my local community college. So very
Good.
interesting thought. And you said that's the biggest thing that you wish that you had known before you jumped into this gig. Is there anything else that you wish you had known or that you would have changed given your trajectory to where you are now?
I mean, I think when you start any new job, you always wish you had known exactly what it is instead of what the people who are hiring you told you it is.
Mhm.
And I think that there's a lesson in that for people who are owning a practice and interviewing and stuff about really telling somebody what it's going to be. And at the same time, I understand that there's really no way to do that. Even a working interview, a half day, meetings, observing, you don't know until you're doing it, because once I stepped into this role, then part of my responsibility is to set the course. So there really wasn't any way for them to tell me exactly what's to come without clipping my wings to be the one to make the decision of what's to come. So sure, I wish I knew what my workday and work week would be like. But I acknowledge that for me to know that, I wouldn't have been able to make that decision myself, and that wouldn't have been worth it. So I'll take that. I'll take where I am now.
So
And
what's next?
your
Oh,
point,
go ahead,
Gretchen,
Steve.
about women in leadership. If you look at the AOA list of principals, it's more women than men, and that's the way our field is going demographically. I don't have to tell you that the large percentage of graduates are female, and so it's becoming the norm rather than the exception. And so I don't think there's any problem with that whatsoever, or even the discussion. Even in industry, you see people on CNBC, et cetera. All these CEOs are women, or maybe men that turn to women, but that's another story.
That's
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's a lesson too, or something that falls into things that I wish I had known or try to impart, is that just like I wasn't going to be Gary, I think that that's been something that's evolved over the last 15 or 20 years, that women of any type should embrace their strength as women leaders and not aim to become or emulate male leaders. They're leaders, they've got their own strengths. And I think that a leader, whether it's in a practice, a company, or anything else, can embrace their own strengths and lead from there. When I first came out of school, I was working in a practice with a much older doctor who had very specific ideas about how not just leaders, but optometrists were and behave. So I'm in a practice, I'm 22 years old at that point. There's a whole staff of 22-year-old people. And he knew, owners shouldn't fraternize with the staff, right? Doctors shouldn't fraternize. Doctors shouldn't allow the staff to call them by their first name. And I'm new and I'm out of school and I don't want to make waves. And I'm talking to somebody my own age who I could be friends with. And he's saying, they must call you Dr. Fishbane. You can't be Bethany. Right. And so I don't know better. I'm young and I'm telling them, oh, you have to call me doctor. Like, you don't have to be someone else to be a great leader. You can be yourself and sure, admire and try to take on qualities of leaders you admire and try to learn from their actions. But it should never be a goal. I don't think to become them. It's be who you are and lead from there.
That's
That's
good.
good advice.
I remember that doctor. I believe he was such a Svengali. We won't use his name. That people actually thought they had their cataract surgery from him. You told me, even
Yeah.
though they didn't. They thought that. And you're right about management style, and it doesn't have to do with gender, etc. There are people who are successful, and he had a very successful practice, I understand, for many, many years. And I'll use the analogy of coaches in football. There was a Vince Lombardi who was a tough cookie, and everything had to be his way, or you're out. And then there was a coach, Bill Parcells, who's a little bit more recent, who knew how to stroke players when they had to and work with them in a nice way, and then maybe was a little bit tougher. So you have to do your style, and interestingly enough, both styles work. It's just what works for you.
That's exactly right. Right. So you can read a book on Vince Lombardi leadership style, and you can absolutely learn from that. But the mindset going in is what lessons can I pick from this that I like, that fit with me, versus how do I become a Vince Lombardi? Because I'm never going to be a natural Vince Lombardi. And I think there are things that he did that like turned a lot of people off, right? So this practice owner I mentioned, absolutely, he was successful. I'm successful too, very differently.
Yep.
Do I want or need to create success in the way that he did in the beginning? I thought, yes, right? The best way to do this is to emulate exactly what he's doing or imitate what he's doing. Like, how can I be him instead of me? And that's not good or healthy or enjoyable for me, right? It's what did he do that I like and I can incorporate into my own style. And there are things, and I haven't been in that practice for 23 years, and there are things that I still use from that and learn.
3 years, well, yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
Right. And you and I work together, Steve, and the same. There are things you did that I thought, I'm gonna take that. And there are things you did that I thought, never. And hopefully vice versa.
Thank you, and I'm sorry at the same time. No, but right before in 1996, I was owner of 2 super opticals, and I wanted to get out. And I tried to work with a super professional doctor, no names, of course, in north of you, but in a high class area, Short Hills, Millburn, and he was Vince Lombardi, and I hated everything he did. And then shortly after, I opened up my own practice, and I said, I'm going to do every single thing different than him. And even though he was so successful, and it worked out, obviously. So you're right, and that's the way it should be.
Yeah, and there are lessons in that. Sometimes the lesson is what not to do. Sorry.
Right. So Bethany, thanks so much for being here. I think we actually have our next guest here, but we're going to actually cut all this up, and we're going to put this back up on ODwire for people to watch later, because I think you gave us a lot of real pearls of wisdom here today. And are you going to be at Expo West?
Yes, I will be there.
Okay, excellent.
Oh, another person.
There we go. So there's going to be 3 of us there.
You're the other one. You're the other one.
So hopefully,
it's wonderful seeing you again.
Yes, hopefully we'll run into you there, and yeah, so it'll be great. And maybe we should all have a party, since the place is going to be abandoned except for us.
I don't think that's going to be the case, but I will be there, and I would love the opportunity to meet. And Gretchen, I'm always excited to see you. So if
I
you're
won't
gonna
be there, I'm sitting this
Oh.
one out, baby. I'll have to come see you. I'll have to come.
How will I network without you?
You can do it. Thank you so
All
much
right.
for doing this. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for the invitation. I appreciate the chance. So take care, guys. Enjoy. Have a successful rest of your day.
Thanks, you too.
Bye, Beth.
Thanks, Beth.
Take care.
Oh, that was fun.
Yep, a lot of connections along the way of history. Bethany's a smart girl.
So we go from Bethany, another B, to Ben.
Is that a
Hey,
Steve?
Ben.
How's it going, guys?
It wasn't a
good.
slam. It was me just trying to make a segue unsuccessfully.
You could have started with "I'm not going to be at Vision Expo East or either." So
There you go. There you go.
It's
All
West
the
this
cool
year.
people
It's
aren't
that
West.
is West. You're right. I will be at East. You're right.
Yes, I'll be at East
Holy
also.
crap! You're not going to be at West. Like, why am I even going? This is insane. I literally am. It's like the Omega Man. I'm the last man on Earth there, just standing around.
Well,
You know,
Ben he isn't going to go see his mom. So
I'm not
Yeah.
missing my, and that's the worst part. Actually, I almost decided to go just for a day or two just to see my mom. I am going to be on the West Coast that weekend, just not going to Vegas. I'll tell you, most of our vendor meetings, they were asking us to meet in suites. I've heard that a lot of the vendors aren't putting up booths, and I haven't heard about the attendance. I'm sure we won't ever get a true answer. But,
Well,
I
Oh,
heard 70% down from a
Yeah.
well-known source.
So I'm actually going to document the meeting because I want to see this for myself. You know, the Venetian charged me for the room already. I'm committed, right? So I'm just going to go and video stuff and just see how many people are there, so you can judge for yourself. Like, you know, because you know obviously what it usually looks like. So I'll take footage just to show everyone.
Yeah, I'm hopeful. You know, we certainly don't want these to fail, but I'm not optimistic.
Yeah. Well,
you're
fingers.
looking so professional with your mic there. I
Yes,
have
my
one.
podcast room.
I have a mic
Oh,
too,
yeah.
and I just am too lazy to get it out. Maybe I should do it and see if it sounds different.
I don't know. I do it just because sometimes the web camera microphone is not as good. So
Yeah. Well, so meanwhile, we have a controversy here for you, Ben. You ready for this? So
yes, please.
So
I love
I'll put it up on the
controversy.
screen. So this was an anonymous message, and
Awesome.
I'll condense this because this is really like long and rambling. But the question I think is this: so when doctors sell to private equity, right? So obviously there's cash involved, but there also might be equity, right, in the actual group itself. So the idea is that should, you know, the entire group get sold to another group, right, the doctor could participate in that, or perhaps even further down the road, if there's another sale after that, could they participate in that? So that's the kind of question that this person is apparently asking. What does that look like? Is that usually structured into people's contracts?
Yep. Great question. It's actually pretty timely. There was an article that just came out yesterday, I think, at Review of, I'm just looking at here, Review of Optometric Business by Adam Camella. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Cmejla, saying why selling to private equity could cost you six figures. And there's a lot of, it's just a lot of assumptions, just like that. I read that post today on ODwire. There's just a lot of assumptions that aren't true. So I'll kind of talk it through. Again, this is my experience with our organization. I've never really looked at the deals at other organizations, but so typically what happens when a doctor purchases or is purchased by private equity, several things, right? So there's an agreed upon dollar amount, which is based on EBITDA. And it's a multiple of that EBITDA. And Steve, you're very familiar with this, obviously. So that's the purchase price. And then from that, the doctor, we take out dollar amounts from that on the initial release of proceeds. So there's a holdback, and that holdback is usually, I don't know the percentage that it is, to be honest with you, but I will tell you it's usually paid back in 2 to 3 years based on certain things being hit. In the case for us, it's about target hours. We can't make it based on revenue that comes in. That would be conceived as a potentially construed as a kickback. So we don't do it based on revenue that is generated during those period of time, during that the period of time of the payback. It's usually doctor hours, just to make sure that they maintain their historical doctor hours. And our belief is if they maintain their historical doctor hours, or really the doctor hours that we've contracted them to, which could be less than historic hours, that the revenue will come. And I will tell you that in our situation, the amount of hours is actually less than the contracted hours. So there's always a built-in slush a little bit in the contracted hours, so that they don't, if for something happens, they can still make their holdback hours. And then that's paid back either 50% a year for 2 years or 33% a year for 3 years. And doctors will get that back. And there's some indemnities in there against any lawsuits and that kind of stuff, just to protect the entity that purchases the practice. Then there's another piece that's a equity reinvestment. And we actually want our doctors that purchase from us to reinvest in the private equity company, because that ties them to us, right? They become an investor and they become a little, more motivated, more tied to the organization, and they have a vested interest in the success of that. And that can range anywhere from 5% to 20%. I'm maybe it can be higher. I don't know that I've ever seen higher than 20%, but that money is invested in the private equity group, and that's their money invested. So they take whatever the dollar amount, we have to kind of state what our equity units are worth at the time. So let's say they're worth at that time $2 a share, and they sold for $1 million, and they're going to reinvest 20% or 200,000. They buy 200,000 or $200,000 worth of shares at $2 a share, is 100,000 shares. That's what they get. And when the equity group sells to another group or goes IPO, which is another option, those shares now have a new value. So if those shares were worth $2 at the time that your purchase was practiced, and at the time the business is sold, they're now worth $5. Well, that 100,000 units are now worth $500,000 instead of the 200,000 that you paid, and you've made an additional $300,000. And so there's quite a bit of money to be made there. And that's kind of where Adam's article falls a little bit flat when stating that you can make more money selling to a private doctor instead of private equity, because it's missing the whole reinvestment opportunity. And I gave a lecture, Gretchen, your comment. I gave a lecture on ODs on finance about this. And I actually made the comment, and Adam, you've heard me say this before. I oftentimes will tell people, maybe this isn't the right time for you to sell. The brokers were on there during the discussion. They're like, oh no, it's always the right time to sell. Now, granted, they're brokers, so they want to make the business. But their point was, in some cases, if you get in early enough, so the early people who get in with the shares are worth $1. And so if it sells at $5 and you did 20%, that's 100%. So you take, you get, it's really only 80% that you gain, but you gain an additional almost 100% of your proceeds back on the back end of the deal, that second bite of the apple, if you will. So there's quite a bit of money to be made when that happens. Now, my understanding, and we've not gone through an event, so I don't know, but my understanding is those doctors that have sold their practice and have equity, they are paid out at the event, and they don't get a reinvestment opportunity, and which I think makes sense, because you need new investors and you need new people to come in with dollar amounts. So I don't think there's a third bite at the apple, so to speak, for the selling doctors.
One point you just said is that they'll do better selling to a private doctor, but historically, hasn't it always been a far better payout for them to be bought up by private equity than a private doctor? I mean, certain deals might work out for them, associates that worked for them for 10 years, but generally speaking, wasn't the bang for the buck better with private equity? And isn't it better?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at his numbers here, and he shows he gave an example of a $1.2 million gross, and then the net difference was 120,000, almost 121,000 if you sold to a private buyer, but it's missing a lot of things.
Sure.
I think the reality is, if you are going to stay in your practice for a long period of time, if you're not looking to really retire, there's two times. So obviously, doctors in their 60s or even late 50s that want to retire, 60s and maybe later, it totally makes sense, right? I can tell you, we have a seller. He's in his 70s. Now's the time to cash out. He's got a younger wife, and he's got kids and grandkids, and he cash out for a big lump sum now with no risk of having to finance the note or anything. And no young doctor can afford what this practice is truly worth, or definitely what we'll pay for it. So that makes sense. On the other side, you have younger doctors, and we had a situation, we didn't buy this practice, but a doctor approached us that said he's maxed out what he can do in his practice. It's not going to grow significantly in the next several years, and he has other business interests. He'd rather take a lump sum of cash now out of his practice and invest that in other businesses that over the next 10 years will make significantly more than he'll make staying in his practice for 10 years. So there's legitimate reasons to sell. Again, I spoke of this 2 or 3 years ago on CEwire. There's lots of different motivations for sellers. Financial is just one of them. And if it's financial, if your motivation is pure financial, I don't think there's any doubt that private equity will result in a bigger payout for you, both in the short term and the long term. But there's also personal reasons and professional reasons. And some people, want to make sure that the younger generation have practices to purchase, which I admire. And so, I don't think that private equity is the right answer for every practice sale.
Does the environment of higher interest rates now and more going forward affect you at all? You get your monies no matter what, because you're getting investor money rather than borrowing money?
We get our money no matter what, it seems. I'm not as close to that, but our rates, I don't think are the same rates that you would see if you were a private person going to get money from a bank.
Mhm.
Yeah. And, I will say there is something going on. There is significantly less buying activity right now in the private equity world. And we're hearing rumors. We're just as aggressive, I think, as we've always been, but now prices are starting to drop a little bit. The multiples are slightly coming down. So I think there'll be a cycle. And I think, in the next year or two, and maybe it's interest rates that may be playing a role to some extent, but there's some other internal issues going on with some of the big groups, I think, from what we're hearing, that that's slowing down some of the purchasing, and it's bringing down, there's less competition, so it's bringing it down. Now, on the flip side, VSP is very, very aggressive, and so is Team Vision at SR Luxottica. You saw they just bought Rosen out of Chicago, which was a big purchase. So that
Yeah.
probably drive prices up again.
But it stands to reason in the practice level, if you have to pay higher salaries and your revenue stays the same and the cost of equipment is more, cost of interest, your profitability is going to be less, and therefore your EBITDA is going to go down, and they're going to get less. But that's because of just the math, not because of anything else.
Agreed. And I, again, I'm pretty bullish on private equity for obvious reasons. I'm invested myself, and this is an opportunity for me. But I mean, if I look at where I see the opportunities in optometry, I actually believe consolidation is an opportunity for optometry, whether it's private equity or private ODs.
Mhm.
Consolidation is an opportunity. You mentioned it, Steve. It's the cost of doing business continues to increase, whether it be wages, which is significant now. Actually, just finding doctors right now is getting harder and harder. So wages are creeping up a little bit. It's also the equipment itself that's getting expensive. Right now, there's a chip shortage. You can't get an OCT for 3 to 6 months now from some of the major manufacturers because they're just not available. They have such a back order. I know Visual Fields are back ordered. And so the idea that, every optometrist in every town, in every city and on every street needs all these devices is no longer true. And this consolidation where you can start taking advantage of scale in a market and provide what I believe can be better patient care, because we can afford to spread the costs over multiple practices to buy these devices and have access to more patients than you'd have normally in a single location. Provides tremendous opportunity, and I think can actually be good for optometry. Now, obviously, there's obvious risks to that. And I've always maintained that as long as optometry has a seat at the table in anything we're talking about, then we're going to be okay. And right now, private equity has given optometry a seat at the table. If you look at all the major private equity players, there is an optometrist in a position to have a direct impact on strategy.
We were talking about also, as far as the large conventions are concerned, that as private equity grows and more practices are in them, that the need for these large conventions might be obviated, because go to a practice that has 100. I want to buy 50 OCTs or 25 field testers. Come to my office, bring the 10 with you, and let us kick the tires. People don't have to go to the show. Maybe that individual practitioner has to go. But if he becomes a dinosaur, then the large vision expos and academy meetings might certainly be less populated and might go by the boards. What's your feeling on that?
No, I saw that post. I watched that thread. I think Craig Craig
Yeah.
Steinberg initiated that, and I watched some of the comments on it, and I think that's exactly right. There are less and less decision makers when it comes to purchasing equipment now. I mean, it's not a huge. I mean, I think we represent 14% of the practices in private equity now, but that's growing. It's less and less of the decision makers now that have the ability to purchase equipment. So
it might be 14% of the practices, but it might be 25% of the gross revenues, because it's better practices.
Well, it may be even more than that. I mean, I think if you look at some of the major players, we may be on the small end, and I think our average is 1.2 in top line. I think there's some that are 1.6, 1.7 average per location across 300 locations. It's a lot of money. So not only that, we average almost 2 doctors per location, 1.8, I think it is. So maybe 14% of locations, but does it then become it's 18%, 20% of the doctors, whatever that works out to be. But yeah, I think that's true. I think that there's less decision makers out there.
By the way, you're welcome to come back next year to CEwire 2023 because the playing field is changing. And if you want to do an hour on private equity, maybe we can get you even to do it with Craig Steinberg, like we tried to do
Yeah.
last time. That'd be
I
great.
love that.
A yin and yang, we had talked about it, but it just didn't work out with timing. So let's see if we can do that next time. It'll be in
Yeah,
February.
yeah, that would be
Uh,
great. We work quite a bit with Craig now, so
Yep.
he's been involved in several deals, and so he's got certainly a perspective from the other side of things. I think it'd be fun.
Wouldn't that
Why
be a
do you
great lecture,
call it
Gretchen?
yin and yang? Does he?
He represents the doctor. Well, it's not really yin and yang because it's a win-win proposition, but he'll be an advocate of the doctor versus Ben, who's an advocate of the private equity group and what they're trying to do for the doctor. So it might be that they have agreement areas, and there'll be certainly areas that they might differ a bit in. Would you agree with that?
So yeah, I mean, for me, what I'm trying to do is get out and dispel a lot of the myths and misperceptions about how this goes. And as with any entity, there's bad actors, and so I think some of the groups out there are just different than others. But if you really look at what some of the groups are trying to do, we do believe that the pathway to success is appropriate patient care, and people don't believe that. But the reality is that we believe the pathway to success is appropriate patient care. And so, we're buying, just to give you an example, and I may have talked about this in prior interviews we've done, but our business model was based on historic, evidence, right? We saw when a lot of us were at Luxottica, this is actually before I joined Luxottica, I saw the aftermath of it. Luxottica purchased an optical company called Detroit Optical Company. DOC is what we called them. You could always tell the DOC locations. They all had a very similar look. And they converted 100% of them into lens crafters. They didn't create another brand. They just turned them all into lens crafters. And the problem was that people didn't go to lens crafters for whatever reason and chose DOC, their wallet. And the moment they turned those all into lens crafters, patients fled. They did not want to go to a lens crafters. That was why they went to DOC. Plus, they changed product mix, right? I mean, Luxottica is a distribution play, right? That when they bought US Shoe and got those original locations from the precision lens crafters that Dean Butler has started, it was all about a distribution play for their frames. And of course, now it's frame and lenses. And so when we looked at that, and the man who was really involved in building out the business plan for the investment group was a guy by the name of Eric Anderson, who's our CEO. He used to be he's been at Luxottica for 25 years, and it had leadership roles in almost, I think, every brand there. And his last one was Lens Crafters when they did the DOC acquisition. And what he said was, if you go in there and you buy these practices, if you change it so it's no longer recognizable to the patients, or worse, recognizable in a form that they didn't like or they chose not to go to, those patients will leave. And so we started out by saying we won't change the DNA of your practice, but the reality is there are going to be changes. We implement our systems, but our core belief is that if you change the way patients perceive the experience in the office, they will leave. And so if we go and turn this into a refracting mill and say, all you got to do is sell frames, sell lenses, sell contact lenses, that is different than why the patients chose that practice. They chose that practice for the care they got from their doctors. And so we've taken that very seriously. And we believe that that's the key to our success. And what I always say is, you look at, again, I have a lot of experience at Luxottica. And if you look at Luxottica locations, specifically lens crafters, are not destinations. People happen to be in the mall. They go in, they look at Ray-Bans, they realize they don't have a prescription, and they decide they need to get an eye exam. So what drives that patient and customer interaction in the majority of times, not all the times, we have great doctors at lens crafters, but in the majority of times, is the need for glasses.
Well, I can tell you, actually, this is funny because DOC was, of course, I went to the University of Michigan, right? So DOC was in my mall in the 90s, so I remember them very clearly. Luxottica basically destroyed their entire brand equity with what they did.
Exactly.
Because, DOC, everyone knew who they were, they understood how the shops worked, and everybody kind of liked being there. And then just in a blink of an eye, like that, gone.
Absolutely.
And that always kind of stuck out to me. I'm like, why would you do that? Or was the thinking that the Luxottica brand was so strong that they could just subsume DOC and everything would be okay?
I think that's the thinking. I mean, Chairman, while he was alive, was, he he really believed in it.
Yeah.
But you saw it firsthand. And my first job at LensCrafters was a senior eye care director, and I had what we call the Great Lakes in Canada. The Great Lakes included the state of Michigan. So I saw and the results years later. This was in the 2000s, but years later, what happened. And so you can't do that. And obviously there's some models out there that do it. And I think, whether they're successful or not, it's not for me to say, but our original game plan was to not change brand names at all. We ran into some problems when we started purchasing Vision Source practices because they're franchised and we don't own the franchise. Today's Vision is another example. Texas Optical, Texas State, TSO, Texas State Optical is another one that we just don't own the franchise name. So we had to start changing names. But we have practices that are still named after the doctor that founded them. And we have a master brand above it. So we went to a regional concept where we have a regional name. So it could be ECS, which stands for Eye Care Specialist of Texas. Actually, we have several in Texas. We have North Texas, Central Texas, and West Texas. And then the practices all fall underneath there, but they keep their original brand name so that you can Google it any way you want. They can be powered by ECS of North Texas. It gives us some marketing advantages there. But the main point is exactly what Adam said, is you can't lose that brand equity. And I think that's important. And that goes with what they do. If I come in there and say, Dr. Silberberg, you're gonna now see 6 patients an hour. You're not gonna dilate. You're gonna refract them. You're gonna get them out to optical, and you sell them glasses. You're not going to be happy, and your patients aren't going to be happy. So we take a very hands-off approach to how patient care is managed.
Yeah, they'll see me once, and then they'll go some other place, seeing a difference. Just be like a McDonald's would never buy a Burger King, because people go to Burger King because they don't like McDonald's for some reason, and then it's crazy to try to read.
I'll remind you that the Walgreens in Manhattan are still called Duane Reade, are they not? I mean, how many years after that acquisition, right? So,
well, to be fair, I didn't know those were Walgreens. They are.
I didn't either.
Yeah. So there you go. So
that's intentional, right?
Yeah, absolutely. People would freak out. So yeah, they didn't want to destroy that brand that has been built up for at least 100 years, right? So yeah, I always find it interesting when companies come in and they think they can just kind of steamroll the old brand out of existence.
And again, to be fair, it works in some cases, right?
Sure.
I mean, I'm not going to mention names here, but we certainly know of a group that does that, and it's they have 800 and something locations, and so they're certainly successful. They've sold multiple times, so I think it can be successful. I do think it runs its course, and I think that eventually it loses sight of what it was, but that's only my opinion.
Yep.
Which is worth what we're paying you.
Yes, exactly.
Well, you didn't get the check yet.
Yeah, I haven't got the check yet, obviously. You get what you paid for.
Oh my gosh. Well, Ben, thanks for doing this as usual. But seriously, for 2023, you got to come back and do another talk, because I feel like this past year we've had a lot of new speakers, but we're sort of missing some of the core guys that we usually have. And I'd love to get that back, because the lectures that we've had have been great. We've had a lot of really scientific ones this year as well, but some good practice management ones. I think that's the one thing we don't have too much of this year. So right. I'd love to have it next year.
I can promise you mine will not be scientific.
The less scientific, the better. In fact, you have to do it with Steinberg. I mean, it'll just be like,
Yeah.
Actually, I want you to do like some sort of duking it out thing where you're both in these unitards and a boxing ring, or like, what are those?
I said it's amiable. You're making it yin and yang again.
But I'm trying to bring in viewers and make it sexy and get people like, yeah, I want to see.
You know what I think you should have? Okay. You guys should actually
no.
Here's what you should have: just a contract in front of you, a private equity contract, and you guys could each read the clauses, and then you could each call each other full of shit, like for each clause, like whose side are you on here?
But that's going to be boring.
That could be fun.
In a steel cage.
In a steel cage.
Gretchen, I gave you the idea for a true Duke It Out podcast.
We're still gonna do it. I'm waiting.
Yeah, I saw him I don't know if he's watching, but Jeff Sansino. So we differ on our view of contact lens sales and
Well, he has a vested interest somehow.
He does, and I don't.
Somehow?
Although he once called me out and said that, you've been leadership in all these different contact, and I haven't been leadership in a contact lens company in 7-8 years. But no, we have.
But
You know,
that's
certainly
not
have-
long in optometry years.
No, probably not. No, that one I think would be. I have different ideas. I actually think. Well, we're seeing it now. The contact, not to take this as totally being derailed, but we're seeing so many price increases now in contact lenses. The margins are now getting to a place where it's going to be harder and harder to justify selling contact lenses in the office. They're just it's not that you can't make money in contact lenses, but you start to look at, why would I ever buy a inventory now? The opportunity cost of that is so high relative to what you can make and where I can put that money somewhere else. But and I used to sell inventories. That was what we did, right? At my company that I was at. But no, we just, Jeff and I have a different view, and we've known each other for a long time. So I think it'd be fun. So one day we'll have to do that one.
We are going to do that one. Adam and Steve, no stealing that idea.
I saw him at,
we could do a part 2. That'd be great. It's different when you do a web. You're doing a give and take live. We're doing a webinar where they're taping it. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Craig wants to have me to Hawaii at his place. That was what I offered. I said I will fly out. I'll spend the week with you there, and we'll tape this and get it done. But yeah, he got real busy with stuff, and then I got busy. But there's been a lot of activity, and actually, probably by the time you have your next CEwire for the fresh round next year, I'm assuming there's going to be some additional activity, especially now with Team Vision and at SO Exotica, and then VSP Ventures now getting much larger and being a bigger player.
Probably about the 3rd or 4th week in February.
Okay.
That's our goal.
Which
Yeah, I love it.
really isn't that far away in terms of let's get your stuff in and recorded. And
Gretchen, you're giving me heartburn. I don't
Yeah,
want to
me
think about it.
I haven't.
At least
we're waiting for this to.
wait until the body's cold, at least, right? Wait at least until Monday to start putting me back to work.
well, one
is
foot in the
last round.
grave and one on a banana peel.
Right. Is this the last round for
Yeah.
2020?
Yeah, this is going to be it, because we really do have
Legal.
to start planning 23, and we can't do so many things at once. So yeah, this is it.
Yeah, it's time.
Yep.
We're large. Okay, it's been great. You can go watch football now if you're on the
Yes.
East Coast.
He did that yesterday.
I did. I'm wearing our Alabama shirt, even though it was an ugly win. And Gretchen made sure to call it out to me during the game, but it was a win. So the funniest quote I heard, we can leave with this. So Steve Sarkisian is the coach at Texas. He said, "We didn't lose the game. We just ran out of time." Which I thought was like, he's getting
Good
blasted for it. He's getting blasted for it. But no, actually,
That's not how it
unfortunately,
works.
no, unfortunately, on the East Coast, I have to go prepare my pool for winterization today during halftime. So that'll be most.
Oh God.
We have a lot of leaves in ours also. We're going to wait
First
a week.
world problems,
Yeah.
dude.
Well, I'm from California. We didn't ever have to winterize. What the hell is that all about? But yeah, you have to drain it and put a bunch of chemicals in. So that'll be today.
Have fun with that.
Thank you. Well, enjoy. This is great. I hope you guys have a great rest of
Have
the
a
show.
nice rest of Sunday.
Thank you. You too. And we'll see you at Vision Expo East for sure.
And don't forget the outside.
Yes. Well, that's already done. That has to be done 48 hours. See, you get it, Steve. You know.
I'm
That was
doing the
done.
same thing. You're preaching to the choir.
First world problems.
Exactly.
Bye, Ben.
Right, see
Thank
you
you.
later.
Okay, guys. Thank you.
All righty. Always good to talk to Ben.
Yeah,
Absolutely. But he was getting
Yeah.
way too mathy for me there.
well, but I think that would be great. I don't think we should have both of them in the same conference, him and Cicino and him and Craig Steinberg, because totally two different things. But
Yeah.
but Craig and him are more optometric. They're more political.
Yeah, 100%. So meanwhile, everything's going smashingly at the conference. Let me
Don't jinx
pull this
it.
up here. I'm not going to jinx it, but everything's going well. I haven't seen too many problems here. A couple of people had a little freezing issue, and I think that probably has to do with the video provider. We'll know that for next year. I mean, part of the quote off season, right, which for me starts tomorrow, is going to be to do sort of a post-mortem on a lot of the tech and then see what kind of updates we can make for the next go around to make it even smoother. So
Let's get on it, Adam, because it be coming quick.
yeah, well, we're not going to need the software to work again until the end of February, right? February 24th, I think we said. So the other stuff, though, we do have to start working on it, coming up with the speakers and the classes and stuff. But one of my plans at a Vision Expo is to scope around, hopefully run into some people, maybe.
Maybe.
And
Yeah.
see who's
And I don't
interested
wanna-
in what. But,
And I
yeah.
don't want to send out any invites yet, Adam, because I want to have the invites go with the link to the Dropbox. So everything's done at
So
once.
we can't do anything until I'm back from Vision Expo. So this whole week's shot. But after that, then we can get on it. But
Okay.
But
meantime,
we
we got.
need to take a break soon because I am hungry.
I'm hungry
Yes,
too. So
my wife is making me lunch as we speak. Does
So
your
we're
husband
going
do
to
the
take a
same?
2-hour break, and I'm going to put up the webinars and stuff because we have an interview coming up at 2 o'clock, or no,
3 o'clock.
12 o'clock, 3 o'clock Eastern time.
In 2 hours.
So we'll do a 2-hour break. I have 2 webinars. I have that virtual field one that I didn't finish yesterday. I'll start that one again, and then I'll replay Dr. Resnick and Gramacki because that about VKC, that was really fun.
Well, meantime, we've got
Yeah.
some starting in about 5 minutes. We've got genetics.
Yep.
We've got
That
pathology
2020?
with 2020 vision, and then we've got deconstructing PALS, and then also starting in about an hour and a half, specialty lenses, contact lenses for kids, and near task specific lenses. So we've got some actual acuity and refractive stuff coming.
Yep.
And I have to say, all 4 of us did a great job with these interviews today. There were really 3 good interviews this morning.
Yep.
Pat ourselves on the
Interesting.
back thanks to Steve.
Yep. No, everybody chipped in. But LCT was great. Ben was great, and Bethany was certainly different. I don't think we can't have a speak at the show because she's really, it's her company. It's not really, she could do practice management, but I don't know if she could separate the two. But I'll think about it.
She could, but that's certainly your call.
Yep.
No, but could she separate practice management and not talk about power practice?
Yeah,
of course she could.
Yeah, she probably could. I mean, Arbo might have a problem with it, but I think we could find ways to, work it out where there's not a conflict. But
Well, look, Gary spoke on myopia control, and he had Treehouse at that point. So
that's true. So yeah, we could try to work through it. All right. Anyway, let me get this started. So I'll do the field one, and we'll come back here in 2 hours. So 3 o'clock your time, 12 o'clock my time, and I will catch you guys then.
Thanks, guys. Get some more coffee, Adam.
Will do.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome back to another ODwire webinar. Thanks for coming out tonight. Tonight's talk is all about visual fields and doing fields testing. And I guess the dirty secret is that we all know is that field testing for patients can sometimes be a pain, right? I don't think I'm saying anything surprising with that. It can be difficult for patients to do accurately. It can take a long time. I also know that in terms of a footprint in your office, sometimes the field tester can take up a lot of space. So it was sort of gratifying to see, after being sort of trapped away during the pandemic and not going to any trade shows, last fall I went out to the academy, and lo and behold, what did I see but a plethora of new devices that use virtual reality to do field testing. So it was great to see that this has actually become a viable option. And tonight is sort of all about this technology and learning about it and how you can implement it in your practice. And to help us learn all about it tonight, we have the great Paul Karpecki, who scarcely needs an introduction here, but I will remind you that not only is he the medical director of Kepler Vision, but he's also practicing OD, the director of cornea services at Kentucky Eye Institute and Center for Sight. And most importantly, I believe everybody knows him as the chief medical editor for Review of Optometry. He's published dozens of peer-reviewed articles, hundreds of non-peer-reviewed articles, and even 7 book chapters. So he is the ultimate authority, and I'm so happy to have him here tonight to talk to us all about this new technology. So with that said, Paul, why don't you take it away?
Thank you, Adam. What a great introduction. I'm going to echo a few things Dr. Farkas said, such as the fact that, this is innovative technology. I'm really glad you're part of this. I think that, as he said, welcome and being here tonight, but also the fact that when you have this opportunity to learn about new things, I think it creates this wonderful situation we don't have for a long time that sets you apart, that allows you to look at new things, differentiate your practice, and help patients. And this is one of those technologies. And he's right. It's funny, he told that story about having been away for a little bit, and I did the same thing. I hadn't been at any meetings and looked at all these new technologies that evolved. And this virtual reality space is an ideal fit for medical measurement diagnostics, and in particular, visual fields. So we're going to talk a lot about that today, a more efficient approach to visual field testing. But I think as you hear this, you're going to realize and recognize that this really does make a lot of sense. This is the wave of the present, not even the future. This is where we want to be today. So I'm going to take over here and start advancing. So we're going to go through an introduction to the technology, a little bit about background of visual field test, what we've done up until now. We'll talk a little bit about some of the key attributes that we look towards these technologies, such as finding ways to increase comfort, decrease anxiety, to be able to overall get better quality tests, the reliability that comes in with active eye tracking in particular. And I think the reason I love that at the beginning, because that's a real differentiator. It is that's something when you're looking at these virtual reality systems, you really want to have something that has active eye tracking, not something that just has a dot that they're supposed to look at or a crosshair. I want to talk about neighborhood cluster testing. I think this is very important in the new wave of understanding of visual field testing. There's so many clinical references and so many papers around this whole area of neighborhood cluster testing, how it improves not only speed and efficiency, but even accuracy, because there's not that patient fatigue. And for those who aren't familiar with this terminology, I want to cover that tonight as well. And then really the key benefits of the Smart System VR headset and how it takes into account what we talked about. And then we'll open it up for Q&A. And I'm lucky tonight to have Mike with me too, who's a true expert in this area who can answer a lot of those clinical questions and help out as well. But I'll certainly answer it from the standpoint of practical and practice and clinical in that aspect of utilizing these technologies. So we're going to go ahead and begin. As we start out here looking at, well, we've already covered me. So let's go in the background of visual fields and where we've been all these years. And we know that they're critical. You couldn't really practice optometry effectively if you didn't have a way to measure visual fields. Not only do they detect scotomas, they also check for peripheral vision loss. And the key importance of that is it's the ability, well, primarily to diagnose and monitor glaucoma. We couldn't really effectively manage glaucoma if we didn't have visual field testing. But it goes beyond that. In order to qualify for insurance coverage of maybe a patient who's looking at having a ptosis surgery, blepharoptosis, you have to have a certain level of visual field loss for that to be covered. Those who don't apply could possibly even use some of the newer drops now, like Upneek and other things like that. So it's a valuable test to determine who qualifies versus topical agents. You can monitor for diseases of the retina. In fact, in particular, we talked about the neighborhood cluster measurement, which I'm going to go into. One of the great applications besides glaucoma is in retinitis pigmentosa. It seems to be more predictive of the patient's outcome when you do cluster testing. And so we're going to go into that and how that fits in. Optic neuropathies beyond glaucoma. And of course, if someone's had a stroke or space occupying mass in their brain, that can obviously affect the pathways resulting in a visual field loss. So we know that this is critical to how we practice. We understand how important it is to be able to detect visual field loss, and we can then attribute it to some sort of pathology ranging from optic neuropathies into retinal diseases, strokes, tumors, and of course, the most important application we automatically think about, which is glaucoma. Now, one of the more interesting areas is just to look at where we were. And to try and see what we can make better, how we can help our patients, what we can do to help our practices. And Dr. Farkas is right. If you look at, there's a survey that looked at the tests that optometrists do that patients felt were the most tedious or the most difficult and the most anxiety inducing of all tests. And I guess we should look at that to determine where we have to improve. And ironically, the two were refraction, not in any order, but refraction was one of those two. And I think it's because everything seems similar when you get to one or two at the end, you're trying to find that medium spot. And of course, the other one was visual field testing. So if there were two things we could try to improve for patients, this probably would be their key points that could differentiate us. I honestly think that refraction we do quite well, and probably it's not as much of a pain point, but visual field testing certainly is. And if you look at this list here, you get a pretty good idea why patients would put that down. Number one, you got to go into a dark room and you're required that extra room. And not a lot of practices have a lot of space to be able to dedicate the room to, but that was our only option in the past. It's uncomfortable for the patient. As you look at the patient in the left image there, you can see that just sitting there for 12 minutes per eye, or even with some of the faster tests where you get down to 8 to 10, is still a long time, and that makes it uncomfortable. Studies do show very clearly, and there's a great study there by Barkana that showed that fixation loss has a significant compromise of the reliability or the accuracy of the test with these dome type visual field tests. It's limited to monocular testing, but that goes back to that uncomfortable time. You do one eye, and then when that's finished with your 24-2 or 30-2, if you want more accuracy, you then go to the other eye. And so that's that doubling of time that takes place. And even with some of the fast systems and C2Fast and others, there's still quite a bit of time when you have to do each eye individually. It also uses single test points. And although that seems obvious, we say, hey, that's what we've always done. That's a longer process. New research is now looking at ways to use neighborhood cluster, where you look at a segment. For example, we know that one of the most common visual field defects we see with glaucoma is a nasal step. The second most is an arcuate defect. Now, if you picture both of those, they're not a single spot. They're a series or a neighborhood or a cluster of missing visual fields. And so for most patients, that's kind of how our glaucoma develops. And the same thing for RP and other neuropathies when we look at visual field loss. And so coming to a new system instead of just a single point of testing is really where we need to be, and actually increases efficiency and accuracy. And I can't wait to go into that with you, because that's some of the newer innovation that's taking place. But right now, these current systems use a single test point, and that increases the length of the testing. Patients get fatigue, and that leads to a decline in sensitivity. Oftentimes, you can't just simply, transfer that visual field right into your EMR. It requires additional steps or additional software, really, to be fair. And then the last thing is disinfection. Look at that dome and how close the patient is to it. COVID has changed so much in terms of how patients perceive things and what they comment on and where they want to go to. And I don't know that I'd want to have my face that close to a dome where someone was breathing for the last 15 minutes into, or God forbid, sneezing or coughing or anything in this day and age. And that's what patients look to too. And you can't disinfect these easily. Often disinfection will cause damage over time. It's interesting, we never used to, which now we look at that and think, gosh, the proximity of the patient to that dome is so close. We really have no other options today. So all of these things are in limitations that we look at when it comes to current testing. So where are we today? This is really, to Dr. Farkas's point, perhaps one of the most innovative areas that have happened. And patients are very familiar with this. They've seen, and they've seen images of, they've heard of some of these things, the Oculus or HTC, these virtual reality systems that gamers use all the time. So even if they may not have used this, they kind of have seen these images of what this is. And there's a lot of advantages to the Smart System VR headset. And I'm going to really hit on that one today, because that's the one that I believe has advantages that make a significant difference. For one, it is more comfortable, significantly more. It follows that same sort of design where there's a strap in the back that allows you, in this case, just to fit closely to the patient. It's easy to adjust. Patients comment that it's very comfortable, very lightweight. You can do this anywhere. You can do it in a well-lit room. You can do it in a reception area, not that we typically do. You can do it in any other areas that you have. You don't have to have a dedicated, darker room where the patient's a little apprehensive. It's tablet controlled, so it gives verbal cues to the technician to make the process efficient. They can tell the patient what to do. It's easy to train practically anyone to do this, to be fair, but we have our technicians do it. But they find that the guidance is there and it helps them. It's a reminder to them. Eventually they get good at it. They may not need that, but it's so important in the beginning and so helpful. And even my technicians that have a lot of experience will still feel like any sort of guidance helps. It's a reminder. Now, the next ones are really valuable. Binocular testing. Now you're thinking, well, how do you get a visual field if you're testing binocularly? Wouldn't that overlap and you'd not see it? Well, it does test one eye, but the patient doesn't realize that. You don't have to go to a system that's all the left eye for the next 8 to 12 minutes or 15 minutes, and then all the right eye or vice versa. You just put this on, and within, I'm not exaggerating, 3 minutes, you've tested both eyes, but it does it individually, even though both eyes are open, comfortable. able to look into the distance. The patient can't tell if you're testing the right or the left eye. They just see the stimulus or don't. And so it really allows you to do a very comfortable test in that sense, even though you're testing each eye individually for visual field loss. It's portable. You can take it to other offices. You could do telehealth. You could technically, we thought about taking these technologies to the patient's car while they were waiting, but that was when the early, COVID days, when we weren't sure if patients would ever show up again or anything. But obviously, we never ended up having to do that. But the portability of it really, fits in well with multiple practices, with nursing homes, with even different, within our own building, just having different offices we want to try it in, or different lanes. It's easy to upgrade to new technologies that come out, such as other types of testing. I think really one of the keys, though, is the active eye tracking. And I've hit this already quickly, and I'm going to go into it specifically in individual slides. But it's the ability to have a system that measures for the number one reason for lack of reliability. And that's the patient who either gets fatigued or loses fixation for some reason. And when that's not present, they start looking for the light. They're obviously going to see it through their macula, and you're not going to get a reliable field. In fact, that's why people say you have to do the first field just to train the patient in the past, so you can do an accurate field the next time. That's not the case with this, because if the patient with the smart system VR headset decides they're going to look towards where the light is coming from, not only does the image go from a red, target to gray, it shuts down. It stops the test. So the patient then has to refocus. It turns to the correct red color, and then they can resume. So it's extremely important aspect of this technology. And then I really want to get into neighborhood cluster testing. So let me move towards those slides as well. Now, as we look at increased comfort, let's hit a few of these key points. The decreased anxiety during the visual field testing and how we can, improve that for our patients. Remember, this is one of the two tests that patients describe as the two most painful, quote, tests when they see an optometrist. And I think that makes sense. So one of the ways that this technology gets around that and helps patients to not feel that way, to look forward to coming in for testing, is this binocular testing, as we talked about. You're not occluding an eye. They're not relying on one single one. They don't know where it's coming from. It seems natural. It seems comfortable, and yet you're testing monocularly. And if you think about that, it's kind of logical. You've got both eyes looking through this system. If it shows up just in the right or just in the left, they can't tell, but it is testing just that eye, because you can divide it with these virtual reality systems. It's familiar. Patients have seen this stuff, even if they haven't tried it before. They've seen ads for it. They've seen technology ads that talk about it. They know of their grandson who's a gamer who has something like this, etc. No large devices. They're not holding still for long periods. The average time of a 24-2 to 30-2, depending on test you require, is about 3 minutes to do each eye, so 6 minutes. That's a significant improvement in terms of what's required for full threshold, is about 3 minutes per eye. You can actually do quick screening visual fields, very accurate, in 45 seconds. The verbal cues are through the headset. That allows for that education, either to the technician or patient can wear the eyewear while taking the test, which is comfortable. You can do it in any setting that they feel comfortable in. If they're sitting in a very comfortable chair, they just put this on and you begin the test. You could even do it, as we said, outside of the clinic, in nursing homes and other centers where it may be required. It's also easy for the technician, and I think this is important. Right now, I'd say our biggest need in my clinic is staffing. I actually had to, unfortunately, put my research department on hiatus. That's tough to do. I've been doing research for over 25 years, and in different areas of new drugs and glaucoma and other therapies and technologies, and we just could not keep staff to the point where I finally had to tell companies we're just not going to be able to do any research. And it's been almost a year now since that time, and I think a lot of doctors are experiencing that, even those in regular practice. Those are in primary eye care practice especially, and even those in specialty practice areas are finding staffing to be an issue. So when we can find technologies that are easy, this goes far too. It's easy to set up the patient for the test. It's just simply placed there. any lighting situations we talked about earlier. The software walks the technician through each step. Even those who are fairly good at this in my clinic, they love the reminders, the verbal cues through the headset, tablet interface, so they can view the progression of where the patient's on, to tell them, hey, you've got 30 seconds left, or whatever might be necessary to get them through those 3 minutes per eye, or if it's a quick test, 45 seconds. Test results immediately export into our EMR system, so it allows it to just upload right at the moment that's there. And there's so much advantages to having that capability. So the next question is, that's great. It's obviously comfortable for the patient. It's easy to do. The technicians can do it. It's faster. Well, is it reliable? Is it dependable for me? And the answer I can tell you is without a question. It's for one, the visual field data being uploaded directly into the EMR allows me to look at it right there as the patient presents. I mean, immediately when they're done the test, it shows up in the record. The transition from manual to automated visual field test really helps a lot in terms of the patient flow that we have. And in fact, I will tell you that, you know, people talk about telehealth and they say, how does it fit into eye care and where do we put it in? I'm actually doing telehealth without realizing it. And I've been doing this for at least since COVID allowed us to see patients. And what I've been doing is I've had the patients come in when it's a comfortable time for them. And it may not be a day I'm there. And they come in, they get their visual field testing, and we typically will do an OR at the same time to just kind of get their hysteresis and their pressures. And that information will be provided to me in the EMR. And then at the end of the day, I call these patients, set up, because they want to do it that way. I say, I want to go over all your results with you. And we do a quick video chat, and we bill for both of those, the visit with the technicians and my impression and plan and diagnosis. And it's great because the patients, what happens a lot is when we bring them in for visual field, then they get bogged down in the system and they're waiting longer, and they've already waited for the field. Now they're waiting for the doctor. I find it so much easier for them to come in on a convenient day, the technician to do the testing in any one of the rooms comfortably, and then I evaluate it later, set up the virtual exam and go through it with them as a telehealth exam. It's a whole new thought process, but it's so simple. I mean, I'm kind of doing the same thing in the lane with them waiting around other patients and waiting half the day while I'm getting bogged down. I'm just saying, hey, come in when it's convenient, go home. We'll set up the call to go over it through telehealth and we'll discuss it. The transition is right there. Reduced test time does increase sensitivity. I love the study by Hudson. If you want to take a look at a study that puts everything in perspective, the fatigue effects during a single session of automated static threshold perimetry. It was published in the Ophthalmology Vision Science Journal, which is kind of one investigative ophthalmic vision science, which is a great paper that really shows how much of an impact the time and the fatigue makes on outcomes of quality results that we're trying to interpret. We talked about possible telehealth applications, accuracy of active eye tracking, testing speed, and clinical efficiency. So the eye tracking, I think, is critical, even though I'll go through it again. You have to have systems that allow the entire testing to pause. There's a lot of these VR systems that talk about active eye tracking, but they have simply a crosshair, and they call that the tracking. That's not going to work. Patients can still look around. You have to have something that has the cameras built into this virtual reality system that look at the eye's positioning, such as this technology, where they're looking at the eye's positioning, knowing where it's at, and then being able to show that is not on fixation. We're going to switch over that image from red to gray. Now the patient can look back and make it red again, and it continues, or they can continue to not look properly, and then it actually shuts off within seconds so that you don't get erroneous data. That's active eye tracking. That's a necessity in these technologies that's not present in all of them. Testing speeds, clinical efficiency through neighborhood cluster approach is so important too, but I'm going to cover that here in a moment. So we just touched on this. If you look at this accuracy, and what you're seeing on the left is the red crosshair. That's what patients are focusing on, and that's where their fixation should be. The great thing is at 3 minutes per eye, most patients can do this extremely well, even if it's their first time doing it. Much more, in my impression, and what I've seen clinically than any of the previous visual field tests that we used to do. So it's still so important to have, because you don't want data that's unreliable because they're looking for the dot. They're looking for the light stimuli, but it is, for 3 minutes, it's a lot easier for them to be focused. Loss of fixation will lead to missed targets, false positives, and that's where all of a sudden that nasal step doesn't look like one. Having crosshairs alone, as I've emphasized earlier, is not a guarantee of fixation, and that's where you have to differentiate the technologies. Some have a crosshair and identify that as fixation compliant. Fixation compliant is some system that looks at the eye, that has the built-in cameras that allows the system to know that if they're not looking at fixation, we're not going to collect that data. That's an automated eye movement tracking that improves it and allows for that compliance and test results. And so I tell patients, or my staff, my technicians, tell them you have a red crosshair that's there. If it goes gray, that tells you you're no longer looking at it. You need to fixate again on that central zone. And patients are able to follow that easily. But should they not, the system knows not to collect the data, which is so important to accurate results. Now, if you go beyond fixation crosshairs, this is really what this takes into account. On the left is a perfect example. That's what the patient actually sees to your left, the red crosshair in the center. And the results, as they get to where they need to be and get your accurate results, they are verified through this process. If it goes gray, and you can see that on the right, that's what changes. It's just that simple change, but that's enough to know that they're not fixating where they need to be. That loss of fixation results in pausing the test, also results in verbal notification through the headset to the patient, visual notification on the tablet for the technician to remind the patient, and visual notification in the headset for the patient, plus the change in color. I know that sounds like almost an overkill, but it's not. That's the number one reason we get data that we can't use. That's the number one reason we look at a visual field and we don't have an idea if this patient has pathology or not. You don't want to miss a space occupying mass. You don't want to miss which type of stroke and what's playing a role. You certainly don't want to miss early glaucoma. So I don't think that's any way overemphasized to have all of those steps in place. In fact, I think that's what we need. Now, if the test was 15 minutes per eye, adding this in, that could be an issue for patients. It could add to more problems longer time. That's not the case with these VR headsets and this one in particular. So you're able to do this and increase your accuracy, ensure that the data you're getting is good, your interpretation, you can trust that it's present. And the test resumes once the patient looks straight ahead again, the light turns red, the crosshairs, I should say, and you're able to continue to resume. It doesn't take many of these before the patient recognizes, man, I better focus on those crosshairs. And then their 3 minutes per eye goes quickly. The eye tracking for us as ECPs is that I feel good about looking at the visual field, knowing the results are going to be accurate. I will admit that there were times when we would schedule 2 visual fields on a new patient. One, because we knew it would fail, and that was our practice run, and a second one that I would interpret. And that sounds crazy now that I look back at it. And these were 15 minutes tests, sometimes 15 minutes per eye if we did a 30-2. And again, it's going back a ways, but not that far back. People still have to, make mistakes on their first round with the old technologies and have to often repeat it, and you see changes. I've seen patients where with the older technologies, I was sure they had some sort of glaucoma or some sort of issue, only to repeat it and not see any visual field defect at all. I've seen a lot of the opposite too. And you often get those ones where you see, their reliability is so low, fixation loss 9 out of 12. And you know that it was a useless test. That's not going to happen with these technologies. There's no possibility with this one in particular because of the active eye tracking. It's consistent no matter who runs the test or where it's run. It's accurate, reliable identification of disease, or more importantly, those subtle progressions that occur that are so critical to knowing we have to modify the glaucoma management in particular. And it helps me be confident in the treatment plan. Those days in the past where we used the standard visual fields with the domes, and we'd come up and look at the field and we'd say, wow, that looks like a significant amount of loss. We got to be much more aggressive. And then when they came back, 3 months, 6 months later for their next visual field, we'd say, wow, we put them on too much drugs because their field improved, and the fields don't improve. Their reliability had improved because they had a practice. And so it was unfortunate because it didn't give us confidence in our treatment plans and how we decided to manage these patients. With this technology, I assure you, you will be confident when you look at the visual field. You'll know how to respond, how to treat the patient, how to manage them, and you'll know that the next subsequent test will help us to determine if there's progression. I remember when I was first, getting started, I did a VA residency before I did my cornea fellowship. So my first love was actually posterior segment, glaucoma, retina. Then I came back to retina again about 4 years ago. But nevertheless, I remember one of my instructors at the time told me, yeah, just make sure that you get, before you treat any patient, at least 6 IOP measurements and at least 3 visual fields. Then you can make your plan. And unfortunately, he was saying that simply because there wasn't reliability, especially in the visual fields. That's a lot of tests to rely on before you actually come up with a plan for this patient. And it took 3 to 6 months. Now, to his credit, glaucoma is typically slow progressing. You do have time to kind of do extra tests, but wow, if I could get reliability on 1 test and 1 or 2, maybe 3 max IOPs, that's a lot better way to manage these patients and come up with your treatment plan for them. And that's where we're at today. A single field and 2 to 3 IOP measurements, we come up with the target, we come up with where we're at. Of course, OCT is critical to that too, but we're able to, with those 3 tests, really have an idea of where they're at. Hysteresis plays a key role in addition. Neighborhood cluster testing, proven speed and efficiency. This is the one I've been anxious to get to, and I kept hinting at this one throughout our entire talk today. This has actually been extremely studied. If you go through abstracts and papers, you're going to find about a dozen in this area. In fact, I was shocked as I was working on this presentation and working in terms of getting the research to review around neighborhood cluster testing, how many papers already had existed. And it's proven speed and efficiency, which leads to reliability. So let's talk about what that is. All right, so first of all, speed matters in this case. Patient comfort leads to more accurate results. We looked at some of the studies related to that earlier. Patient fatigue results in lack of reliability of your test. And for us, that clinic workflow is critical. If I have a patient that's going to take 15 to 20 minutes because they have issues related to the fields, got to repeat them 2 or 3 times, put them back in the system, that workflow is not working. They can only use a dark room. Today, we can do this anywhere, as this patient to the left is at. Clinic workflow is quick. The speed of which this happens is quick. The reduced fatigue allows them to come back and say, okay, I don't mind doing that again, to see where we're at. Individual points and global indices do not provide the ideal combination of sensitivity and specificity alone. What we mean by that last bullet, and this is an important one that I really want you to zone in on. If you decide that you're just going to do individual point testing, which is our traditional dome type visual fields, single point, 1 eye occluded, looking for those individual spots while the patient stares at a single point in the center, and we measure the periphery. That alone doesn't provide the ideal. It does provide some sensitivity, but not specificity to the disease. If you do global indices, where you're trying to test large areas all at once, almost like the old tangent fields that we used to do, you don't get any specificity, in terms of how these two work together. And the goal is to have both. If you look at the science of the ideal tests from a diagnostic perspective, you want high levels of sensitivity, meaning that it picks up on disease, and high levels of specificity, meaning it determines what the disease is. And the goal is to have both of them. So this neighborhood cluster testing is the key. If you take a look at the studies, it is more likely for vision loss to occur in clusters. Now, I do encourage you to scan that QR code to your right. That's going to give you all those references we talked about earlier, and you'll be amazed by how much science exists in this area and how every single study points to this is the direction we need to be going for visual field testing, known as neighborhood cluster testing. It's more efficient and more accurate. So it detects the larger clusters. And I keep going back to think about the most common field loss you see in glaucoma, but this could apply to any patient who's had a stroke too, where you've got a hemifield loss and other things like that. But think about glaucoma. You've got nasal steps, not a single spot, but a nasal step pattern. Arcuate's a better example because you have this kind of arcuate pattern of field loss, which describes that neighborhood of loss of vision. So it tests the larger clusters such as those. And then within each large cluster, it's explored more closely where they can look at individual points. And that's what you're seeing on the left. They look at the larger zone areas and then go into them in detail with individual points, especially if there are areas that are lost. The information from the neighboring positions help define the shape and pattern and create more accuracy of those patterns, which are pathognomonic or diagnostic for glaucoma in particular. Fewer presentations are needed to detect those deficits, to identify those key patterns, such as arcuate loss, such as field loss, such as nasal step, such as the patterns we would expect that are in a neighborhood as far as the testing approach. That doesn't mean it misses spots within it. It goes into them individually because it knows it needs to identify the level and density that's there. This is probably a great graph to kind of put in perspective. If you were to look at sensitivity by an individual spot point, and I talked about that, you have really high sensitivity. You know that there's a loss because you're looking at each individual spot, and then you're going back and looking at the decibels and saying, wow, that is depressed in that spot. And so you got good sensitivity, but it doesn't tell me a lot of specificity. And that's the kind of visual field testing we've been doing from the past. And that's what I love about what we're talking about today. It's not a case of saying, hey, we're just making it faster and we're making it easier. We're improving what we did in the past because we have this VR technology to do it. If you did global indices, looking at large areas of zones that might be missing, such as a nasal step, such as an arcuate, such as a hemifield, such as an RP where you've got obviously significant peripheral loss, that's good specificity, but I don't know the sensitivity in there. I don't know what's progressing. I don't know what's missing because I don't have that sensitive zone to pick up on it that's there, even though I have specificity. And guess what neighborhood cluster testing does? Look at the bottom. It gives you the optimal high level of both sensitivity and specificity. So you maximize your accuracy, high levels of both of those indices, which are critical for your diagnosis, not only of any sort of monitoring or progression of loss, it's also for identifying the disease. And guess what? In all these conditions, you kind of need both. If you're managing glaucoma, you need that specificity to say, yes, this is a glaucomatous field loss. But then you need the sensitivity to say, wow, this is a fast progressor, or hey, we're keeping things very consistent on every exam because we have them on the right therapies or the right treatment. That would apply to a case of a neuropathy. It applied to retinitis pigmentosa. It would apply to geographic atrophy, where you might do a 10-2, where you need to have both the specificity and the sensitivity. So the list goes on in that ability. And again, there's another scan for the abstract references related to that. If you didn't catch it, I think those are so important to understand how much research has already gone into this neighborhood cluster testing and why you would want to have that if you're managing any of these diseases and why you would want to have it from a visual field perspective. So the clinical benefits of neighborhood clustering are what we talked about: accurate, efficient. Obviously, that speeds things up. If you check for a cluster area and then go into it in detail, you can increase efficiency, but you also increase accuracy because you're finding where that loss might be and then identifying the individual points. Less patient anxiety. They're not sitting there for this extended period of time because there's so many stimuli individually hitting every point. Their attention's there, fatigue's reduced, the shorter testing time. I have patients who finish these and say, oh gosh, I can't get over how quick that was. I remember what it used to be like. This is such an improvement. I don't mind doing these. I'll be back for my next test in 6 months or whatever it may be. And from our standpoint, it's just better for patient workflow. If I have an empty lane, empty side room, empty area, we could do this testing as necessary. And we've had cases where a patient comes in and there's some neurological issue, and I'd love to have a quick field, but I'm not going to have room with her. If my other doctors who I practice with are using the visual field for the glaucoma testing, the older one, you can't get them into that room. And I work independently. I have my own technologies. I work within a clinic. I bring my own stuff. So I have this great advantage that I can do what testing I want in any room I need to do when I need to do it. And that's huge patient workflow advantages. So what are the key benefits of the Smart System VR headset? I have to emphasize that the only company makes Smart System VR headsets is M&S Technology. They've been a very trusted company in optometry for decades. You think about all the technologies you have, or may not even realize you have, that are M&S technologies, such as your visual field testing and machines, and now this VR headset. So many, they're a company that people have relied on. And they're also known for technology. So this is so much in their field of what they do. And these benefits, obviously, as we went through kind of earlier, are more efficient approach, positive patient experience. All of a sudden, what Dr. Farkas talked about at the beginning, you know, how patients dread these tests, how, you know, how we find a better way. Well, this is not just we've got a visual reality headset that allows us to do the same thing easier. No, this is an improvement beyond that. It's not only patient comfort, it's increased accuracy. It's using technologies like neighborhood cluster testing, active tracking involvement that we couldn't have with the older technologies that were there. If patient wasn't looking, we only found out later on when we looked at their printout. We got the visual field printout and it said they had 12 out of 15 fixation losses. And we said, well, let's toss that in the trash. Now it's electronic. We'd have to keep it anyways. But that's what we did. It was after the fact. This is real time while it's happening within that 3 minutes per eye time frame. Better overall patient experience, and I can attest to that. Improved clinic workflow, because that's kind of how I run my clinic as I go into Kentucky Eye Institute. Reliable results. You don't have the days of 3 visual fields and 6 pressures. Today, it's this visual field, this one, you can count on it. It's there. If it didn't, patient wasn't looking, the machine would have shut off and had to start again. So you're going to get reliable results. Plus, I think because of the short time, you don't get that fatigue and all those other factors that affect our reliability. And as things continue to improve and software improves and new technologies like this are advanced, you can incorporate them right into these headsets. And so for this one in particular, as we see that, you know, the neighborhood cluster testing is the most reliable, most effective way to do it, it's incorporated. Now that's already in place. But as new things like that might happen and might develop and new science comes out, they're easily upgradable into the systems you have without having a whole new set of software, of hardware to come in. And if you happen to be going to the AOA booth, and don't leave because we're going to go over, you know, Q&A. We're going to take all your questions tonight, and if you have, but if you happen to be at the AOA in Chicago, booth 3105, you can schedule a demo to see what I'm saying is exactly what you'd experience there, and to be able to understand how these VR technologies are really where we need to be today and for the future. With that, I'll pass it back over to Adam, where we have enough time now to go through some Q&A.
All right, great. Well, thank you so much, Paul. And I'd also like to introduce Mike Umali, the National Sales Manager at M&S. You know, he's been intimately involved behind the scenes with the development of this device. So, Mike, are you there?
I am, Adam. Yep, thank you.
Okay. Great. So I guess before I get to everybody else's questions, and by the way, if you want to ask a question, remember on the right side of the screen, there's a box there that says questions. Feel free to type in there and I'll verbally ask both Mike and Paul questions. But Mike, I have to ask you before I get to anybody else's questions. You know, at ODwire and CEwire, we develop a lot of software, very traditional software, right? Stuff that runs on the web. VR stuff is well beyond our pay grade, my pay grade. And so I guess I was kind of wondering, my own personal knowledge of VR is basically loading up the Oculus Quest and playing Beat Saber. What was it like kind of developing, you know, medical software essentially that works inside of VR? What was that whole process like?
Yeah, Adam. So, you know, M&S has been in business for 32 years, you know, writing software specifically for the eye care industry. ECPs know us from the visual acuity charts that have been around for 30 plus years, and we've got 36,000 of those in use all over the world. What they might not know is that all our software development is done in-house by our own programmers who've been with us for 15 plus years. So when this opportunity presented itself, I mean, we knew it'd be a tall task, but I mean, this is what we do. And everything we write has science behind it. It's peer reviewed and validated. So, you know, not only is this top-notch software written by a team with just massive experience in the industry. Most importantly, the headset is going to be reliable and accurate, just like Dr. Karpecki said.
Right. And so we have a few questions coming in, so I can maybe just ask you guys. I'll throw them out there, and you can sort of give your opinion on this. So first question was, will objective fields play a role in the future? Is this something that you guys see on the horizon in eye care? And I don't know, Paul, if you want to take a stab at it.
Yeah, I could first try to begin with, so that's another, innovative technology. And I'm always big on innovation. I think that's what allows our profession to advance. It allows our patients to continue to come to optometric offices. It allows us to have better workflow, less burnout, so many advantages to incorporating technology when it's sound. And when you do the research and realize, like this technology here, like the smart VR set, that this fits in. So objective fields, another potential area where, patients don't have to actually respond and click anything or look into a field, and can, that allow them to, utilize it and get some test measurements based on pupil changes and other things like that. And, there could be technology that could play a role. It's one that we also want to scientifically look at and evaluate where it fits into. I will tell you that I do like the fact that this technology allows the patient to actively participate in their results, in their care, to feel like they're part of that to a point. I do like the fact that it's a simple system that's quick and well, but I think there's a place for all technologies that are advancing. My concern would be if I was a company making the old-fashioned dome machines. I don't see why we would continue to keep that around. I think we would want to advance to where we have the technologies that patients can leave saying, gosh, doctor, what a difference. I will come back to your office. I feel like it's there. And I know that's there with this headset and with this VR technology. And perhaps other objective technologies will fill some of that potential as well in other areas. There's plenty of room. You look at all the practices out there. There's 40,000 plus ODs, 18,000 plus MDs. There's an incredible opportunity for advancement. And if there's one area we have not advanced in, it's this visual field testing. And I think that's why it shows up as #1 on the quote pain list for patients when they see an eye care practitioner. And so I think there's a lot of room for improvement, and I'm glad to see this technology, and there may be room for others as well.
Great. And a question here, what is the cleaning process for the headset in between patients? Or I guess, Paul, what is it that you are actually doing in your clinic in terms of cleaning?
So that's a big advantage. I'm still not sure how you are supposed to clean the dome ones without damaging it. Fortunately, I'm interested in my practice. I actually go into my practice. I'm at Kentucky Eye Institute. I'm affiliated with them. They're a great practice, great cataract surgeons, great group. But I have my own clinic. I have my own key people and my own technologies and my own staff that I bring in, and I run the services out of it, which works out great on the days around there. And so I have mine. I don't ever use the old technologies anymore, or a lot of the stuff that's there. So I go back and ask them, and they honestly didn't know the answers. They're like, I'm not sure. I know we need to. I know patients have asked that question many times. I'm not sure. With the VR headset we're talking about today from M&S, the smart system headset, you just have to clean the contact points that are present. Your routine, alcohol. Otherwise, you don't need to clean the ocular system. You don't need anything on the front. You don't need to clean anything where you're dealing with that aspect. You're just where the patient contact zone is that could be related to that. And that's a very easy approach. It's fast, it's efficient. The patients, you could do it in front of the patients if you wanted to, so they could feel very confident in what's there. And it's just the head components that fit on the front and back that allow you to place it on a patient. There's space there, allows for it, makes it easy, and you can do that. Mike, is there any specifics that you would recommend when it comes to cleaning of the system that go even beyond what we do?
No, I think you're spot on with that, Dr. Karpecki. I mean, an alcohol wipe, a sanitation wipe. I mean, this product has been in development for a year and a half, and I've got mine here on my desk, and I wiped it down with alcohol wipes, Clorox wipes, and it hasn't compromised any of the padding or the cushioning or the contact points. So we typically say grab an alcohol wipe, wipe it down, let it dry, and off you go. So yeah, it's a very quick and seamless process.
Great.
Perfect.
So another question here. I don't think you actually went over this. This is a good question. What types of tests does the system actually have built into it that doctors might be familiar with? Because I don't think we actually went over that.
I'm so glad you asked that question. That's an important one, and I kind of think I skipped over that as we went through the lecture. But it is all the standard tests that you want to have. It gives you your 10-2, so that's where you're looking at your specifics related to obviously the macula and that central vision area, and some of your more advanced glaucoma patients where you're concerned about fixation loss. You have your 24-2. And you have your 30-2. So everything that you would consider that you'd want to test, there's no missing element to these technologies that are there. And what's also really, I think, important too, is the fact that with this technology and how it works on that cluster kind of neighborhood cluster testing, you're going to get that reliability on across the board on each one of these tests as is necessary for you to achieve those components, both from a sensitivity and specificity. And so there's no loss in terms of that capability regarding your visual field test that you want to order. The other thing that I think is really important, if you look at neighborhood cluster testing, is that it also takes into account the GCC component. And we know that that is so critical for glaucoma progression. In fact, that's what we look at when we're looking at OCTs. And that actually, there's studies, and remember, if you scan that QR code, you're going to get one of the studies in there in particular talks specifically about the GCC complex and how the accuracy of visual field testing related to that increases when you use neighborhood cluster testing, which is part of this. But that you would get within your standard 10-2, 24-2, and 30-2.
Right. Ooh, interesting question here. Is the system currently being used in nursing homes where they offer remote on-site eye exams for patients that aren't mobile or are in a wheelchair or confined to bed?
Well, I can tell you in my clinic, we have wheelchair patients. I don't practice in nursing homes, or I have taken it from a clinic in Lexington to a clinic in Indiana. So I have had some portability already with the technologies, and we do that with a lot of our systems that are portable between the two clinics. I'm rarely at the Indiana office. There 4 times a year, but I do take that over there. Portability is really such an important thing. So I've got to assume that's going to be the same thing in terms of nursing home. But yes, I think there's so many patients that are mobile challenged, that are in wheelchairs, that are, as you think about your glaucoma population, where it's so difficult for them to reach in, put their forehead up against the bar in there, get it positioned really comfortably with the old systems, that this is such a relief for them, that ability to just simply place it, position it, know that they're looking through, they see the red target, the square across here, and they're able to go ahead and just do the test. And because of the speed of time, it's very comfortable. So I've had, certainly that makes, experience regarding patients who are in wheelchairs with great success. I don't work out of nursing homes, but I would assume my own experience would be very similar. Mike, you obviously work in sales with doctors across the country. I got to assume there are some doctors that are using this in nursing homes and other areas where they have to bring it with them.
There are, Dr. Karpecki, and yes, I mean, the portability part of it is absolutely huge. And I just wanted to touch on more of the testing algorithms that are on there. So yeah, in addition to being portable with it, which has been a huge deal here early on with the headset. And as you mentioned, you can do a 24-2, a 10-2, and a 30-2. There's also a screening test and a super threshold test on there that's about 45 seconds an eye, which you touched on. But you can also do FGT testing on the headset as well. So some ECPs who have patients who are accustomed to doing FGT testing, you can run an FGT test right on the headset. There's also a ptosis test, an Esterman test on the headset as well. So you got a lot of your visual field bases covered, but in addition to the visual field testing, doctors like it because, yeah, when you're doing testing, whether it's in the office or at a nursing home or remotely or off-site, you can also do contour stereo testing. There's a color vision test and a contrast sensitivity test. So the headset, not only does it give you everything you need visual field wise, but yeah, it covers a lot of the pre-testing stuff you would need to do prior to getting the exam started.
Great. And in fact, a lot of people have already asked about the Esterman test. So I'm glad you brought it up because we've now had several people ask. So that's excellent. And follow-up question here. This is an interesting question. We have a large Canadian audience, actually. Is the headset available yet in Canada, or is it just the US?
It's definitely available in Canada as well. Absolutely. Yep.
Excellent. And question about the reporting. What do you do about progression analysis? Is there reporting available? I know you mentioned that it hooks up with a tablet. How does that all work together?
Yeah, definitely. So every headset comes with a Microsoft Surface Pro. And when we kind of launched the product, the reporting, a lot of ECPs said that they needed the report to look just like, a report looks on their standard visual field device, their standard perimeter bowl. So as far as look and feel and aesthetics, the report's going to look just like ECPs are accustomed to the report looking. And every headset comes with a Microsoft Surface Pro, like I said, and that's going to be kind of the driver for everything you want done on the headset. It's got a very clean looking interface. It's very every test and every button is laid out very logically. So simply tap or click on the test that you want done, automatically sends it to the headset. And like Dr. Karpecki said, there's audio instructions in the headset kind of walking the patient through the entire process. And the technician can follow along right on the Surface Pro to see how much time is left in the test, as well as actually watch the report being populated in real time. So everything's driven right from the Surface Pro. When you're done, the report pops up, takes up the full screen right on your Surface Pro, and that can immediately be exported into a PDF and transferred wherever you want it to be.
Got it. Question here, that's an interesting one. Does the device have the ability to do plaquenil field testing?
Not currently, but that's definitely in the works. Every headset purchased comes with 3 years of free software upgrades. So we're undoubtedly kind of in the beginning of headset technology, and in my opinion, it's here to stay. It just makes so much sense practically as well as scientifically. And like I said, we do all our software writing in-house. So yes, that question has come up a lot, and that's definitely on the table to be added. And with the 3 years of free software upgrades, that's a free software upgrade when it does come out to anyone who purchases the headset.
Right, and so just to be clear, the upgrades are sort of what people are used to these days, where it's sort of over the air and the upgrades get installed that way?
Exactly. Yep, that's exactly how it's done. We can take care of that remotely. And yeah, that's free for 3 years. And one other thing we're working on here is we're working with a major institution here in the Midwest. And we're going to add kind of AI into the algorithm where, it's a quick test already, but with the added AI based on how fast the patient clicks, we'll be able to even reduce that test time even more. So yeah, all that stuff is on the table, and plaquenil testing is definitely one of them, and that's gonna undoubtedly be on the headset here.
Right. Interesting question here, and I guess I hadn't really thought about it. How is refractive error compensated for by the headset, or is it necessary at all?
Well, they can wear their spectacle correction right in there. That's what makes it so comfortable too for the patients. And that's a great question. That's one I probably should have included as we're putting together this presentation. That's such a valuable component, not only to their comfort, hey, these are what I'm wearing and this is the simple thing to do, but also you don't have that extra tech time to put in different trial lenses and get it lined up and make sure it works in there. They wear what they're comfortably able to wear. And that's one of the big advantages of this type of testing, where you just place it right in front as you need to of their of the VR headset.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. You wear your distance correction right under the headset itself, and it's certainly big enough to fit even larger frames. But yeah, I mean, progressives, bifocals hasn't been an issue from what ECPs have reported back. So yeah, you wear your correction right under the headset.
Right. And so again, a question here about field comparisons and progression analysis. Is any of that software available yet, or does it just sort of take the output and export it into the EHR? How does that work?
So there is built-in progression analysis software already in the headset. So if a patient has 3 tests of a 24/2, for instance, on the right eye, it will automatically generate right on the Surface Pro a progression analysis report. So that algorithm and that technology is already kind of built in there. So yes, there's absolutely progression analysis software in the software.
Right. Kind of a COVID-related question right now. Is there any problem with wearing masks and having fogging within the headset?
Not really, not from what doctors have reported. Yeah, that's definitely a concern, but it hasn't been one that's been brought up. And I've taken my test here on my headset with my mask on multiple times, and no, there hasn't been a fogging issue with the lenses. You know, it's on your face nice and snug, but you know, you can still breathe out of there pretty comfortably. So no, that hasn't been an issue here with the headset.
Right. And question about implementation. So I think you mentioned it before that it's pretty easy. It's obviously tablet driven, so it can't be that hard. What's the actual process like of getting it set up in the office?
Yeah, look, it's very straightforward. You know, and this is just from ECPs using it. We were very cognizant of it being having the interface very intuitive and as straightforward as possible. And with the Surface Pro, the interface is just extremely easy to navigate. You know, you just hit 30-2 and it sends it right to the headset. And the patient then gets those audio instructions and they're making them feel nice and comfortable. And there'll be a learning curve initially, you know, if nobody's done a visual field test in a headset before, but it's not steep. I mean, it's not steep at all. With the instructions in there, it's really, really hard to screw up. And we've made it as comfortable as possible for both technician to administer and patient to actually take. So no, with the way it's laid out on the Surface Pro, simply hit a button or tap a button with your finger and it sends it right to the headset and off you go.
Great. And question here, does it require any sort of calibration?
So there is a calibration process that needs to be done, but if you do it kind of just one time, what happens is that the built-in cameras will find your pupils while you're taking the test. If somebody is wearing their glasses while taking the test, there's a specific checkbox that needs to be checked to basically let the headset know that, hey, you know, you're trying to find the pupils through the correction in the lenses. We tell the software to account for this. And as long as that checkbox is checked, we pre-calibrate all the headsets before we fire them off. So once they arrive at the office, off you go. If somebody's wearing their correction, just make sure that checkbox is checked. If they're not, just make sure it's unchecked and off you go. Those cameras will find the pupil. And if you gaze ever so slightly to the left or to the right, like Dr. Karpecki said, that fixation target will change color, the test will pause, and it'll only resume again once the headset recognizes that the pupils are back on the fixation target.
Got it. And a bunch of questions have come in about cost. I don't know if you could speak to that, you know, sort of what the cost of the entire system is.
Yeah, so the headset's going to be a one-time fee of $10,995. It's going to be a one-time fee, and it comes with three years of free software upgrades and a 1-year warranty on all the hardware. We do have options where you can. We have an option for $340 a month for 36 months, if that's something that an ECP wants to take advantage of. So there's multiple ways to kind of purchase the unit, but the list price for the unit is going to be $10,995. And like I said, that's just a one-time fee. And you're billing for these tests just like you would, you know, on the more traditional perimeter bowl devices.
Right. And I had one more question here about the durability of the device. And I don't know if you've put it through any torture testing, but if it's like any other consumer VR, I noticed from experience, they can take a pretty good beating. Is it a consumer sort of grade VR unit that you were using to base the technology off of?
It is. Yeah, it is. So, I mean, the headset, a lot of these headsets now
Hey
are used
everybody,
for
it's
gaming.
Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Thanks for coming out tonight. So just diving into the topic tonight, it's all about vernal keratoconjunctivitis, or VKC. And as you probably know, it's a severe form of allergic inflammation that affects the ocular surface. It's relatively uncommon, but it can be vision threatening when it occurs. So that's why it's critical that everyone remains vigilant and on the lookout for it. And so that's why tonight's talk is so important. And fortunately for us, we have two experts on the subject tonight who are going to tackle this with us. So Dr. Susan Resnick is the president and managing partner of Drs. Farkas, Castillo, Resnick & Associates, contact lens and anterior segment specialty practice in New York. And I think if you've ever watched an ODwire webinar or attended CEwire, you've heard Dr. Resnick speak. So you're in for a real treat tonight if you've never heard her before. And also with us tonight is Dr. Susan Gromacki, who's the director of the contact lens service at First Sight Vision Care in Fulton, Maryland, which is sort of right in between Baltimore and DC. Dr. Gromacki is a well-known author and editor. She's published hundreds of articles over the past 30 years. So she has decades of experience treating anterior segment disease and also with contact lenses. So I can't think of two better people to speak to us about VKC tonight. And Dr. Resnick is going to kick things off describing sort of the background of the disease, the epidemiology, pathophysiology, as well as some of the challenges of diagnosing and treating VKC. And then Dr. Gromacki is going to talk about a novel treatment option for VKC. And then at the very end, what we're going to do is take all your questions and have a little back and forth with both of the speakers. So guys, take it away.
Adam, thank you so much for having us. I want to thank Santan as well. It's such a pleasure to be a part of this. It's, you know, when it comes to something like VKC, it affects all of us in a certain way, even though the disease is very, very rare. So I'm going to start with, you know, we probably all learned about this in school, but because it's rare, we might not see it very much. And what's most important, though, is the research that's gone on in the last few years. So this is not going to just serve to refresh our memories, but to bring us all up to date on this. And I think once we are, we're going to realize that we probably are underdiagnosing it and under-recognizing it. So what is VKC? Well, it's a severe form of allergic conjunctivitis that we've been taught and we understand occurs predominantly in male children. But we're going to find out in a moment that adults are affected too. As with most allergic entities, it has both a seasonal and perennial variant. And the perennial one is seen more in countries with hot climates. And of course, the seasonal one will occur in the temperate climates when the weather gets warmer. So we obviously know that there is a climate or environmental component. What's most critical about VKC is that it can be sight threatening in terms of its complications. And so obviously this is the kind of thing we want to recognize as early as possible. So as I just mentioned, adult VKC is now becoming more apparent to us. It was as recent as 2013 that it was described in the literature. A little bit different than the juvenile form in that we actually have two variants. So we can see one where it's the juvenile form that will persist beyond puberty with recurrences. And then you can also have one form that's actually starts in adulthood and arises de novo after puberty, which kind of goes against a little bit of what we were taught in that it was originally thought that VKC actually would kind of phase out after puberty. So it was always thought that there may be some hormonal components, which there probably are, but that's not the sole aspect. And we're going to see as we go into it more and more how multifactorial this disease is. The adult form resembles the childhood components, but the corneal involvement is more minor. But what is more major and more concerning is the surrounding inflammatory effects are much more severe. So we'll see more limbal stem cell deficiency, keratoconus. Obviously, we have to think about eye rubbing in these patients, traditional treatments using steroids, inducing cataracts and glaucoma. So again, the adult variant is more involved. I don't want to say more serious, but it extends more into the surrounding tissues, while the cornea may not be as involved. So how rare is VKC? Well, it's only about 0.1% or 0.5% of patients with all ocular diseases. And the key demographics show that the prevalence is roughly 100 times greater in Africa than other northern countries. And it's more prevalent in warmer, windy climates, and that would be like the Mediterranean, Central Africa, South America. But we do see it here in North America, China, Australia, and Europe. The prevalence here in the United States for children less than 18 years of age is just a little over 1 in 10,000. We know that it's more common in younger children. In particular, study in Italy showed a 16 times greater prevalence in children under 16. And again, perhaps most importantly, the regional differences in prevalence are thought to be due to genetics, environment, and the genetic and environmental interaction. So looking now at adult VKC, again, the data is more recent and it's more variable and not as robust, but we have a 2017 study or a model that shows an estimated prevalence here in the US of almost 16%, but then you look at India and Italy, and they're actually showing in a small study a little less than 3%. And then you look at Africa and we see 56% of overall VKC patients had adult VKC. So again, it's very variable with a lot of questions and to be answered and gaps to be filled in terms of research. So the pathogenesis is what I find the most interesting. You know, we think about it as an allergy, but it's not just the traditional allergy that we've all been trained on, you know, looking at IgE-mediated responses. This is not purely a type 1 hypersensitivity. If you remember, the type 1 being humoral, being B-cell mediated with preform mediators such as histamine, cytokines, and lipids. We now know that there's a strong Th2 lymphocytic effect, and there is also some Th1. So this is a type 4, if you'll remember that, as a delayed hypersensitivity, where you're going to get eosinophils bringing in different interleukins and stirring up the cytokines, you know, more of these chemokines, lipid mediators. So it is, you know, much more involved than we originally kind of knew. And one of the researchers, Bonini, actually found that in 50% of patients with VKC, they could not even find evidence of IgE. It was purely eosinophilic, which suggests that it is Th2 lymphocyte driven. So we think more about these much more severe, involved, long-terming, non-remitting kinds of inflammatory responses causing vasodilation, inflammation, mucus secretion, tissue degradation, vascular permeability, all the things that make these poor kids and adults miserable. You may remember that we learned in school about, you know, morning symptoms being the worst. Morning misery, it was called. And so let's take a look at this now. We can actually break it down into, you know, an immediate response, which would conjure up those images of seasonal allergic or your standard, what I call non-severe, non-visually threatening allergies, which might occur in hours, and those might repeat. But when we look at VKC, we have reappearance of initial symptoms, which would be the itching, the redness, the swelling, the edema, occurring days to months later. But what happens? What happens is we have disruption of the ocular surface, and that's what characterizes or distinguishes VKC and makes it so much more concerning than standard, you know, hay fever, rose fever, the kinds of things we think about in, you know, regular mast cell stabilizing controlled allergies. We have disruption of the ocular surface and severe inflammation, which may have visual consequences. So, you know, that's what characterizes the differences. So when we think about the pathophysiology, while it's an isolated entity in most patients and greater than 50%, we actually see comorbid allergic conditions in over 40%, which was shown in one Italian study. And you can see here, VKC alone was close to 60%. VKC with other atopic diseases was about 42%. What I find interesting, or maybe not so surprising, is that it's more prevalent as comorbidities with asthma and rhinitis. And the way I think about it is the lungs and the nose are mucous membrane tissues, as are the eyes. So to me, the connection is there. When it comes to eczema, skin, and urticaria, the anatomy, the molecular or cellular physiology of those tissues are different. So it doesn't surprise me that asthma and rhinitis would be more comorbid with VKC than some of the skin-related entities. So there are two basic kinds of appearances of VKC, and they are not mutually exclusive. You can have both of them in the same eye, in the same patient. The palpebral, as you might expect, has to do with the tarsal plate. And you will see, as you see here on the left, there'll be marked cobblestone papilla. And this is different from, even your grade 3 GPC that we were seeing in the old days with certain kinds of contact lenses. I mean, these papilla come out and shake their hands when the patient, shakes your hand when the patient walks in the room. You can't mistake them. Similarly, if you see the limbal variant, it is rather concerning and not difficult to miss, or not easy to miss, I should say. And you'll see this gelatinous ring, very different from adult Arcus senilis. It's raised, it's gelatinous, and it affects the limbus. You will also see Horner's-Trantas dots, which are these diffuse, and they can be intermittent white or yellowish little tiny dots. They will disappear or reappear. And those are actually collections of epithelial cell debris and degraded eosinophils. So these are essentially the two entities that are pathognomonic of VKC, which is what makes it different from some of the other allergic conditions. So you can start to see these corneal changes. Later on, you may see corneal vascularization, epithelial microerosions, and I just mentioned the Horner-Trantas dots and the papillae. The symptoms are typically bilateral. They're rarely unilateral. The hyperemia is marked. And again, the symptoms can start like a mild seasonal allergic conjunctivitis, but it escalates very quickly. So, it's very important on all allergy patients. If you leave with one thing tonight, it's flip those lids. I mean, 3 simple words, because those papilla will be the thing that kind of makes you scratch your head and say, okay, what really am I dealing with here? So the potential complications are the ones that we obviously worry about the most, but if we learn, and we're going to talk about how to control the disease and control patient behaviors early on. So, we want to try not to see the keratitis. The shield ulcers are, again, another entity that's pathognomonic, and that has to do with those large cobblestone papilla being on the underside of the lid, scraping against that cornea. You may see plaque. You might get a permanent reduction in visual acuity. We're actually going to be talking tonight about how to prevent that. Microbial keratitis is probably a little rare, but again, in young children, a child that may develop it at 3-4 years old, you can also worry about some amblyopia setting in. So again, it's important to diagnose it early and treat it early. So these statistics were based on an interesting study. It was a prospective observational case series, and they had a questionnaire completed by 30 children, again, males predominating because it does affect males to a greater degree with active VKC. And it looked at, well, what impact does it have on daily life? And when I think about a rare disease, as much as, I'm empathetic, obviously, to all patients, when it comes to children, it tugs at the clinical heartstrings a little bit more when you think about what's happening to these kids. So we just talked about the fact that this disease is more prevalent in the warmer, harder climates. So what do these kids want to do? They want to go to the pool. They want to play sports. it's affecting all the things that they would do, seasonally or perennially in the warmer months. And so, when something affects your child, it affects the parent probably 10 times greater. And so these are the things that we really want to prevent or control as much as we can. And the study also showed that when you look at quality of life outcomes, there was a greater reduction in quality of life in children with these more severe, I'll use the word inflammatory / allergic conditions such as VKC and AKC. So, when we look at impact on daily life, it's numerous. So even, talking about getting these kids to school, they wake up in the morning and they're miserable. Then they get to school and let's say they have to go to the school nurse a number of times a day. They're missing classes. They're missing, enjoyment with their friends. Many of them can't go outside for recess. They come home and obviously the parents worry even more. So, when it comes to being a parent or knowing a parent with a child, the first thing that comes to mind is, did I miss something? Should I have gotten my kid diagnosed earlier? And the answer is, well, yeah, and that's our job. They blame themselves first. We know it's not their fault. It is a hard disease to diagnose. It may start out slowly and, smolder a bit before it kind of escalates. We have we hope we're not going to give incongruous care. That's why we're speaking tonight. And, the information vacuum, I think we're getting there. Certainly we're learning more. And I think having a new treatment option, which Dr. Gromacki is going to go over in a few minutes, is certainly going to allow us to take this, and put it on the radar. So to summarize, VKC is a severe form of IgE and Th2 cell-mediated allergic conjunctivitis that occurs predominantly in male children less than 10 years of age. It does occur year-round, particularly in the tropics. The symptoms are everything that however the eye can respond in a negative sense, it will. Erythema, hyperemia, mucus discharge, tearing. I mean, if you've ever had a bad allergic day just being out on the golf course, multiply that 100 times. That's what these kids and adults go through. The complications can be severe. I worry most about keratoconus because of the eye rubbing. I worry most about corneal scarring. And it can have a negative impact on quality of life, just on the family dynamics and on social and educational outcomes. So we talked about the importance of us not being the weak link in diagnosing and treating these children. So how can we overcome that? Well, the first part is to understand again how different VKC is from the other allergic entities. And what you'll see here, unfortunately, is that there is a huge overlap in signs and symptoms. So we have on the left seasonal allergic, followed by perennial, and then we have our vernal and our atopic. And we have giant papillary conjunctivitis at the end and contact blepharoconjunctivitis right there in the middle. And you can see how the biggest overlap is with VKC and AKC. As a matter of fact, there's very little difference between the two when you think about it, other than VKC is obviously much more prevalent in the children. So the adults will be a little harder to diagnose. I think the one distinction there would be, probably there's more of a prevalence of eczema along with AKC. You will see more skin reactions. But note that all of these are atopic except for the contact sensitivity. Remember that atopy, by the way, means that you have tissue responses in other parts of the body that are not directly in contact with the allergen. So it makes sense that a contact-induced allergy would not be atopy. That's just a little refresher from our school days. So let's look closer now at the VKC-AKC difference because, they are very, very similar. So we know that the Horner-Trantas dots are much more common in VKC. If we were to have a patient go through eosinophilic scraping, it would be more prevalent in VKC. There's certainly more of a male predominance in VKC, and there's an age difference. There's a higher incidence, however, as we mentioned, of scarring in adults. And in AKC, that being more prevalent in adults. So there are very, very few distinctions, but if you keep those key things in mind, VKC younger, VKC boys, you will be more likely to make the early diagnosis. So when we look at diseases, you know, the first thing we always do is we kind of always like take a stepladder approach, and we look at what are the modifiable factors. And, you know, that's the first thing we want to look at. What's easy to do to relieve the patient of symptoms early on? We want to look at the environment. We want to look at basic personal practices. So, you know, obviously you want to avoid the triggering factors. And it's really important once you make the diagnosis to educate the patients and caregivers early, and to really tell them what to expect, because, you know, I always like to tell them, you know, without scaring patients, you want to tell them that it's not unexpected for things to get worse, for the kid to feel miserable. You know, tell it like it is, because knowing as a patient is really being prepared, and it's so much easier mentally and emotionally to deal with illness when you know that, okay, this is the disease, you know, here's what I need to do. So, you know, keep them out of the dust, keep them away from pets if they have allergies there, washing hair before bed, using sunglasses, and certainly cold compresses, preservative-free tears. By the way, putting the preservative-free tears in the refrigerator has a great effect, because you can reduce the hyperemia, constrict the vessels, so that some of those preformed mediators are less likely to spill out. The other thing is keep your patients from rubbing. When you rub, you actually break the cell membranes of the mast cells. So it's important to explain that to patients so they understand why we're making the recommendation. So the management challenges have been interesting, and that's, you know, obviously it says here that there's many therapeutic options. Well, there are many, but there are also few. I mean, the many may include these home-based measures that we talked about, but really, what have we had? You know, the first-line treatments are only palliative. They're effective in mild cases, and really, we had to go, you know, right to the big guns, which are steroids, and we all know the problems and long-term consequences of steroids. And again, when you're talking about a 10-year-old, you know, you want to try to avoid steroids if you can. Look, you have to use them to prevent or to control that horrible cascade. Diagnose it early, get them on it, keep them on it, you know, taper it down, but having an alternative measure is really the key. So let's just sum this all up in terms of practice pearls for management. Patient and parent awareness of the disease's long duration. You know, you got to let them know this isn't the flu. It's going to be there. It may fizzle out when they hit puberty, but get it under control, and we have a better chance of keeping everybody happy. There are going to be things that they have to do. It's not just putting drops in their eyes. You're going to get them in early. Schedule them, you know, way before whatever country you live in, or whatever part of North America you may live in. You know when the temperatures change and the humidity goes down, and then it's really all about effective prevention and control, you know, of inflammation. Sue, I'm going to just bring you in here because I know you're going to do the next section, but what do you do to diagnose it early? How do you zoom in?
Well, Susan, first of all, I want to say it's always a pleasure seeing you every year at the Academy at the CCLRT events. And so it's a special treat to actually see you in the summertime as well, and especially lecturing with you. So I can't wait to get going and to, shall we say, share the podium here and talk about VKC. As far as your question, you mentioned it, you hit the nail on the head. Evert the lids every single time, every single patient, especially in a patient complaining about itching, and especially that fits the profile that you so eloquently laid out. age, symptoms, mucus discharge, you name it, male, children, but not just that profile. We can talk later about a patient that I saw this spring, a young woman, 22 years old, who I am convinced has VKC, and we can talk about that if we have a little bit of time in the end. But let's talk about how to treat it. Cyclosporin A has been studied as a treatment for VKC for a long time, since the 1980s. But the reason we're calling it novel is twofold. One is that different concentrations, as you can see, were studied over the years. And some were too weak and some were too strong, leading to tolerability issues. 0.1% here is really the sweet spot. And if you open up your Will's Eye Manual, which we're all doing in clinic, right? If we want to check something, we open the Will's. I looked at it, and as recently as the year 2000, cyclosporin was not even listed in the Will's Eye Manual as a treatment for VKC. Likely because, number one, it wasn't in this concentration, and it was not in the form that we're going to be talking about today. And of course, number two, it hadn't been FDA approved yet for this indication until now. And the reason is that by changing the vehicle, for example, a cationic preservative-free artificial tear, the medication becomes safer and more readily tolerated and can be used effectively in a concentration as low as 0.1%. So let's talk about the emulsion and what makes it special. Santen developed 0.1% cyclosporin ophthalmic emulsion in order to increase the bioavailability of cyclosporin A at the ocular surface. Cyclosporin CE, cationic emulsion, 0.1%, is a calcineurin inhibitor immunosuppressant approved for topical ophthalmic use. In the US, cyclosporin 0.1% is approved for the treatment of VKC in children and adults. Let's look on the right here. The CSA is lipophilic. So we coat it here with a surfactant, and then on the outside is a cationic agent. So by making it a cationic emulsion, there is now attraction to the negatively charged cell membranes here, increasing residence time at the ocular surface. So if we look at, for example, unpolarized eye drops, they will simply wash out. Middle picture would be an anionic emulsion. If that is used negative to negative, we're going to get some electrostatic repulsion. The cationic emulsion is the key, as you can see, because the positive charge will do very nicely with a negative charge of cell membranes. So what are the benefits then? You get rapid spread across the cornea. The contact surface is maximized. It stays longer on the cornea versus unpolarized eye drops. And as a result, CSA-CE has increased ocular bioavailability compared to anionic CSA nanoemulsions. The CSA-CE clinical development program included the supportive phase 2-3 novative study with 118 patients and the longer pivotal phase 3 VECTIS study with 169 patients. I'm going to talk about the VECTIS study in great detail. It was really well planned out. There are basically 3 groups that the patients were randomly placed into. One was 0.1% QID 4 times a day. The second group was 0.1% BID plus the vehicle twice a day. And lastly is just the vehicle itself, which is a pretty good vehicle, as I mentioned, QID. And then what it looked at, the primary endpoint, was a mean composite score that encompassed CFS score, and down below you'll see CFS is an abbreviation for corneal fluorescein staining, corneal ulceration, in steroid rescue medication use over 4 months. So if a patient was suffering so much that they had to grab a steroid to try and help out with the comfort, that is what we're referring to with rescue medication. So the VECTIS study, there were 169 patients, was a multi-center randomized double-masked vehicle-controlled parallel arm phase 3 study that assessed the efficacy and safety of 2 cyclosporin A dosing regimens in pediatric patients with active severe VKC with severe keratitis. Years ago, when I was a first-year optometry student, I love talking about this because I was the only research assistant for the CLEX study. I was the only employee of the CLEX study. And as a young student, I learned so much from the principal investigators, Joe Barr, Carla Zadnik, Tim Edrington, and I learned about inclusion in studies. And it's very interesting because it's important to assure that the patients in the study actually have the diagnosis that you're studying. And as part of the CLEX study, for example, patients had to have a slit lamp sign of keratoconus. They had to have a Fleischer ring, Vogt stria, or a scar. In this case, the patients had to have severe keratitis. And I know Dr. Resnick showed a slide that keratitis is not necessarily present in all patients with VKC, but it's very important for the purpose of a study to make sure the patients have VKC, and one way to do it is to make sure that they have VKC and severe keratitis. And this ended up being an important marker that we were studying as well. Back to the VECTIS study. The first patient was enrolled in 2013 and the study was completed in 2016. The duration of the study, as you can see, was 12 months and it was divided into 2 parts. One was a 4-month efficacy evaluation treatment period, and then next was an 8-month safety follow-up period. The primary endpoint of VECTIS was a composite efficacy score based on 1, keratitis assessed by the modified Oxford scale that goes from 0 to 5, 2, the need for rescue medication, which was a corticosteroid, and 3, the occurrence of corneal ulceration. Secondary endpoints, meanwhile, included assessment of 4 main VKC symptoms: photophobia, tearing, itching, and mucus discharge. These were subjectively assessed by patients utilizing something called a visual analog scale, where a patient basically has a 100-millimeter strip and they physically mark on that strip from 0 to 100 how severe are their symptoms: photophobia, tearing, itching, mucus discharge. So that is called a VAS. Also, a CFS was included, which is the corneal fluorescein staining. Also, use of rescue therapy at months 1 to 4. Also, CFS responder rate at month 4. That's a good thing, a responder. I'll define it in just a little bit in one of the next slides. They also looked at a quality of life assessment, and lastly, slit lamp assessment. This slide shows the results for the 2 active treatment groups versus the vehicle in the 4-month randomized period. The difference in the least squares mean versus vehicle was 0.76, as you can see here, for the QID group, and 0.67 for the BID group. Both differences were statistically significant, confirming superiority of the active treatment over the vehicle. Now, the treatment was the only factor with a significant effect on the comparison, P equals 0.006. Baseline CFS score and exposure to VKC season did not have a significant effect. P was greater than 0.05. To summarize the secondary endpoints for months 1 to 4, the benefit of the CSAC treatment were also evident on most secondary endpoints, particularly in the high dose QID treatment group. So for example, improvements in 4 main VKC symptoms, photophobia, tearing, itching, and mucus discharge, were observed in all treatment groups, with the greatest improvement seen in the CSA CEQID group. The CSA CEQID treatment was associated with significantly greater symptom improvement versus the vehicle at months 1, 2, and 4 for photophobia, at months 2 and 4 for tearing, and at all monthly time points for itching and mucus discharge. Next, the quality of life improved in all treatment groups. Improvements were significantly higher in the CSA CEQID group versus the vehicle at most time points. And lastly, there was less use of rescue medication in patients treated with cyclosporin than those treated with vehicle. The CSA CEQID was 32%, the BID 31.5%, and the vehicle was 53.4%. The mean number of rescue courses is depicted in the figure on the left. There was a much greater use of rescue medication, corticosteroid, among patients in the vehicle group compared to the cyclosporin groups. The percentage of patients with at least one use of rescue medication over the treatment period was pretty comparable, as you can see, in the QID and BID groups. Both rates were lower compared to the vehicle group. This slide shows the logistic regression analysis for CFS responders. So to define what a CFS responder is, per definition, they are patients with a CFS score at month 4 less than or equal to 50% of the baseline CFS, and those who did not withdraw from the study for a reason possibly due to treatment. And 3, they were free from occurrence of ulceration and use of rescue medication in the last 3 months of treatment. So as you can see, the highest response rate was actually found in the CSA CE BID group with 61.1%, followed by the QID group, 57.1%. The response rate in the vehicle group was 34.5%. The comparisons of both cyclosporin dosage groups versus vehicle showed statistically significant differences favoring active treatment, p less than 0.05 for both comparisons. Data for the responder rates were later reanalyzed. This is actually not shown on this slide. The original analysis that you see on the slide actually took into account months 2, 3, and 4. The reanalysis included month 1. And in this reanalysis, the responder rates were actually 31 out of 56, 55.4% for the QID, and a little bit less, as I might expect, for the BID, so 50% for the BID and 27.6% for the vehicle. Safety assessments revealed that the incidence of treatment emergent adverse events, or TEAE, were similar across treatment groups. And the majority, as you can see, were mild or moderate in severity. The only exception was installation site pain, which occurred at a higher rate, as you might expect, in the high dose group. The most common treatment-related events were installation site pain, pruritus or itching, and erythema. Laboratory data, vital signs, and other safety-related observations, including slit lamp exam, best corrected distance acuity, and IOP, raised no additional concerns. Now let's talk about the US FDA specific analyses. Regarding keratitis scores, all 3 treatment groups started, as you can see, with an almost identical amount of keratitis, just over 4 on a 5-point scale. After 4 months, the vehicle had reduced the staining score, just the vehicle itself on average, by about 1.2 points. The BID administration, far right over here, decreased it by about 1.9. And as expected, the QID decreased it by 2.3. So on the right, you can see that there is a 95% confidence interval in the QID dosage, reducing keratitis more than the vehicle. The same goes for itching. The QID dosage reduces the patient's subjective itching score of about 78 out of 100 initially by about 44 points. The BID dosage by about 35, and the vehicle by about 25. And lastly, there were a few reported adverse reactions to note, but also note that these are consistent with the known safety profile of any topically applied cyclosporin A. And with that, I would like to open up the floor for questions.
Well, thank you, Susan, and thank you, Susan. Why don't we turn on our cameras here too so people can see us, so we can prove that we're real human beings. Try to flip those on here. So howdy, everybody. So let me pull up the questions here. So again, if anybody wants to ask a question, feel free. Right on the screen on the right side, there's a box where you can ask questions. Feel free to put a question in there and we will try to answer them. So you can give that a shot. And first question here, and again, you know, Susan, if you guys want to jump in after we ask it. So Dr. Resnick mentioned in the beginning that cobblestoning, right? The papillae that were just gigantic, almost were pathognomonic for the disease. Question here is, do you tend to see that later in the disease progression, or can that come right from the very beginning?
I'll answer that while she's unmuting herself. I tend to see it at the beginning because I've seen it. And, you know, Dr. Resnick hit the nail on the head. This isn't something we see every day. However, it's not rare if it's in your chair. And I know we both have seen it plenty of times in our careers, although I couldn't say I see it once a week or once a month, or sometimes I'll go a whole year without seeing it and then I'll see, you know, a whole bunch of them. So it's interesting, but most of the ones that I've seen have had the papilla from their initial presentation with me. I don't know about Dr. Resnick.
Yeah, so I echo that. So what's interesting is, you know, over the years, and a lot of people may have seen this, is sometimes a parent will come in and they bring the kid in because they say that, oh, I think he has a little tick or he's blinking funny and they want to check it out. And so again, the first thing you're going to do in a case like that, at least I do, is flip the lids, because what do you think? You think foreign body sensation. And once you do that, especially if you see it bilaterally, your, you know, VKC radar has to, you know, antenna have to go up, because they can appear before the symptoms of itching or hyperemia, or maybe the kid has been itchy or you haven't noticed them rubbing their eyes. So I do see this as an early sign. Absolutely.
Interesting question here. Do you have any sense of how long a person goes from the time they have their first symptoms until they're definitively diagnosed? Is there a pretty long gap where people are maybe just being treated for plain old allergy incorrectly for a long time?
Yeah.
I think it varies, you know, with the patient and how vigilant their parent is too in getting them in. I have to be honest, a lot of these kids may not see us first. Some may not. Some may see their pediatrician first, but I have seen a lot of them that have come in to see me first. So it kind of runs the gamut.
It's opposite for me, being in a larger city, because what happens first is they see the pediatrician. They're complaining maybe about itchy, redness, watering. So they treat them with, you know, your usual suspects of mast cell stabilizers, antihistamines. And then the pediatrician will send them to the allergist and then the pediatric ophthalmologist. So, and a lot of them will end up in tertiary. Once they make the diagnosis, they end up in tertiary care centers because it's considered a serious disease. So that's part of why some of these patients don't filter down into our everyday practices. But I'm going to make one comment now. You know, with the advent of pediatrics coming into our practice through other avenues now, through our focus on myopia management, many of us are seeing an influx of kids into our practices. So I do believe, through maybe the good fortune of bringing kids in for something else, we're going to be, you know, we will be in the pipeline to be the primary care providers and first diagnosticians of this disease. I think we're going to see an increased prevalence in our offices.
Oh, interesting question here. Could cyclosporin affect stem cells in children?
Wow, that's a good one.
In what way? I'm trying to think of what the mechanism would be.
Right.
It doesn't affect, so stem cells are not, so it's a calcineurin inhibitor. It only affects T cells, which is part of the inflammatory pathway. Stem cells are, essentially progenitor cells of normal progenitor tissue. It should have no effect. As a matter of fact, one would think it would be protective versus it being any adverse effects.
Interesting question here. Dr. Resnick you mentioned the allergist just before, and you also mentioned though that you can sort of moderate some of these risk factors of making things worse, right, with avoiding dust and other triggers. Is it possible that, and this is the question, that you would send a kid to an allergist even though you made the diagnosis to try to figure out what might be triggering this?
Oh, absolutely. You want to look at any possible allergy to be controlled. And if they're going to benefit from desensitization from allergy shots, absolutely. It's a form of atopy. So we have to understand that the eyes are being affected, even though that may not be the actual trigger. It may not be an ocular allergy. It may not be pollen flying in their eyes. It may be something else that's invoking the inflammatory system, affecting, as I said, the mucous membranes, the eyes, the nose, the lungs. So absolutely. I send a lot of patients to allergists when I see kind of weird eye allergic changes that I can't figure out. And over the years, I've come up with patients allergic to polyethylene glycol, things that are in contact lenses and solutions. And yeah, it's kind of an interesting thing. They do check for all that.
Question here, how long should one use cyclosporin, particularly in the difficult recurrent cases?
It may need to be used for several months. So we need to keep that in mind, that we should see some improvement. The Vectis trial certainly showed improvement at 1 month, but sometimes 4 months, we're still using it, 4 or 6 months. We just have to be very patient with it.
Yeah, I would even suggest to you that it might need to be used for years. But that's what makes it different from a steroid. You want to not have steroids being used, but a cyclosporin to be on a year or two. And again, interestingly, Sue, you did an amazing job with those statistics. But what struck me was that in some of the measures you discussed, there wasn't a huge difference between the BID and the QID. So remember that we're going to hit them hard with QID in the beginning, but likely we're going to be titrating it down to BID. And what makes me feel happy about the fact that the BID was very effective, although not quite in some of the, if you look at the global endpoints, is that think about compliance. How many patients do you know that actually use drops 4 times a day, especially a kid?
Right.
In school, and sometimes these schools refuse to administer it. It's a whole thing. So I love the fact that it's very effective at BID. Obviously, you want them to use a QID. The weekends, the parents are in more control. The summer, the warmer months when they're out of school. So that's all good. But I would suggest to you that kids are going to be on these for a couple of years. If you diagnose somebody at 10, probably they'll hit puberty by about 12 when it might start to modulate on its own. So I'm thinking anywhere from a month to 2 years would be adequate.
Sue, you made a great point about compliance. We all know our patients are notoriously non-compliant. Perhaps some of us are non-compliant ourselves with our medical treatment and care. That BID being quite effective really gives us a safety net, although the QID is really what we as the doctors need to promote.
And interesting question here. In the studies that you went over, the vehicle actually showed to have a modest effect on its own. And I guess the question is, what is it about the vehicle that actually seems to help in those cases?
The vehicle, as I mentioned at the beginning, is very special. So that is a good thing that the vehicle showed some good effects on the VKC, the keratitis, the symptoms, etc. So that's to me a positive, not a negative. So what's special about the vehicle? I have a list of everything in the vehicle here. and I can read it off to you because I knew I was going to get this question, so I was fully prepared. So there's an oily phase, medium chain triglyceride, acetylsodium chloride, which is a cationic agent. I was talking about cationic agent. Don't confuse that with BAK. BAK has much more negative effects for sure, especially on this type of thing, where we really want to heal the keratitis rather than cause some keratitis. Tylopaxol, which is a surfactant. I mentioned that there was a really good graphic on the right-hand side of one of my slides that showed the surfactant that kind of encapsulates cyclosporin. Then there's an aqueous phase, poloxamer 188, that's a surfactant. Glycerol, which is a fantastic wetting agent, as we all know, that's an osmotic agent. NaOH, a pH adjuster, and lastly, a little bit of water. So that is what's in it. That's all the ingredients. And it's really the cationic element of it that makes it special, that enhances its ability to stay on the surface and to be used in that 0.1% rather than the 1% or the 2%, which have also been studied. And the 0.5, we're familiar with lots of cyclosporins that have 0.5 in them. We've prescribed them for other things, and that is just not quite as effective in some of the studies as the 0.1. But the cationic emulsion really, really makes this thing.
Okay, so that's enough of that, and we're back. And I think let me unmute you guys. So sorry about that. So welcome back.
Well, we started without you, Adam.
Oh, you
Yes,
did.
we finished. Zach had a lot of bad things to say about you. We're not going to.
Oh, I'll have to
Yeah,
go back
yeah.
and I'll have to refer to the footage here. So do a forensic investigation.
That's right.
How's it going, Zach?
It's going great, Adam. Great to be here. Yeah, how's the meeting going?
Oh, so, knock wood, it's been pretty stable, right? I mean, it's almost gotten to the point where it's boring. We don't have any grand disasters each time now, so it's a good thing.
You shut your mouth.
Yes. Well,
which is why I'm here. I'm here for entertainment, right?
There you go. So what?
Absolutely.
Do my little song in hand.
Yeah. So what have you been up to? It's been a while since we've spoken.
Zach,
Well,
can you just tell us a little bit about who you represent for people?
Absolutely.
Well, aren't you representing yourself today?
Always, but yeah. So my name is Zach Denning. I'm the director of scientific and professional affairs for Science-Based Health. We're the first eye supplement company, and we have products for dry eye and many other conditions, including AMD, glaucoma, and many others. And so I'm kind of the sort of chief science explainer, if you will. I like to talk nutrition, and
I love that.
Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, it's been a busy time. There's been a lot going on lately. I've been kind of digging into sort of like new research and in nutrition and stuff, and that's been really interesting.
Cool. So yeah, because I know that we usually like to see each other when we're on the road, right? So, but the road has not been a thing, unfortunately, for the past several years.
Right.
So,
yeah.
for the benefit of everyone who we're all not getting out. So what's sort of been going on in the field? What kind of major trends have you been seeing?
Well, there's been some new developments recently, kind of following up on the DREAM study, which came out a few years ago, if you remember, and found that people taking olive oil versus fish oil, they both improved, but there was no significant difference between them, which was disappointing for some. And there were a lot of things about the study, the original study, that were questioned, sort of their real world design, that you could take sort of anyone, essentially 19 and over, and college student looking at their phone too much, and an older woman who has Sjogren's, and lump them into the same basket. And so maybe there's something about the study design that was could be questioned, but really they found no significant results. And so recently there's been a couple of follow-up analyses So that's one thing I've been kind of looking at. There's been several. So there was the Dream Extension study. They pulled out like around 22 patients from the placebo group and from the olive oil group. Or actually they pulled out they were all from the fish oil group, and then they switched them to either sort of, go off the placebo or to stay on the omega-3s. And so they found no significant differences in conjunctival staining, tear breakup, Schirmer's, and no worsening of outcomes versus those who continue with omega-3s, which, is kind of tough if you're a huge omega-3 fan. Another thing that recently came out was another DREAM follow-up looking at inflammatory markers. They looked at expression of cytokines, particularly HLA-DR, and others on the ocular surface. And they found, once again, really no significant difference. There was, for one marker, there was a difference at 6 months, but it disappeared at 12. And so all these studies are kind of are starting to come together and sort of, question how effective omega-3s are. So our products, as a company, our focus has really been on a different omega. We've been looking more at gamma-linolenic acid.
Yep.
You had a question?
No, it's not bad that it's not that omega-3s are poor. It's just that olive oil is as good as. That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a bad thing. You could kind of rotate that into your product line, but I don't view that as a terrible thing. It's people like we obviously use olive oil almost exclusively in the cooking, etc. I think people do. It'd be good to know that they're taking good things and then supplement it with omega-3s. Maybe there'll be a synergistic effect. 1 + 1 = 3. If they keep on taking nutraceuticals and they
Right.
use olive oil in another capacity.
Well, that was my thought originally too, but the really healthy olive oil, the kind that's been studied in the Mediterranean diet and so forth, wasn't what they included in the DREAM study. And so what they included in the DREAM study was refined olive oil, which really doesn't have, those anti-inflammatory polyphenols and that sort of thing that you would, that you would really sort of look for some treatment value from. And it's really sort of a mystery because they even looked at the main sort of omega-9 fatty acid, oleic acid, that's in the olive oil they did use, and found it wasn't even incorporated at any significant level in either group.
How much olive oil was used?
I'm sorry?
Dosage of the olive oil.
It was about a teaspoon per day. I believe that was 3 grams. The fish oil was 3 grams, and 1 teaspoon of olive oil, especially refined olive oil, really isn't a significant dose. So, and I've dove into all sorts of components of the olive oil trying to sort of tease out what's going on there. It really remains a mystery. Some of the study investigators like Penny Asbell believe that this was all a giant placebo effect, and that they were both essentially like a sham treatment, and people just sort of responded to that. I mean, it was a p-value of 0.005, so highly statistically significant. So I still find that a stretch. So unfortunately, there isn't like a really nice clean answer, and that's sometimes just how research is.
Did they prevent people who were taking the olive oil from using olive oil as part of their diet?
That's a good question. I doubt it. I think that with I don't remember that specifically. I know with omega-3s, people who had been on a small dosage or a limited dosage of fish oil beforehand were allowed to continue. That was one criticism of the trial. And then some people were even allowed to people are allowed to change treatments to go on or off things like Restasis. And so there were some other things like that could cause the data to get kind of muddy. And once again, that sort of quote real world study design, I think, has been sort of critiqued a lot. So there's plenty of things that you could sort of find to pick at in the study. So it may not be the end all be all, but it's really the largest study to date that's been done, a real RCT that's been done on omega-3s. And then, so finally, there was the VITAL study that came out and kind of came out with sort of similar sort of results. It wasn't, it wasn't a perfect study, but it kind of came out sort of echoing essentially the same kind of findings, sort of saying that omega-3s don't prevent dry eye in this case, for people who reported dry eye during the trial. So they weren't directly measuring dry eye clinically. They were relying on sort of patient reporting and then following up with medical records. But so that's kind of one of the newest developments, just a lot of, not great research on omega-3s.
So Zach, it sounds like what the profession needs is another study, another randomized controlled trial that has a different design to more definitively answer these questions. And I know that the DREAM was a big undertaking. I can't imagine that some of the powers that be within the dry eye segment aren't looking at this already. So
Right.
I think that's got to happen. But then I am going to put you on the spot here. What does that mean for a company like SBH with this information coming out? How do you address that?
Well, we focus on a different omega that's not found in fish oil or olive oil, and that has a number of clinical trials behind it. So there's been, I think now 8 randomized controlled clinical trials, none as large as these big NEI sponsored studies. But there's been some compelling research there, and there's also, it has a sort of a tear film specific action that's different than what you get from omega-3s. And so that's been kind of the focus that we've been looking at. They actually discussed GLA, which comes from blackcurrant seed oil in HydroEye, our product. And they talked about GLA extensively in the DREAM protocol. They just didn't have enough of the funding to kind of throw that in there. I don't know if they're really going to do another study like this in dry eye. I think that the funding is limited and their chances, they may only get sort of one at bat. And I'm not sure the NEI is going to sponsor another study like that. I'm not getting the sense that they're looking to, to do another one after this. At this point, they're just sort of milking, doing more analyses and stuff from the original study.
Are they focusing it all on systemic benefits, cardiovascular, cholesterol, et cetera? And so you can always add that to the patient regimen. The eye is part of the body. And if they get maybe a limited benefit on dry eye, they get a lot of other benefits. It's not a bad thing to recommend.
Yeah. Well, the VITAL study I mentioned was a cardiovascular and cancer study. So, they're continuing to look at kind of the cardio end of it. But, I'm not sure what you're going to see in terms of these sort of large studies for dry eye, with omega-3s at least. It would be great to see a really large study with GLA, the omega that we're focusing on. But I don't know if that'll happen. I don't have the power there. So I've also been kind of looking at other things. There's other kind of exciting stuff in nutrition lately. There's been some really interesting work in things like postbiotics, which are the byproducts of prebiotics or probiotics that, the microbiome is there's a big connection between dry eye and Sjogren's syndrome and the microbiome. And there's some really fascinating research going on there. If you have these sort of germ-free lines of mice that spontaneously develop what looks exactly like Sjogren's syndrome and kind of hallmarks of dry eye, not the goblet cells not producing mucin, the corneal epithelium kind of breaking down, a lot of these kind of and inflammatory markers ramping up. So there's a lot of kind of interesting stuff in that. And there's been a couple, there's been some really interesting research both in dry eye as well as eye strain with postbiotics as well as paraprobiotics, which are essentially sort of heat treated killed cells. So
It's
that's been
one
kind
of
of one of the
my
most interesting areas.
It's one of my new fields of interest because I'm always reading articles about the microbiome, not only for the eye, but for the body systemically, various things, cardiovascular, cancer, etc. It seems to be
Yeah.
a whole new field about what we have in our gut and what we should try to have in our gut to be healthy versus what we do have or what we could test for that isn't so healthy. It's
Right.
really an up and coming field in every area of the body.
Yeah, and it's really complex. I think it's more complex than just going on to Amazon and just buying a probiotic, because
Yeah.
it's very specific to certain like strains of bacteria and certain mixes of bacteria that are found in things like Sjogren's that overlap with things like lupus, and we're still trying to kind of figure out like how do you manipulate that in sort of a clinical way, because it's
Well,
such a
I'm
complex
screwed.
system.
I just I have my Culturelle on auto ship and I take it every night. Maybe I should move to Healthy Trinity instead.
Right. Well, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that generally probiotics, most of the probiotics out there are positive, but if you're trying to treat, a specific disease like this, I think we're still trying to figure out how to do that. There's some interesting research going on at Bascom Palmer with this. And so I think that's gonna be an area we're going to see a lot more publication on coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're seeing actually is a lot of diseases that you can't really even treat them orally, right? Fecal transplants have been the way to rapidly manipulate this microbiome, and sometimes just taking oral supplements doesn't work. Or some of the really interesting stuff is like when you take an artificial sweetener, right? It'll just immediately change your microbiome, and if you cut it out for 2 weeks, things will change back to the way they were.
Really?
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I was trying to sort of avoid or I was tiptoeing around the transplant topic, but that's actually the research that's going on.
Yeah.
At Bascom Palmer now.
Do
So
you do that anecdotally? I mean, do you need to have that under a controlled clinical environment? Can you just go hang out with a vegan buddy and
I don't know.
No, it's got to be done surgically, I think.
Yeah, it's not something you want to try at home, Gretchen.
No.
I'm not suggesting I try it. I'm just trying to add a little levity. But I mean,
and you can't use your dog.
No. When that was first mentioned years ago, people were grossed out and like, oh my God, but it has gotten a lot of research traction about how it's really, really helpful. And although people might be grossed out, how awesome is it that something that is so low tech, so to speak, can help so many people?
Right. Well, there are also some less gross things that are really being investigated, like specific compounds. I try to steer it away from that.
It's Adam's fault. He
Sorry.
brought it up.
I know. Always bringing the conversation down. Yeah, so there's a compound called butyrate, which is pretty exciting. Steve Flugfelder's lab is doing some work on that. It's a short chain fatty acid that's sort of a byproduct of fermentation in the gut, and it's one of the things that's produced when you have a healthy microbiome. So it's not all about sort of changing the bacteria now, it's also kind of looking at the byproducts, and there's some kind of early promising research, mostly animal research, but finding that it really changes kind of the course of dry eye in mice and things. And so I think you're going to see a lot more stuff like that, as well as paraprobiotics, these kind of heat treating bacteria, and using the markers on them that are anti-inflammatory and have sort of signaling properties that kind of down-regulate inflammation.
Right. One other interesting study that I saw, just apropos of nothing, but I'll put it up on the screen. I don't know if you've seen this one. So for a long time with a lot of conditions, people always wonder, does the placebo actually do something, right? You're giving somebody a vehicle. Does the placebo itself actually change the course of the condition? And I find this study interesting, where they actually looked to see, does the placebo actually do anything in dry eye? And so they sort of concluded there that it doesn't, which I suppose is good for research, right? Because it gives you higher quality studies going forward, at least with the reassurance that the placebo effect isn't really doing much in dry eye. So I thought that was sort of interesting.
That is interesting. I hadn't seen that. I mean, the placebo effect is real, and it's interesting. Even things like pill color. They did a study, I think, in Italy, where if they use the kind of the color that sort of matched the national, football soccer team, they got a significantly, improved effect,
Right.
versus using another color. But that's cool that they've done something like that in dry eye. I don't know if that applies to all dry eye studies. The dream investigators still kind of think that it's placebo effect, but
Yep.
yeah, fascinating area.
I just thought it was interesting that someone would take the time to do that. This sort of more basic research. So kind of cool.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
cool.
very exciting.
So are you going to be out at Expo, or are you not making
I
the
was
trip
just
this
going
way?
to ask that, Adam. You just took the question right out of my head.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll be there. Booth F 5053. So stop by. That's the science-based health booth. Stop by and see me. Come with your nutrition questions, and would love to talk to people there.
Awesome.
Oh, cool. So you and Adam will be there. Excellent.
Yes, it's just going to be us two. Bethany, I guess Bethany will be there. So
this year.
So you're the other guy who's going.
Yeah,
That's our joke.
I mean, I honestly, I'm worried about what's going to be there. I haven't been there now in 3 years, so I'm really concerned that it's really going to be empty.
Yeah, it's definitely been slower, but for us, actually, last Vision Expo West was actually a pretty good show.
Really?
Yeah. So let's not give up hope yet.
All right, I'm cautiously optimistic then.
Good.
We'll see. All right. Well, Zach, thanks for stopping by today, and definitely I'm going to stop by your booth and take some videos because that's my point of being there. So I will drop by and we can show off your stuff.
He will pimp
Awesome.
you out.
Yes.
Another chance to embarrass myself.
Precisely. All right.
Not really.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Well, have a great day.
Thanks, Zach. It was good to
Bye-bye,
talk
Zach.
to you.
Have a nice
Have a
rest of
good
your
day.
Sunday.
Bye.
You too. Bye.
Amazing that they have no air conditioning in that area of the country. I've never heard of that.
Oh, it's usually quite cool right out on the coast. It's but these days it's getting hotter. Most of the places here don't have air conditioning. New construction does, but a lot of the old construction doesn't.
We have heating in Florida.
Article about San Francisco, though, that has not disappointed. It stays in the 50s and 60s in July and August.
Yep.
Because it's
50s.
October.
Yeah, it gets very cold there.
So
Wait, where was this?
San Francisco,
It gets
Maybe
it's only in the 50s?
50s and 60s.
Yeah.
Yeah, the nicest months I think are October and November. They say.
Wow.
Yep.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
It's just amazing that they finally come out with a study, and we've been prescribing omega-3s and avoiding omega-6s and not really talking about olive oil, and now the whole thing changes. I'm sure you watch Shark Tank a bit, and I've watched it over the years, and Lori's always never going to invest in a supplement that doesn't have clinical trials, where people, because you can make any claim about a supplement and not have to prove it, as long as it's not dangerous.
I guess if you're holding Lori up as the bar for which supplements, her opinion is the bar for which supplements should achieve.
Well, what she's saying is that supplements are not proven. I'm not holding up the bar to. She's saying that she's
I'm giving you a
reticent.
hard time.
Yeah, I know. But Mr. Wonderful will do it anyway, as long as it's making money.
Well, that's what they're about. I mean, they're angel investors. Their job is to make money. They don't really care. I mean, I'm not saying that they don't, but their objective in investing is to get not only their investment back, but to make a profit. So they don't really give a shit how that happens.
I wonder how many people are like me that keep taking supplements with no thought that it does any good, but you're afraid to stop them because you wake up every morning still alive and you fooled them again. So how much is how much the supplements helping? So you just keep taking them.
Yeah, good question.
Well, we are cooking along here. It's 20 after 3 on Eastern time. So we just had some classes start, and 2 are about to start. So we've got Tom Cheesham's billing and documentation errors class just started, and starting momentarily, AMD, Emerging Trends. And then that's Joe Pizzamente, and Mark Blumenstein is talking about diagnosing and treating patients who are in pain. So
Well,
we
that's
are,
important because a lot of states require narcotic courses, and his course is both narcotic and oral. So I think that's a course that a lot of people are going to migrate to.
and that's a long one too. That's a 2-hour course. So we're
Right.
we're coming up to the home stretch here. We've got one more class in room 1, one more class after this in room 3, and 2 more in room 2. So
And the
yeah,
population staying stable as far as the amount of people in the conference for all weekend. So it's being well attended.
that's fabulous.
Steve, when you get people for billing and coding, do you get opposing billing and coding people?
Well, we get different people. So, but if they're an expert, they should know the right ways of doing things. So there are some gray areas in medical billing and coding, but like Tom Cheesem is a pretty big expert, as was some of the other people we had in the past. So I don't think there's been any controversy per se. But there are a lot of things as a new thing comes on the market. It doesn't have a code at first, so it's experimental, and sometimes you can build it, sometimes you can't. That's where people need guidance in some of the new things. And also, of course, when they change, like a few years back when they changed to ICD-10 from the old system, that was a big deal for the whole healthcare profession. And it makes a difference, but the information generally is pretty precise from what I remember, and from what thing. For example, perfect example is they always tell people you can't bill for taking a photo of the eye and doing an OCT on the same day, even if one is for glaucoma and one is for diabetic retinopathy. You just can't do it. The insurance company, and including Medicare, will only pay you for the least expensive test, and the other one they'll throw out. And then you either balance bill the patient, which they're going to be pissed at, or you have them back. What you should do is have them back another day to do the other test. So that's a typical example of what is discussed and what people make mistakes doing, and they really shouldn't. The other big thing is doing tests. Like when somebody comes in, do every test you have. You do an OCT, you do a field, you do whatever. You can't do that. Then if you find the problem, bill it as a medical diagnosis. That's called a fishing expedition. You have to find a reason to do the test, write an order in your record, EHRs mostly nowadays, and then do the test because you need to do it, not because you were trying to find something, and not do it if you, not bill the patient if you don't find something.
Well, isn't it always based on the chief complaint? I mean, that's really where you need to
Yeah,
go.
but if the chief complaint is blurry vision, I mean, that could be a brain tumor, it could be refractive error. So headache, same thing. But you're correct. It is driven by the chief complaint. It's not kosher to do a threshold field based upon those two things. But if somebody says, I'm getting headaches, well, it's probably a good idea to take a look at the optic nerves and maybe document it. Make sure they don't have any swelling or stuff like that. But you're right, it's always driven by chief complaint. But a lot of times a doctor will say, well, I did the case history, but then as I did the testing, I discovered something, so I asked more questions, and they improve on the case history.
Well, as long as you document it in the chart, Joe, I mean, I think I would be a kick-ass consultant or office manager for some poor doctor who is foolish enough to take me on. But of course, it's really easy for me to sit here and be an armchair quarterback because I'm not the one running around with patients and have staff who are calling out and stuff like that. But but I think it's a little frustrating sometimes, at least from my end, given what I did for so long. I want to say, haven't we been talking about this for 20 years now?
Sure.
Come on,
But then you want a history lesson. When Medicaid first began, Ted and I went into Harlem to get people to be able to get into hospitals outside of Harlem Hospital. There was only one hospital for all the folks in Harlem. So the plan was, and it was backed by the Ministerial Interfaith Association. It was all the churches in Harlem backed us. And we went into their building that was the we gave them a percentage of whatever money came in. And we had specialists in every specialty. And we used to have kids coming in from Head Start. And the kids would go from specialty to specialty. And each specialty billed out to Medicaid. So you can imagine what the bill was to Medicaid during the early years before there was any enforcement.
But then you got paid $11 for an examination for Medicaid.
No, in those days. As a matter of fact, we had one guy who was the orthopedic surgeon who, they called him the shoe doctor. And he prescribed orthopedic shoes for all the kids. So they all got a pair of shoes.
Did they need them?
An ENT guy who had a vision. He wanted to do plastic surgery to narrow the noses and give chins to all the black folks in Harlem.
You can't bill for that.
He used to set them up and put them into his own office and do plastic surgery on them. This was the stuff that was going on before there was real enforcement.
And what was the diagnosis? Fat nose?
Yeah, he would made up,
Hey, Dad, your camera's off. I don't know if you realize this. Are you trying to just hide from us when you're sleeping?
Your camera's not on.
Your camera's off.
My camera's off. Okay, let me put my camera back on.
I know what that's about. So you were sleeping. You were trying to hide.
No, I forgot to put it back on.
And he was talking in his sleep beautifully.
But oh yeah, we kept that thing going until about 1968, when we kept losing money because the doctors weren't paying their bills to us, and we were having to pay the ministers for the gross that was coming in when we weren't getting the money from the doctors. So we kept losing money. So in 68, I told the ministers, you got to take this over. We can't keep doing this.
I had a big problem with Head Start. I used to do the screening on all the Head Start kids pro bono for free, and that was fine. You find your eye problem, but I would not obviously do what these other guys doing. The big problem is these kids, especially the 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds, not one of them knew their numbers, letters, or colors. So what the hell was Head Start doing? I thought that's what they're supposed to be, at least getting a head start in. My little granddaughter, 2 years old, knew how to count to 10. What I'm saying is that they weren't, and the teachers, they seemed dead. I'm doing a very small study in terms of the amount of people I saw, but the teachers didn't seem to care. I would ask them, how come they don't know their letters?
They could have just put on Sesame Street. The kids
correct.
Count.
But I'm talking about to a person they didn't know. It wasn't even like 1 or 2 then. And then I put up an E. What is it? 4. I put everything. It was 4. So it was. So after a while I said, look, I really rather I'll do the eye stuff and I won't comment. But really, I would love these kids to know at least those basics, so that when they go into the school, they did get the head start that we're paying for.
Yeah.
Meaning
those were the days.
Yes, those were the days. So anyway, let's get back to modern times, just temporarily here, because I have a couple of support requests that I've been taking care of here. Let me put them up so you can just see the schedule here. So again, we have these courses going on right now. Dr. Pismenti's course was moved. You're wondering why he's here so early, because usually he's here late. He decided to swap with Dr. Finelli. So that's actually been on the calendar since last week. They made that swap. So if you have an older copy of the calendar, which some people do because some people get it early and then print it out. We don't need to print the internet. So they print it out and then they have this old copy. So that's what happened. So this change was made last week. So Pismenti's lecture is here. Finelli's lecture is later this evening, so they swapped. So that's. And
when you get a Finelli and Pismenti, they can talk between themselves and change their schedule and agree to swap without telling us. And
well, no, they have to tell me because I have to actually change it in the system. But they did this last week, and I made this change last week. But again, this goes back to the idea that printing stuff is a really terrible idea, not just for the environment, but also because you're always behind the curve in terms of changes that come up. So I'm a big proponent in people always going back to that page where it has the schedule, because when you click there, it'll always show you the latest one. So you can always get the latest one. So that's if I were taking this conference, and maybe next time I'll recommend it to people, the day of the conference, if you're going to print it out, wait until that morning, go back to the site and then print out the copy, because then you'll know at least you have the very last one that I had time to create. So.
But your old axiom, don't print out the internet, still applies.
It does, but I mean, if you're going to print it out, you may as well just do it at the last second, because you know I'm not creating this complicated PDF while we're on the air.
Right.
So,
Or we hope not anyway.
oh God, no. So yeah, it's actually was kind of intriguing. Making these changes to the calendar was more difficult than I thought it would be, and certainly more difficult this year, trying to get as many hours as we could into the schedule, especially with these 2-hour-long class blocks. It's very difficult to move. I was just glad that these two guys happened to be near each other, and we were able to literally directly swap them one for one.
Well, previously we were able to go to 4 tracks.
Right.
That's makes it more challenging. And let's not go to 4 tracks. Let's keep it as simple as we have it.
Yeah, so this is definitely a better way to go for people too, right? Having 3 tracks, because the initial idea was, of course, we'd only do this 3 times, so you could literally take a track at a time and get all the credits. We just happened to throw in this bonus one, I guess, so we could have done a 4th track, but it would have killed all of us.
And again, the West Coast isn't going to be there for the 10 o'clock courses, at least,
Right.
not the humans on the coast.
Yep. So yeah, that's the big thing that's been going on. Other than that, things have been remaining calm. One interesting problem that a couple of people have had, it's not so much a problem, it's an interesting issue. So again, the software monitors what people are doing, and the way it does it, it actually watches your web browser, right? Makes sure it's open to give you credit for the time that you were here. But if you try to open 2 tracks at once, so for instance, if you decide, hey, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to watch Cheesem, and I'm going to get clever here, and I'm going to open up a new tab, and I'm going to have Pismenti going as well, and maybe just for kicks, I'll open up a 3rd one and have Blumenstein going, and we'll have like I'll get 3 credits at once. Can't do that. The software watches you, and it'll throw up a notice saying, hey, you can't do that. Close the other tabs, or else I'm not going to give you credit for anything. And we had a couple people today who had that problem, and I couldn't figure out why. But I reminded this one person this afternoon, by the way, make sure that the conference isn't also open on your phone, right? Because I can actually tell when I go in and look at people's accounts if it's open on multiple devices. And that's something that people forget sometimes. They'll be watching it on their desktop. They might want to watch it on their phone for a little while. But if you're doing that, make sure that it's one or the other, not both at the same time. Because if you have 2 separate tracks open, one on each device, it's going to give you that warning and it won't give you credit.
If they do it, or they only would have a single tracker number, is it followed by the tracking number? If they were willing to pay for 3 different registrations, right?
So,
they had 3 different email addresses. Could they go on to 3, or would the tracker pick it up?
Well, you mean 3? Okay, so the way a web browser works, right? If you're using, say, Safari, which is what you use, or if I'm using Chrome, which is what you see here, or Edge, for each browser that you have open, you can only be logged in as a single person on each one to be logged into our system. You can't log in as multiple different people. So to pull off that sort of
open up Firefox and Safari and Chrome.
Right, so you could attempt that kind of scam, but again, that's not really going to get you much, right? Because unless you I don't know, you have a partner who's lazy and doesn't want to do their CE credits, so you get their OE tracker number and do it for them. I mean, that's sort of implausible.
But Paul was suggesting paying 3 times, which is fine. Let them do it, and
I mean,
with 3 different email addresses.
Will it be picked up if they pay 3 times? Would it be picked up because they're using a single tracker number?
Oh, no. So if they pay 3 times, so first of all, they're going to have to use 3 separate email addresses, but secondly, they're going to put in an OE tracker number. If it's already in use, they can't use it again. So that doesn't make sense. So yeah.
So the tracker number that we
No one would ever try to do anything that ballsy anyway, because your OE tracker number is linked to your name. And if our system saw 3 OE tracker numbers with 3 different people's names, that's an immediate red flag that something's wrong, right? So, because each OE tracker number only is assigned to one person, it's like a social security number. So, yeah, this is not something that people would try unless they were crazy. I mean, I
Well, there are people who are crazy.
I suppose it could happen, but it's not worth putting your license at risk for something like that.
True.
Yep.
True.
So yeah.
Any sprinkling of signups even now, when people are last minute Joes?
The last one was at.
I'm curious.
Yeah, let me see when the last one was. The very last one was at around noon your time.
Amazing.
Yep.
So
Wow.
that they have 6 hours of lectures, but they could then take it on demand, etc., like we talked about.
Right. So yeah. So if you're from any one of the provinces or a lot of the western states, you can take it whenever you want. So
Canada, there's no problem.
yeah,
They can
exactly.
And if you're Oregon, there's one other state, I think.
Washington. I mean, basically, all the West Coast is pretty liberal about this stuff.
Out of curiosity, how many signups would you say that you had over the course of this weekend so far? Like for this iteration of CEwire?
From like Friday afternoon, last 48 hours.
The last 48. Okay, hold on.
Or whenever you think people were starting to sign up to get this weekend's live credits. I mean, it could be as early as a week ago.
Oh no,
I was pushing on.
Yeah, it's been longer than that. So I can just do a quick count here.
But you always get, Gretchen, we always find it's bimodal. You get a lot at the very beginning and then a trickle for the whole area. Let's say we start advertising in November. We'll get a bunch at the beginning, and then December, January, trickle. And then the last 2 weeks, we'll get a big jump. So it'll be, like I said, bimodal like this.
Right. I mean, even in the last day and a half, it was about 50 or 60 people, to give you a sense.
So it really pays for the speakers, right? The signups for this particular series.
It'll be close. It won't cover the tech, as well. So that's kind of the problem, right? So every time we do this, there's other costs besides the speakers. We've had Audentio here, and actually their engineers have been here all weekend with us watching it. So
Audentio rocks.
So they're not cheap, and hopefully.
Doing a fourth is the question.
So I mean, I think it depends. This one was kind of an ad hoc fourth one. We didn't tell people that we were doing it now, right? So we didn't tell them early on. So I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it. I guess we'll have to go back and analyze it. Would it be worth it to our sponsors if we had more sponsors come on? I don't know.
Has anybody taken a look at the exhibit hall or heard from anybody? How's traffic in there?
So yeah, in the forum threads where we have most of our exhibitors, people are sporadically going in and out. What people are waiting for actually is the e-blast that I'm going to send them with the deals. That's how most of the people interact with the vendors, if we're being honest, right? It's constantly sending e-blasts about what kind of special deals they're offering. No one at this conference, I mean, and we're seeing it right now too, people are so fixated on being in class that they don't want to spend time out doing things that are non-COPE related. Looking in our lobby, we had the VKC webinar that we did with Sue, and one person said, yeah, I want to watch that. So I'll sit here and watch it. And I reminded them, by the way, that's not for COPE credit, right? And you can almost hear like the sad trombone noise or whatever, because like, who wants to sit here and watch something that's not COPE approved when all these COPE approved lectures are going on? And I think that's the problem that vendors have at a lot of these things, right? During the live portion of the event, you don't want to spend time, fixating on gadgets when you could do it at any time, right? For Visionics, for instance, they have a virtual demo you can take. You just sign up at their website, and you can do that anytime. So I think that's the big problem that our sponsors have, and we just have to try to help them get as much exposure as we can by shooting out those e-blasts, pointing people back to the forum where appropriate as well. So that's one of our big challenges. I mean, it's the challenge of virtual in general, I guess, right? You can't play with the thing. So it's so different from Expo, where you can go and lay your hands on the devices and stuff.
Yep, that's the one advantage.
Yeah.
But even when we were looking at things, an OCT, for example, OptiView, they came to our office. They let us kick the tires on it, and a one-on-one type experience. You can do it if they really think you're interested in buying it, not if you're just a dabbler.
Yeah, exactly. So.
And if they're close to you, that's the big cities also. If you're in New York, Chicago, LA, Atlanta, Houston, etc. But if you're in Butte, Montana, I don't think they'll come out.
Yep.
Nothing against Butte, Montana.
Yeah, so it's a challenge for the vendors, and I feel it for them, and that's why I try to help them however I can with e-blasts and so forth. You'll see a lot of e-blasts come from us, from the vendors at the conference. You'll actually see it over the next week or so if they have special deals running.
And the webinars help them.
The webinars certainly do too. I mean, because they can give people insight into the products, right, in a deeper way that they wouldn't see otherwise. So, and again, with webinars, I don't have to worry like, oh my God, am I violating Arbo's rules? Because they're not there. So if Visionics wants to talk about the nitty-gritty details of iRefract, right, their digital system, they can do it, and it's a space where people who are really interested in it will come and watch.
Right, but it's not CE though.
Exactly. So it's a different thing, and for our sponsors, you know, like for instance, like I don't know, let's take another one like Oculus, right? Their products are obviously highly advanced pieces of technology, right? They are very complicated. So for them, webinar formats are great because they can do a deep dive on one instrument for an hour. So if someone really cares about the Pentacam and wants to go into gory detail about it, that's probably the best way to do it. And,
Right.
I think like at a show like this, no one's going to want to really sit there and listen about the Pentacam for an hour when they have COPE stuff going on at the same time. So that was my point. It's just it's easier for us just to send e-blasts out afterwards. Hey, look at these webinars that we have for Oculus.
That's why the new COPE rules are going to be really hard for some of these platforms where they have a CE lecture and then they have an hour of a infomercial. Then they have people will probably stay there or not, but at least they have that hour to watch the presentation. Same.
Right.
But if they're not allowed to have it in the same area, then it defeats the purpose. They're not going to have the ability to watch it.
I mean, the way we're probably going to do it is, because I've been thinking about this problem a great deal now that I understand the rules, is I'm probably going to pre-record a showcase for each one of our clients or our sponsors next time. And in between each lecture, just send people links right in the chat to these showcases. So for instance, if Oculus wants to do a showcase about the Pentacam, have a link to it that people can go to and then even bookmark and just keep it there for later so they can come back and watch 20 minutes all about the Pentacam, things like that, so that because no one wants to watch it while COPE stuff is going on. They just won't do it. So it's a sticky problem, and yeah, we have to just come up with creative ways to work around it.
They need more very respected people being spokespeople. Someone like Charlie, for example, who's afraid of going public. If he were to get on to do an hour of just...
He's not afraid. He's not interested in it. He doesn't necessarily want to do these presentations. But you know, there are other people who are super users. So for instance, for Visionics, right, we've had Dr. Rasa with her 12 locations or whatever it is now, 15 locations around Chicago. So that is a super user of their product.
And they're going to get A+ speakers like Kopecki, like Rasa to do it. They don't need somebody who's a good OD. They want people who are high profile, who are perceived as good ODs,
right?
Or great ODs.
Yeah. So I mean, it would be interesting having Charlie do it. I don't think he wants to do it. I think he's just happy doing what he's doing. So yeah, it's just going to be a challenge. But I think for us, for the next time, for our vendors, we should think about sort of what we can do for them to try to really help besides the e-blasts. Which, and to be honest with you, there are some vendors right now, ones who didn't sign up for CEwire, but who are sponsors on ODwire. This is like how they do, I want to say 90% of their outbound marketing these days, literally is e-blasts. When they ask, you know, what can I do for them, when they see the e-blasts on our little menu of stuff that we do, they're like, yes, that. We want that.
Well, and that's, e-blasts are great and they work. But then everybody and their mother is doing e-blasts and people are getting way too many. And the more you get, the less effective each one is. And I commend you for trying to think of new ways to bring value to your sponsors, because really what they're after is connecting with doctors who are making purchasing decisions.
Right. Well, we force it on them. Like, so, and Paul hates me for this. He'll never say it out loud, but like I limit the number of e-blasts that we do. Right?
You're smart. You need to do that.
And I limit it to like something like 20 a year. It's a really low number. And of course, you know, I know Paul looks at this askance, right? Because, you know, why not take as many as you can sell, right? Because I could go up and down the aisles of Vision Expo and just keep bringing people up. But no, because I tell people we're only going to do 20 of these things because we don't want to piss everybody off. You know, we'll do a very limited number, but we can come up with other stuff that we can do. So like Alcon has that program with us where we film these videos, these interview videos. So it's just something different. I think for marketers, the problem is that's a huge amount of effort So
Well, it is, but Paul, Adam is right. And remember where I've worked? Big
Yeah.
publishers who send out lots of e-blasts, and there are diminishing returns. And I've also heard from those doctors who get tons of them. They get annoyed. I mean, it's kind of like these stupid,
Don't open them.
yeah,
well, yeah, and it's kind of like these stupid scams that you get with these phone calls about, you know, your car warranty. We all laugh about them, but they have to work to a certain extent, or else people would no longer do them. But
right.
you have to ask yourself, at what cost? So for one person who might make a purchase, how many people have you alienated who have unsubscribed from your list and talked trash?
That's correct. Yeah,
about you?
we'll make it spam.
Right.
Yeah. So Adam, you are very, very smart to limit them like that.
How many people actually click on the banner ads that you put on ODwire? Is it effective at all?
Yeah, so it depends on the ad. It depends on what they're actually doing. If the ad has a true call to action, you'd be surprised. A lot of people will click through on them. After a while, of course, it fades. It's almost like almost like an exponential decay, right? If you see a new message up there, you'll do it and then falls off. But they have
then
to
it
have
becomes part of the furniture.
exactly. But they have to have a real call to action that will net the person clicking on it something real, right? You know, it could be a link to a virtual demo where you get a gift card for doing it or whatever else. But it's got to be something.
Give value to the user. It isn't just click here for more.
Yep, that's exactly what it's got to be, and you know, so those kind of ads work really well. If it's time limited, that's also really good too. Like if there's an event coming up that people want to know about, that's the other kind of thing that really works well for an email. E-blasts are kind of the same way, right? You need a serious call to action, or else people are just going to dump it straight away.
Right.
And so with the webinars, you know, this is the other stuff that we sell, the webinars and interviews and stuff. I tell the sponsors this is going to be a lot more work. Like I don't sugarcoat it, right? It's going to be an expensive pain in the ass. You know, it's going to take, you're going to need, you know, a speaker, you're going to need a topic, you're going to have to rehearse with me, we're going to have to go over it for an hour or whatever. And in the case of the interviews, right, these are highly produced, even more so than this crap that we have going on right now. And
this crap.
you know what I mean.
I know.
But yeah, so and there's a lot going on, and it's it's high touch, it's more complicated, but it's so much more effective in getting your message out than a regular e-blast. You can learn so much more about the different products.
We'll show up for the $10 gift certificate.
Oh, right. So yeah, so you know, incentives like Starbucks gift cards and stuff, those are useful. But I think what's more useful to the sponsors is of the people that show up, a certain number of them really do want to buy, right? No one is spending, you know, their evenings with me and Dr. Rasa because they love us so much, right? They're really curious about the equipment, and that's why they're there. So I know a certain proportion of those people are going to eventually buy the system.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, so it's just different. It's a much higher touch. And I can understand why the large publishers don't want to do it, and they'd much rather sell eBlast because it's so much easier.
Well, it isn't that they don't want to do it. Some of it is what are sponsors willing to purchase, and where are they finding the most bang for their buck for those eBlasts? It depends on the price tag too. You might offer a slightly different product at a slightly different price point, whether higher or lower.
Right.
So I think you were making a sweeping generalization there that they may work for some people in certain situations, but you are bringing a different kind of viewer or user, I think, than some of the bigger publishers who they can bring to some of their events. And that's not better or worse. It's just different. And what is the client looking for at that time?
I think we can do it cheaper too, if we're honest, right? Because there's not layers and layers of people here to actually produce a lot of the stuff. So, you know, we can do something that has, you know, relatively high production value. I'm not saying it's the greatest, but it's good enough for a dramatically lower price. So that I think is one of the key things that, at least in my feedback from the vendors, that's what they get from me, is that we can put together these big programs and do it at a price that doesn't, you know, make them faint. So,
looking at the time here, in a couple of minutes, we have 2 more guests.
We do. And
are they together?
And Caleb Bryan. I didn't arrange this, so I can't say. Adam, I think you're the one who did this,
I
right?
doubt they'll be together. I don't see them here yet in the.
You mean like together in the same place or coming?
Yes. Are they from the same company?
One is
Yes.
the founder. He should be here.
Yeah,
They're Russ Beach's partners, so they're involved with a company that buys for ODs to invest in real estate, commercial real estate.
New Insight Capital.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll try to go easy on them because they have a lot of tough, not snowball questions, but I won't
Well, you should.
ask them.
No, I don't think you have to go too easy
Well,
on them.
I'll
I
tread
still
lightly.
think that a portion of everybody's portfolio should be in real estate.
Absolutely. But Paul, we're at a point in time where mortgage rates are going up. We might be going into a recession. I see home prices going down now in my area. People are reducing the prices of commercial and residential real estate. Florida also, which was a big hot area. So you're correct. Long-term real estate's good, but is it good for somebody who's 60 years old or 70 years old? Certainly somebody who's 30 years old, yes. But do you want to get in at the top, or do you want to, I know you might not be able to pick the top, or do you want to wait and get in at a better time in history, which could be just 2 or 3 years from now?
Well,
It's
yeah,
actually
again,
called New Site Capital, not New
Huh?
the
Insight
market,
Capital.
see, a market you pick too. I mean, there is a tremendous shortage of housing for the lower income folks. So if you can find a system to give them livable housing, they're going to be renters. They can't purchase. They don't have the capital
Right.
to purchase themselves.
Not that it'll happen again, but look what happened to the people who own the homes back in the pandemic beginning, where people didn't have to pay rent, they couldn't get kicked out of their homes, yet the owners had to pay their mortgages.
Yep.
They got a lot of the real estate investors got killed, not the big ones because they had enough capital to supply, but the person who owns 3 2-family homes, etc., and not getting any rents, but still had to pay his mortgage.
Well, again, that's the danger when you have government interference.
Yeah, but that was a unique event. That's never going to happen in our lifetime, I don't think, where people are going to be excused from paying their rent to somebody who's not taking
Well,
the rent.
in New York, there was price controls on apartments, but not only the poor apartments, but people were living on Central Park South in apartment buildings and paying minimal rents. Ted Kessler had an aunt who lived on Central Park South and paid hardly anything. But
Oh, wait. So hang on, Dad. We'll have to scrap that story for a second because Walt from New Site Capital's here. He's logging in right now, and I'm going to be on the lookout for his partner there, but I don't see him yet. So Walt, are you there?
Hey, what's up, everybody? How are y'all?
Doing great.
Good, real good.
Hi.
We're waiting for your partner.
But we can speak with you. You know, I'll keep an eye out for him just to let him in the room. But so Walt, how's everything going?
Going awesome. How are you? How's everybody? How's the meeting been?
Yeah, so far so
Really
good.
smooth.
Yeah, it's been well attended. It's been really fun.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, you guys do a great
Just
job.
starting to talk real estate.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
You're right place. Walt, why don't you introduce yourself to our listening audience that don't know about your company? It's such a unique
you
thing
bet.
for purpose.
Well, a little bit about me. My name is Walt Whitley, and I'm an optometrist as well. I practice at Virginia Eye Consultants in Norfolk, Virginia. And so my practice is a tertiary referral care practice. I'm the director of optometric services, as well as professional relations for Eye Care Partners, which is a private equity firm. And so I do see patients 3.5 days a week. The other day and a half is going to be more professional relations and networking and helping the practice grow as well. And so that's a little bit about me. My partner is Russ Beach. Russ isn't going to be on this call today, but Russ, he is an optometrist. He started, when I first met Russ about 14 years ago, he was in a commercial practice and then slowly built up and started a private practice and then partnered in with a group practice. And then they sold a few years ago to a private equity firm as well. And so, but he was one of the managing partners over there. Caleb, who I see is about to get on this call as well. He used to work with Russ prior to this, and Caleb is our director of operations And there's Caleb right now. Hey, Caleb.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing today?
Hi, Caleb.
Good. How's it going?
Good, thank you.
Okay, so basically, just a couple of definitions. You just mentioned managing partner versus investors. Can you tell the listeners the difference between the two?
Yeah. So Russ and I, we both started this together. This was an idea that we had. We both been involved with real estate over the years. And so for myself, from previous properties, 1031 exchanges is where I got started. And then Russ, he's been looking into this for quite some time. So we've been doing this for a couple years, and we go in with other syndications as well. And so with people who've been doing this for over 25 years. And so essentially what where this came from, we're like, well, what is a stable asset when it comes to real estate? And so we both have several properties, but what we were looking at is what can we do to acquire properties? What can we do to get passive income? What can we do to increase cash flow and a steady cash flow for us individually? But then we're like, how can we do this as a business? Because we can't be the only one with disposable income that is looking for other ways to invest other than the stock market, which we know can be very volatile over times. And we have seen, and all of us have seen since 2008 when the housing crash, that one thing that was stable throughout was going to be multifamily apartment complexes. And so that's what we took a look at, and that's where we started. So Russ is the managing partner, I guess, and so he helps run the day-to-day operations along with Caleb, who's our director of operations. I'll let Caleb introduce himself here shortly. I guess Russ put me as senior partner because I have more gray hair than he does, so that's my role.
Can you define what multi-housing is? Is it 4-family, 2-family? What do you define?
Well, man.
Go ahead, Caleb.
Thanks. Hey guys, yeah, no, I would say no. I mean, I think we're typically in 200 plus units when we talk about multifamily housing, large, stable institutions that kind of run that gambit. We do have some properties that are as low as 100. We have some properties that are as high as 450 plus. So really, that's where we find ourselves. We've chosen to continue to seek out those larger groups, just from a risk adjustment perspective. It really does support our focus on value add and being able to be in this space.
Do you have any sort of limit on housing? For example, would you accept a building that doesn't have an elevator?
Yeah, well, I don't know. So I don't know if we'd say limits. What we look for, and maybe this might help kind of outline it, but we look for Class B, some Class C properties. Really just meaning that they have some life behind them, but really a lot of life in front of them. We look for assets that, for lack of better terms, for one reason or another, may not be meeting their comps or their NOI like really they should. So what we'll do is we will work together, as Walt mentioned, with typically a group of 6 to 8 additional syndication groups in regards to these properties to outline them, put a business plan together that might focus on some of the operational deficiencies that they have, and really work through a plan which is called value add, but essentially course correcting those deficiencies, providing a better quality of life for tenants and our investors, and we do that process. It typically goes through about a 5 to 6 year window, and then at which time we look to exit the properties via a sale. So, I think there's limits to, I guess. We don't look for gentrification. We don't look for fully distressed properties by any means. I think really when you're talking about investors, you don't want properties that are going to require that much of a facelift or heavy lifting. So I think those are the types of things we will stay away from. The properties that we look for are typically over 90% plus occupied when we do get into them. So again, they are following just a good trajectory, but might just need a little bit more refinement to get them where they need to be. So we're definitely not starting the process over by any means.
Yeah, so when we're looking at these, we're looking at conservative properties, and when we're looking at those projections, We're also looking at the communities in which they live. What is the growth? What is the economy in that area? Is this going to be a place where it is going to increase in the occupancy? What is that value add, as Kayla just mentioned, whether it's the direct value to the individual complexes itself, the individual apartments, or is it amenities that we're bringing into the apartments as well, whether it's going to be a gym, a pool, or whatever it may be. And so those are the things that we're looking at whenever we're deciding on what type of properties we're looking for.
How are the properties financed? Is it exclusively by investor money, or do you also deal with banks and mortgages, etc.?
Yeah, absolutely, Steve. Hey, I think right now, I mean, given the environment that we're looking at, I mean, we typically look for around 25% investment from our investors is what we will see out there. They do come from lending institutions. Absolutely, they do support us within this process as we get going. Typically, what you'll see is from a capital raise standpoint, there's that raise of about that 20 to 25, but also any capex that has to be achieved. So to focus on renovations, improvements early on, plus closing costs, et cetera, that would go into that initial start of the property. Typically, we start the process with a bridge loan is what we've seen, and then move into a more standardized loan, usually around that year 2, year 3 mark. Again, that variable funding allows it to be a little bit more supportive of our investors to really get that cash flow moving as quickly as possible before jumping into that more traditional style fix.
So the question has to be asked with the interest rate environment today and maybe going forward, especially with a bridge loan, which tends to be a higher percentage rate. Are you achieving at least close to flat cash flow with the initial investment?
Yeah, we are. And the other thing too, and one of the things that we always take investors through is we look at those variable interest rate points at exit and at that refinance portion. And I mean, we're very transparent in that we where we start, we understand that the environment does have its ebb and flows. And we look at those exit points and we will very clearly communicate throughout the process that, hey, if we achieve what we think we're going to be at, here's what we'll be looking at. If the environment changes for the positive, here's a couple other data points that we'll talk through. Same thing that changes for the negative. But yeah, traditionally speaking, we are very cash flow positive given interest rates, but also given the execution of the properties early on. And really from a historical projection standpoint are achieving our metrics, yes.
Yeah. And who actually does, let's say the apartments are 85, 90% rented, who actually shows the apartment, your real estate agents, et cetera, you do it the traditional way, or do you get your hands dirty doing it?
Are we talking about an exit, or are we talking about like day-to-day work?
You just bought something, it's 85% rented, you want to get it 100% rented, you want to do some improvements, like say put a gym in, fix up the roof, whatever it might be. Who fills up the apartment space? What is the process? I know you guys can't do it, you still don't have the time.
No.
We're busy seeing patients right now, Steve. So how the process works is there's always going to be a lead partner within the syndication. And so whoever's taking the lead, they're going to reach out to 6 to 8 of us, as Caleb just mentioned, help raise funds and raise the investment capital. But they're also in charge of doing all the due diligence, hiring the third party, making sure that the property manager is very efficient, looking at those numbers tightly, because we know that there are some managers that are very effective, but we know some that are not so effective. And so we try to put we put the best people in place within our team. And so whoever's taking the lead is the one that's making those decisions on that. But they do communicate with us frequently to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay.
Yeah, Steve, to give a little more context into that, on every asset, part of the benefit to working with the professionals we work with is we really do have, as Walt mentioned, some of the best support partners out there. So we do have great property managers that are out there. So whether it's asset living management, MMG management, who really are some of your largest players within that property management game, they're typically at the helm of that. So at every asset, there's just like any apartment complex you would see, there's groups that are focused on property management day to day, So showing the apartments, focused on marketing, focused on maintenance, repair, tenant issues, evictions, right? Should that be a side of what we work through with bad debt? So no, I mean, we are not on the property day to day operating in that sense, but we do have weekly asset calls on every asset that we're a part of, where we do support in that decision making and really get our finger on the pulse of what's happening.
And this is what a managing partner does.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Absolutely.
And
And tell us
I'm just by the way, guys, you can actually see I'm just bringing up the portfolio so everyone can take a look at what it is you're talking about in reality, right? Not theoretically. here's the portfolio of apartments so far. So pretty cool. It looks like regionally you guys like to hang out in certain areas.
Yeah, we've been in the Southwest since we started a couple years ago, and it's been very exciting. Just in the last year, we're part of 7 different syndications. We've raised about 15 million so far for these various properties, and so it's just been a very exciting thing that we've been a part of, and a lot of our colleagues have been a part of as well.
Yeah, traditionally speaking, we find ourselves in those MSAs for a few, various reasons. I think first and foremost, I think migration to this portion of the country has been huge, and that's pre and post COVID. So where we've seen these explosions of population, I mean, obviously there's a definitive need for short-term, non-binding living. So 1 to 2 years of multifamily is typically what you see out of our tenants. Also speaking, they've been very stable when it comes to the financial side, being some of your best when it comes to unemployment or some of the other trends that are impacting these MSAs. So we're talking Florida, we're talking Atlanta, we're talking we are in Texas as well, in the Dallas-Fort Worth areas. We continue to expand. But also from a legal standpoint, these are very landlord-friendly areas of the country. And those are things that obviously, again, I mean, we have to take into consideration when we're talking about our investor capital. And should we need to make decisions that support their financial benefits. The final part of it is really, this is where we've referenced a couple of times the real estate professionals that we work with. This is also their quote unquote playing fields. And this gives us the ability to really leverage things at scope, and whether it's construction management, asset management, or our property managers. Obviously, part of this is not only improving the property, raising rents, but it's also controlling costs. And I think that those factors play heavily into where we're at.
Mm-hmm. So give us the good news and tell us how you've been doing.
Well, yeah, good. I mean, so I think as Walt mentioned, 7 properties. I'll say 7 investments this year. One property was a 5 apartment complex portfolio project. So while I'll say 7 investments, definitely but about 11 units or 11 apartments. So we've had a trajectory this year, again, about 1 per month with about $15 million raised. We're excited. I can't give a lot of details yet. We are excited for our next property that we should be able to announce here within the next couple of weeks. And we hope to really continue that trajectory, throughout the rest of the year. 1 property every 30 days, or as I say, as investor demand dictates, because we have found ourselves at times where we have had to run 2, and even earlier this year, 3 simultaneous investments, just because we did have that amount of demand.
Wow.
Speaking of just the raising rents, one of the things you put in your very well done promo that we put on ODwire was that the fact that you would have tenants begin paying for their maintenance fees, as far as the heat and electricity and water, and they would pay that as part of their rent. Is this one of the policies that you'd like to do? And how do you handle those people that are one payment away from of not being able to pay their bills?
Yeah.
There is
so I'll touch on it. I think there's a couple great questions there. I think the first one is with respect to investor capital. I think having individually metered units is really the norm of what is out there today. And so a lot of the assets that we are taking over, we've talked about how they do have deficiencies. not having these individually metered units is what we would consider a deficiency, because at the end of the day, you're really passing down that expense to the asset itself in a lot of times. So again, while again, there is that burden, right, so to speak, it is the norm that really is out there today. The other thing that we always want to stress is we're not looking to outprice our assets at all for the current tenants. We would love for all of our tenants to stay within them. We're not talking double-digit increases year over year by any means when it comes to these. We're talking really nominal rent raises that will really bring the assets to comp, traditionally not much above what the comps are in the area, but also give the tenants a really positive experience when it comes to all of the value add that we provide. So again, whether I think Walt touched on some of the amenities. Those amenities can be the more common ones, so pools, dog parks, laundry facilities. We're also providing great support when it comes to physical well-being. So adding basketball courts, gyms to some of our areas. We're adding on-site childcare in 2 different assets now that didn't have it previously to it.
I want to come.
We're
And dry cleaning.
Sorry?
And dry cleaning? Wow, I want to come live in your places.
It's not free.
So, but on-site childcare is being added. But one of the other big things that we talk through is when we do talk about the interior renovations, what it does for the community itself. So again, giving them something that they're very proud of. We're talking full renovations on kitchens, better high-end appliances that they maybe didn't have access to before. The other great part about doing a lot of these replacements of a lot of these items are deferred maintenance. So where tenants would be dealing with, interiors that are 15, 20, 25 years old, appliances that are double digits years of age, 10 years plus, things that break down commonly, giving them a new appliance, a new stove, a new fridge, a new microwave, leads to less maintenance calls. It leads to less ongoing issues. Even things when it comes to HVAC, which we all know is very expensive to fix. Not sparing expenses to really put that value in. So again, I think getting back to the original question that was posed is how do we handle it? I think with very gentle gloves, right? And we have to understand everybody's financial situation and where they are currently. But we also do vehemently believe that we work. I know myself, Walt, and Russ, we're very passionate about making sure that it's the right thing to do also for the tenant. And I think that's one of the things that maybe we don't talk enough about is that social aspect of it.
Right.
Do you find that certain areas of the country, I know some specifically, are very difficult to do things because of the permitting issues in town or the area? So, for example, Florida might be more difficult than the Southwest, I would think, because I know both locales. And it takes a long time to get something done in certain areas because of the bureaucracy.
Absolutely. Yeah. And again, that's all part of the underwriting side and the due diligence. And that's 3 to 6 months typically before we even bring an asset forward. But absolutely. And again, I mean, just speaking transparently, that's why we are not in all locales or all states throughout the country, right? It's because we know that those challenges do exist. And look, nothing, I will tell you, nothing is without surprise. There have been times this year where we have been told from local departments and locales, from a permitting aspect, that hey, some challenges have arisen. And it just takes all of us to kind of work through those challenges, and we clearly communicate it to investors when they arise and talk through them very, very openly.
You mentioned something about a pet area that's an improvement for pets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, dog parks.
Get them everywhere these days.
There's an old statement for some people that don't really like pets, that happiness is when your last kid leaves home and the dog dies. So do you have properties that don't allow pets? For example, I lived in a very, very upscale, we owned a condominium on the ocean in Boca Raton. And the closest you could get to a pet in that building was a pet rock. They wouldn't even allow goldfish in the condo. So my question is there such a thing as pet-free properties?
I am sure that there are. I will tell you, unfortunately, not right now in our asset class. Again, we really work more, where we find ourselves is really in that more working class complex. Again, class B, class C. Now we do have a class A in our portfolio, and we're excited that we may be able to add a second class A coming up soon. But those will be things that we will look at on every apartment. I don't think that we would look to make large changes that would disrupt our tenants at all. And if those were already in place, regarding the limitations of pets, I don't foresee us making a large, ruffling of any feathers.
Even think about. We had
So to
a
speak.
family there that owned 3 apartments in the building. They were from Saudi Arabia, and they only came maybe 6 weeks a year to Florida. But they're Muslim, and Muslims don't allow pets in the house. And any even thought of having a pet in the building would have created legal problems for the condominium, just based on the Muslims that were living in the building. So it's an interesting situation. So I just wanted to throw that in as an aside to let you know that there's other parts of the world that.
Well, those apartments are out there. They're just not part of our portfolio right now.
It's a nice story, though, Paul.
All right, guys. Well, thank you so. By the way, thank you so much for doing this, guys. Wait, no. So Paul, we're running out of time here actually because we have to get to the next segment here. But I cannot let these guys go without actually putting up their website to let people know. How on earth do people contact you?
Yeah, actually, that's great. I mean, feel free to email myself.
The price of entrance.
Yeah. Feel free to email myself, Caleb, or Russ at our first name at newsitecapital.com. If you go to the website, you can register, and with that registration, we can send you some material. We need you to schedule a meeting with Caleb, who's our director of operations, where he has to go through some of the basic questions, because since this is an investment, we are regulated by the SEC as well. So we have to make sure that we have the qualified or sophisticated investors as part of this. And so it's just very low. It's low risk. It's talk to Caleb if you're interested. We'll give you more information, but that's just the process to get more information, especially on the specific.
What's the entrance price to even talk to anyone?
Yeah. So all of our investments will have an individual minimum. Typically, they come in at around 50,000. And I think Russ does a great job of really walking that down, as we have a very large investor base. There may be some other groups that start at 75 or 100. We have had many properties this year that have also entered at the 25 price point. So, I always say reach out and ask. We'll communicate that very clearly as we are educating our investors around what that potential investment looks like. But if there's a question about it, if a barrier of entry may have the possibility of being lowered, we will absolutely find out for you.
So be on the lookout. Just go to the website, register, because as Caleb mentioned, we've had 7 properties. There's going to be more coming out here in the near future. But thank you all for this opportunity to join you all today.
Great. Well, thanks so much,
Thank
guys.
You guys very
much.
Good to see you.
All right. Well, have a great day, guys.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye now.
All righty.
Wow, I was really impressed with Walt there. Not only did he have on a collared shirt, he had on a jacket. It was raising the fashion level here.
We'll give him crap about it at the Academy if he's there. So, oh my gosh. Well, cool. So that was interesting.
Very different.
Yeah, it definitely is different.
Yeah, I was about to pull the trigger and invest, but I think it might take a little while before you get the money, and it might be just the wrong time. So let's see how it plays out. Now, they didn't mention at once, but it's only for ODs.
Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, if you pulled up their website, that was it's the part of their shtick right on the.
I like that.
Yeah, so. Can't believe ODs have all this money, and that's limiting them completely.
All this money this morning, the Texas ODs, how much cash they have on hand after the private equity buys them out.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So interesting. Well, we'll see how it goes. It's funny actually that they're just marketing to ODs. It's such a small market. You Yeah, they better keep their fingers crossed that nothing goes wrong, right? Because everyone knows where to find them. It's
Right.
it's such a small community of people. If it goes down in flames, you know, you don't want to show your face at Expo.
And there's very few that could fork over $1,500,000
That's
off
true.
the top of their head.
That's very true.
Yeah,
So yes, for
unless you
these,
just got bought out.
yeah. So and again, I think for people who are actually making this investment for them, they're not taking it personally at all. So it is a risk, of course. So I guess that's why they look for sophisticated investors, as they say right on their form. So.
Well, if we look at our time here, we are chugging to the end of September CEwire. It's 4:22 Eastern,
Wow.
and we are right in the midst of billing and documentation errors, AMD trends, and diagnosing and treating patients who are in pain. We've got another about hour to go on all of those lectures.
Yeah, let me bring it up here so that people can see, and we really are getting to the end. It's, again, this lecture down here that looks smushed is actually 2 hours. I just ran out of space on the printed page, and I didn't want to make everything else look smaller. So just to let everyone know, if you have the wherewithal to stick around until 9:35, that's that particular talk.
Too bad, it just occurred to me, we should have had a sign-off song. Because this is the last live thing we're doing this year.
Are you planning to sing?
Well, I could sing the September song. It's been a long, long while from May to December, but the days grow short when you reach September. And the autumn weather turns the leaves to flame, and I haven't got time for this waiting game. So,
Alrighty, I guess that sums it up.
There you go.
I was thinking more the end of Coda we could sing. I think of Cope. I've seen Cope from both sides now.
There you go. Little Judy Collins.
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, I guess you're right. This really is our last time doing this for a while, probably, unless we do some small thing maybe at the end of the year. Really
something
small
changes.
Micro thing, yeah, or something changes. But this really should be it, because we really have to do, starting next week, after I get back from Expo, just really starting to plan the next event. So I guess this is it for us.
TikTok, brother, TikTok.
I know. But actually,
I'm just giving you a hard time.
We're still waiting on COPE actually to decide how these events are going to be able to work and what they're going to have, and if they're going to be tests or if they're just going to use little polls or surveys or whatever else to mark people's attendance. So really, I'm in a holding pattern too. And in fact, after we get off on this call, I'm probably going to go just drop a line to the COPE people and ask them.
Oh yeah, because you can.
Yeah.
I mean, people need time, lead time to plan events. What about events that are happening in, say, January?
Right. So anybody who's got something in January 1st, they got to start hustling, or else they're going to be paying late fees. So yeah, that's true. I never even really thought about that, but that is probably the first conference of the year, the first big one. So they're going to have to meet that new standard, whatever it is. Although it's an in-person meeting, so the standards probably aren't going to be too different.
Right. No quiz or anything. That's the big thing.
Yeah. So, but anyway, so we got to figure it out, because from our end of things, there may be some re-engineering to do as well to the platform to make it, acceptable. So we will see. Cool. Well, I'm just looking at the lobby as well, and it doesn't seem to be too many questions right now. So I
was looking also. Yeah.
I think we're pretty much done. What I can do is just keep another one of these webinars running, and I'll stick around and I'll answer questions. But other than that, I think we're good to go. So thanks, guys, for being here and doing this one last time for this year.
Of course.
I'll patrol the rooms till the last lecture starts, making sure they're there.
Excellent.
I'm going to the grocery store.
And I'm going to get a nice big drink. Something red, preferably. So yes, I'm ending.
Okay, have a nice week.
Excellent.
Nice
Yes, and I will hopefully see many people out at Vision Expo, and you'll certainly see footage from Vision Expo. So
when are you leaving?
Tuesday. So I will be on the road Tuesday, and yeah, we'll see.
You get one day to decompress.
Yep. That should be enough. I'll be fine. Vegas is fun anyway, so even if no one's there, at least I can. I don't know.
Well, I'll miss seeing you.
Yeah, I'll miss seeing you too. It's not going to be the same without you, but maybe next year.
Yep.
All right. Well, guys, thanks. I guess.
That's good job for everybody.
Good job, and
well done, you guys. Well done.
Survived another show, so I will, I guess, catch up with you guys soon.
All right. Over and out.
Bye now.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome back to another ODwire webinar. Thanks for making it out tonight. Now, before we get started, some ground rules here. As we go on, if you have questions for the speaker, on the right side of your screen, you should see a box that says questions.
feel free to open that box up and type into it. And I'll take your questions, hold them aside, and at the very end, I can verbally ask the speaker your questions. The other housekeeping thing today, I know for today's show, we had a raffle going on, a $100 gift card for 5 winners. I'm going to actually draw those names after the presentation is over. And if you win, you'll get an email, hopefully within the next day or 2. So no ambiguity there. The numbers are actually drawn with a random number generator. I truly use one. I like to keep it on the up and up. And I of course, and the speaker are not eligible. So just to let you know. Anyway, so tonight is all about contact lenses, something we haven't done in a little while. So I'm really glad to do this today. And it's sort of how to improve the patient's experience through soft specialty contact lenses. You know, as we all know, standard contact lenses have made, great strides over the past 30 to 40 years. But even today in 2022, there are a lot of clinical cases where the results that you have with them may be suboptimal. And the great thing is that there are a lot of specialty soft contact lenses that are out there right now that you can use. And tonight we're going to talk all about these specialty lenses, and we're going to actually speak with an expert. So tonight with us, we have Dr. Moshe Schwartz. He is one of the few and proud members in the contact lens and cornea section at the Academy. I think there's only got to be maybe 100 or 150 at this point. I don't remember from the last meeting, but it's sort of an exclusive crowd of contact lens fitters. He's been at this for many years. So he's a true expert in specialty lenses, and he's in private practice in Owings Mills, Maryland. And I can't think of a better person to sort of walk us through tonight to talk to us all about specialty lenses. And one sort of trivia fact that I learned from him the other day was when he was applying to optometry school way back when, my father, Paul, the founder of ODwire, who's probably listening tonight, actually interviewed him. And Moshe, I hope you've recovered from that all these years later, because I know it must have been a traumatic experience when it happened.
Yeah.
So with that said, I'm going to give you the keyboard and mouse, and why don't you take it away?
All right. Well, thanks for the kind words, Adam. And actually, it was a pretty interesting and humbling experience meeting your dad, who is by all means one of the that always been in the forefront of contact lenses and optometry. So it was a very special moment for me, and he was very kind. But anyhow, moving forward, this talk really is. Even though it said specialty contact lenses, I think and I hope that as we walk through this presentation, you realize that to fit a specialty type of contact lens is not that difficult and special, and it's rather straightforward. And let's get rolling here. These are my financial disclosures, Specialized, True Form Optics, Expert Testimony, and the National Football League. I can't reveal teams that I'm affiliated with just due to contractual obligations. So before we're going to talk about contact lenses, we're going to speak about refraction. This is a separate fee when a patient comes in and we do a refraction on them, well, if they choose to do a refraction. And we're going to look at the components or different variables when we prescribe glasses. So the obvious one is the sphere. Are they hyperope or myope? And then we're going to look into cylindrical correction or astigmatic correction. With that goes hand in hand the axis, which basically means the orientation of the astigmatic correction. And we specify between 0 to 180 using degrees. And of course, as you know, we always specify PD. We always measure distance between the pupils. I don't know why it's acting up. Okay. So for example, when you have a patient that comes in and you refract them, and that it's not unusual to have a prescription that will show -1, -150. As we said, that's the cylindrical correction. And of course, the orientation. And pretty much we specify on the degree, because when we have a patient that comes in for refraction, they expect to get an accurate and careful refraction that will give them the optimum vision through their prescription and the glasses. So we specify sphere, cyl, and of course the axis. We never really say, well, if it's a 7, I'm going to give them axis 180, or if it's 7, I'm going to give them maybe axis 10. We specify axis 8. And the same goes with the cyl. If it's 150, we specify 150. We don't say 1 1/4 or 175. because the patient expects us to deliver an accurate and specific refraction. So keeping that in mind, I'm going to jump back into it all the time. Let's talk about the different variables in a routine contact lens evaluation. And that basically means, what do we do when we have a patient in a chair that comes in for an evaluation? Well, the first thing that we do is a comprehensive medical and ocular history. Not unusual, we do with everybody. Second is refraction. Again, as we talked before, we carefully evaluate their refractive error, whether it's a myope, hyperope, astigmatism, and again, to the T. Basically, we want to find out exactly where their refractive error is. Third, we look at the keratometric reading or topography. And of course, we look at the HVID, the horizontal visible iris diameter, and pupil size. And then we take a look at the arterial segment evaluation. Now, when you look at these 6 different components that I just specified, we do it on every single contact lens patient that comes in and asks us to be evaluated for a contact lens. We look at their history, refraction, K reading, HVID, anterior seg, pupil size, and whatnot. Now, the kicker is, if we walk into a shelf and we pick up any random disposable type of contact lens, and it doesn't really matter which manufacturer, whether it's Alcon, Johnson & Johnson, Cooper, or BNL, it's irrelevant. You can already cross out line 3, because right off the bat, you're not really using K readings, you're using whatever you have on your shelf. So you're not looking at the base curve of the contact lens relative to the keratometric reading that your patient had, or vice versa if you use topography and whatnot. So you're really kind of limiting your approach to your patient management. So, which leads us to the next point of, how do we define a successful contact lens fit? Well, we always need to remember there's 2 parties when we do things. We have the patients and we have our own perspective. As we come to deal with contact lens, the number one that we know that it can make you break you will be a comfort. Now, what do we know about a comfort of contact lens? The comfort of a contact lens has different variables that could lead to it. However, what we really know that truly, if you look at the base curve, if you look at your keratometric reading, that line 3 that we talked about earlier, if you're not going to address it, this is the one that really will determine the comfort level that your patients will have, because it's the back surface of the lens relatively to the tear film and your cornea, and how all 3 interact together. So if you pick up a random base curve, it could affect the comfort of your patients. Another thing that we have to address, and it's not as high as whenever we talk about contact lens dropouts, are the acuities. And that's something really interesting, and I find very interesting, especially with my interns that rotate through my clinic and even talking to fellow practitioners. How do we really look and define acuities? And what I'm trying to say by that, is there a difference between static and dynamic acuity? We all know, of course, the answer is yes. And I'm not talking about a wide receiver that is running like a million miles an hour to catch a ball. I'm talking about someone that goes up and about, or someone that reads extensively and he has a lot of microsaccadic movements. That's more dynamic than whether they sit in your exam chair and just you check their near acuities. Another thing that often tends to be overlooked is the stability of the vision. You need to ask yourself, how often when you check acuities of your patients do you document the stability of the vision? And what I'm referring to that is, when a patient can come and read you ONR, the 20/20 line easily, well, you know, the vision pretty stable and we're doing great. More than likely, follow-up visit, whether it's via phone call or in office, will be pretty darn good. But when you have the hesitation when they read the letters, you know that potentially and more than likely there's some issue of stability. So when we talk about stability, more specifically, we need, as soon as you get that reaction or the hesitation, the first thing you want to do is to look at the way that the lens interacts on the eye as far as movement. And of course, if it's a toric lens, you have to check for subtle rotation. And sometimes you'll find different rotation when they read versus distance. And that can be crucial, especially for people that do extensive near work, whether it's computer, reading, writing, and which most folks are doing it anyhow nowadays. So the question that we ask ourselves, okay, it sounds nice and dandy, but really, especially now with COVID, a lot of patients don't want to reintroduce the same contact lens to the eye. Do we really need to customize our patients? What's the point? Why not prescribe dailies, disposable contact lenses? Well, there's really, if you look by and large, there's nothing wrong with a daily lens. And again, it doesn't matter who is the manufacturer. However, they're not specific. So if you have a patient that has a -1, we're going to go back to our refraction. -1, -50, excess 10. Well, if you're going to give them their spherical equivalent, you're really not giving them the right prescription, do you? You're kind of fudging the seal, trying to overcome that small degree of astigmatism because, as you probably hear it often, oh, you know, you have such a small amount of astigmatism, I don't think you really need it in your contact lenses. Perhaps they don't, but if they do need it in their contact lenses, why would you write the script in glasses? If they don't need it, they don't need it. If they need it, prescribe it. So again, you know, the ease of prescribing dailies is great. You know, it's the ease of use, cleaning. We don't expose the eye to the same object over and over again. It makes it much easier for handling. And of course, if there's any issues with the management of the lenses. And again, is there a difference between half a diopter and 0.75 still? 1 diopter and 1 1/4? Of course there is, because we specify it every day, all of us, on our glasses scripts. Every time we specify, we're very specific because we want our patients to have the perfect vision, the vision that they deserve to have. So we specify. And that really boils down to, if we want to quantify the quality of the vision versus the quantity. And basically, it's very hard to determine what is the quality of the vision, but that's the patient's perception. How do they feel that their vision is? And a very good question that I like to ask patients, whether they're return patients or whether it's the first time in my office and they wear the doc, I've been wearing my same lenses for many years, I am doing terrific. I was like, great, good. I haven't changed my lenses one time, they're great. I said, okay, well, how would you describe your vision? Yeah, you know, it's okay, I'm having some issues at night. Okay. Are you putting any drops during the day? Oh yeah, every hour I got to put a drop in. When I come home from work, I can't wait to take these lenses out. But the kicker is, you have a patient in your chair, happy as can be on paper, but not quite happy. However, they don't know any better. And our job as practitioners is to educate our patients and then allow them to make an education decision while they're sitting on your chair. So we all know the answer. It's a quarter seal can make a difference. 5 degrees, of course, can make a difference because that's why we specify every day, the whole day, when we write our glasses prescriptions. We never round it. So let's just jump right in and let's talk about a few cases. So a typical 31-year-old contact lens dropout due to poor vision and comfort. He really and truly wants to go back to wearing contact lenses. His unaided acuities are reduced. He's 2200 minus in the right and the left, and 2100 OU. His best corrected acuities Really nothing out of the ordinary, but what we see here, we have -2, -2.25, x25 in the right, and of course slightly reduced acuity in the left because of the high seal of 375 minus at axis 175. The keratometric reading definitely correlate with his astigmatism, which basically tells you we're in really good shape. Now, if you look at the 20/30 and you want to dive deeper into it, well, of course, there reduced acuity because the odds are more than likely for many years he hasn't been fully corrected in his contact lenses, and as a result, he manifests himself as amblyopic in the left eye. But wait, it gets better. Remember, part of the items that we look when we evaluate our patient is the HVID. The horizontal visible iris diameter is 12.31. Okay, so what does it actually tell us when we have HVID? It's basically described the sagittal height of the cornea. So you have to remember, the larger the cornea diameter, the steeper, the larger the sagittal height, basically the steeper the reading are, versus the smaller it is, the flatter it is. So what we're actually seeing here is not truly the true keratometric reading that this patient has, number one. Number two, what it tells us, well, if he wears any type of disposable lens, which we're going to go through the whole gamut, which one will work? When you have such a larger diameter cornea, the odds of contact lens stability are slim to none just because of lens rotation, and consequently will affect vision, comfort, and the end result is that you have a patient that dropped out of contact lenses because they never really worked for him. They were not comfortable, and they were not pleased with their acuity. So let's take a look at the corneal topography. Really and truly straightforward, all central, nothing that really jumps out of that tells us something is irregular. All right, let's move forward. So let's go through the option list, okay? You know, remember, when you walk into Starbucks and you want to order a cup of coffee, you have over 87,000 options. Yet, when we have a patient coming to our office for toric lens, in this particular case, are we only going to limit them to 4? It doesn't make sense. So, if we're going to look at different monthly replacement modalities, so we have ultra for astigmatism, and I'm not here to discuss which lens is better, what the benefits. I'm here to discuss what does a patient need and how can we meet their visual demands. We're now going to break down advantages, disadvantage of ultra versus Cooper. That's not what this conversation is all about. This conversation is about patient care and enhancing their experience in contact lenses. So when we look at the ultra for astigmatism, again, axis. Do we go with 20 in the right eye? Do we go with 30? I mean, it's only 25. So, I mean, which way will work better for us? It's not quite scientific when you try to guesstimate the axis, while when you write a prescription in your refraction, you're very specific. You meaning us, we're all specific. Now, interesting enough, if you look at their left eye, you can only go up to -275. Again, the issue of axis. Do we go with 170 or do we go with 180? Well, we can always add half a diopter, a spherical equivalent, because our patient has -375 seal. But then again, will they be happy with this acuity that we're going to provide them with these contact lenses? Well, let's jump and let's look at the AcuView Oasis for astigmatism Oviedo. Again, the same exact deal. You know what's really interesting too? One base curve and one diameter. You don't have the flexibility if you have a steeper cornea to play with a base curve. You don't have the luxury. Well, I have a large HVID. I need to increase the overall diameter for this patient. Everything is being dictated for us. One size fits everybody. And we know it can be the case because we can have the same exact refraction, the same exact topography on 11.5 HVID And the lenses are now going to look at all identical when you compare both patients. So things got to be more specific for our patients to enjoy their experience. Well, let's look at bioaffinity toric. The same thing, okay? We're trying to guesstimate the axis, 20, 30, 170, or 180, again, spherical equivalent. However, definitely we can use the bioaffinity toric. Why is it going up? By Cooper vision. Good option, no doubt about it. However, we can definitely address the refractive error with the seal, no doubt. Axis, absolutely. However, what about the base curve? And what about the diameter? We are restricted. And that's a problem, especially with the larger HBID. And as the same goes with air optics for astigmatism. Again, axis 20 or 30, we do spherical equivalence. So my patient was highly motivated, and I want to be able to provide them with the best care. So here's what I did. Oh, sorry about that. Base curve in the right eye was 8.2, diameter is 15.0. That was the prescription. -2, axis 25. In the left eye, we did 8.3, 15.1. -1.25, -350, axis 175. Acuities were 20/20 in the right, 20/25 plus in the left, and 20/20 plus 2 stable acuities. So one might say, wait a minute, left eye, you still didn't get him to 20/20. True, absolutely true. However, don't forget where we started. We started at 20/30. And this patient, if you would follow him up in about 6 to 8 weeks, don't be surprised that their acuity will improve to 20/20 without any vision therapy, without any occlusion therapy, without anything, just by allowing the eye to have a stimulation to see well. So this is a kind of a neat video that I found on YouTube, and hopefully it's going to work for me. And that's a blink of an eye. If you could please take a look at it. It's really, really interesting because it shows how the human eye actually blinks. So we see how it goes in, but look when it retracts. Whoops. Sometimes we tend to forget that the upper lid goes in. It's a scissor motion. So imagine that upper lid grabs that lens and starts to rotate it. If you have a toric lens that doesn't fit properly, well, guess what? These are the people that have that transient blur. These are the type of patients that come to you and they say, and they have their hands in their eyes because every so on they have to reposition the lens in their eye, and we don't want that. So let's look at another case. That was actually kind of interesting. Happened a couple of years ago after an incident on the field. One of the players was referred to my clinic for emergency visit. It was a head-to-head, helmet-to-helmet. And after he was hit, he was sitting there. He was dazed and confused. The concern was that, of course, concussion. They whisked him to the tent for concussion protocol, and he scored higher than preseason. And yet he's still sitting on the side, a little bit confused, blinking. Something doesn't add up. So ocular history, he wears a soft daily contact lenses, reduced acuity, and he was wearing soft daily, okay? 2600 in the right, 2600 in the left, and 2600 OU. Interestingly enough, best corrected acuity, again, we want to give our patients the best, -575, -75, axis 14 in the right. In the left eye was -550, -50, axis 168. So far, so good, right? So we refract the right, perfect. Refract the left, great. We open both wells, All right, what's your acuities now? And you know that second when you open both wells and the patient head rests against the phoropter and they give you that hesitation and slight pullback, you know that something is going on as far as their binocularity. And he says, yeah, I'm seeing, but it's kind of moving on me and it's kind of double-ish. So lo and behold, he had a vertical deviation of 2 base down in the left eye. Consequently, when during the impact, he couldn't fuse, and he was seeing 2, and he was trying to fuse, and that's why he appeared to be dazed and confused. Again, if you look at the coronal topography, pretty straightforward, nothing that will jump at you, nothing will tell you we have some major issues. So the question that we have to ask ourselves, well, you have this patient in your chair. What will you do? How will you address their visual demands and visual needs? How would you manage it? I mean, would you prescribe sports goggles? I mean, he has vertical deviation. What do you do? And then you ask yourself, which disposable contact lens will work? So maybe if we'll blur him up a little bit like he was before, he's not going to be as sensitive to the double or the deviation, because we all know that sometimes blur the double vision sometimes can mask itself with the blur vision. So once we get our patient to see very clearly, all of a sudden double vision arises. So maybe we'll blur him up again, but these patients want to see very well. So let's look again at the options. If we look at the monthly replacement modalities, well, again, he had axis 14 in a right eye. Well, do we give him 10? Do we give him 20? In the left eye, he had only half a diopters of astigmatism. So do we go with spherical equivalent? Do we jack it up by a quarter? Or maybe we over minus him by a quarter with our seal correction. Again, goes with the same with AccuView Oasis and AccuView Oasis for astigmatism. Again, we can prescribe what our patients need. We can guesstimate the axis, and we can guesstimate the power by using spherical equivalents, or we over minus them, which we don't want to do anyhow. And the same goes with bioaffinity or bioaffinity toric by Cooper. So let's say we did that, fine. They kind of like it, everybody's happy. What are you going to do about the prism base down? How would you address them? I mean, they need it, right? So you give them sports goggles, over the contact lens. I mean, where do we go with that? And that's something that you need to think, because in this particular case, the patient was a player in the National Football League, but we have it with patients anyhow that have vertical deviations that do want to wear contact lenses. How do we help them? So I use a specialized toric, 59%, and it's very simple. 8, 4, 14, 2, minus 5, 15, minus 75. And yes, axis 14, I specified to the degree because I can. And luckily for me, they can manufacture it for me with 1.5 base down for stability. And in the left eye, 8, 2, 14, 2, minus 5 1/4. And yes, I prescribe the half a diopter because I do prescribe it in my glasses prescription. And I will, of course, prescribe it in my contact lens prescription because I want my patients to be able to see clearly. And yes, with one on the axis of 168, however, using 2.5 diopter base down. Acuities were 20/15 on the right, 20/15 on the left. But more importantly, everybody wonders probably what was OU, and it was 20/15 plus. To his particular position, we had a conversation, and he wanted a little bit tint to light yellow. I don't know if you guys you probably remember the McGuire tint. We did some modification to it in our clinic. because it helps with the contrast. And these are really subtle tint because most of them don't want to walk around with red or orange lenses. And these are the anterior segment images. And I'm going to share with you here, hopefully you'll appreciate, we did anterior segment videography. And what hopefully you can see the stability of the lens on the eye. Lack of minimal movement on primary gaze, no rotation. And that's what we expect from every lens to interact on arterial film and cornea, because if there's minimal movement and rotation, you know that there's be good stability of vision. You know your patients will be very happy with the comfort and the vision. So moving forward to case number 3. A 40-year-old male present with reduced vision at near with the soft disposable contact lenses. His best corrected acuity is in the right eye -1/4, -2.25, axis 100. In the left eye -150, -150, axis 68 with a +1. So really nothing out of the ordinary, nothing special. But we're talking about astigmatism, we're talking about presbyopia, okay? And so we have a bunch of things that we have to be addressing when we prescribe these contact lenses to our patients. So let's talk about the options. We can always try monthly replacement modalities. BNL ultra multifocal for astigmatism. They have the parameter in the right eye, but again, one base curve, one diameter. Basically, the K reading that you did are irrelevant because you can't really dictate the base curve. HVID, irrelevant because you can't dictate HVID. Left eye, again, do we do axis 60? We work with 70. Which one will work better for us? And here's where it becomes challenging for us as practitioner. If we guess the 60 or if we go with a 70, sometimes it's chair time because they're going to come back and, well, it's not quite clear. And their low end is around 150. Interestingly enough, if you're trying to dive deeper into what is the add power when you look at as far as diameter, it will be very difficult for you to find because it's proprietary sheet, but we know it's around 2.2 to 2.4, depends on the manufacturer. Again, if you look at bioaffinity toric multifocals, same base curve, diameter, again, the same issue with the orientation of your astigmatic correction. The nice thing about bioaffinity toric, you can do play with a near center or distance sensor, which is very valuable for us as well. But what I did, I assumed that one size fits all, and I made this mistake. So historically, what worked for most of my presbyopic patients was using 2.2 near center. So what I did was I did specify, I was particular about the base curve and the diameter, and of course the seal and the orientation and the add. However, I made a mistake and I said, well, you know what? He's young, 40, 2.2 works like a charm, okay? And he comes in, he comes in and his acuities are reduced, 20/20 -2 at distance and not quite stable. And the same in the left eye, but distance is okay. Interestingly enough, his near is anything but okay. Okay. So if we use a disposable contact lens, okay, any type of monthly toric presbyopic lens, and you had a patient that comes in and had these symptoms, the acuity is not stable at distance, the near is reduced. Well, the options that we have are we can change distance center to near center, or perhaps we should increase the add power. Well, not quite. What I decided to do is I realized that I slacked and I jumped one step in my prescribing protocol. So I'm going to I changed the near and peripheral zone diameters, okay? So we went to 2.4 near center and 4.5 peripheral zone, okay? Acuities were great, right, left, no problem. Both eyes, which we always check at the end, 20/25. So I'm saying, what can possibly cause the reduced acuity binocular? Again, if you had a disposable contact lens that you fitted this patient, what would be your options? How could you troubleshoot when one eye sees 20/20, the other eye sees 20/20, but both eyes are not seeing well? You're really limited in your troubleshooting. And sometimes, and we hear it all the time from patients that comes from different practices, well, guess what? It's pretty darn good, 20/20, but with all the tools that we have today, that's as good as it gets. But is it really? So I said to him, don't worry, let's run with it for about a week. Let me see you back in a week, because sometimes, it takes a minute for the lenses to settle on the patient eye, as we all know. So he comes back for follow-up. Doc, my eyes are not working well together and things are floating. And I said, oh goodness, where did I go wrong now? Well, when not working well, you have to really go back to your cover tests and forias and figure out what did we miss in the process. And a vertical deviation was determined using dissociated forias. So again, if you didn't have the ability to customize and add vertical prism in a contact lens, what would you do? Would you prescribe glasses maybe for night driving with a little bit of prism? Or what about when they're on the computer? What about all around their experience and sensation wearing these contact lenses? They will not be happy or impressed. So we increased increasing the right eye to 1.75 diopters based on prism, and lo and behold, it did the trick for us. And it worked very well. So I want to touch a little bit about presbyopia. We need to remember when we look at the real estate, when we look at the pupil, the near, intermediate, and distance power zones must reside within the space designated by the pupil. In either distant center lens or near center lens, the surrounding powers always have negative effect on the visual outcome, reducing contrast sensitivity. Hence why we always educate our patients about simultaneous vision, because simultaneously you're going to look through your near, distance, and intermediate powers at the same go, and that will affect your the quality of your vision or the way that one perceives their vision to be. So we have to remember, as the power of the surround increases, the effect is magnified. And here's the thing, if we don't know the pupil diameter and lens parameter, how can we trouble a patient? So if you have a patient, for example, that is 68 with a 2.5 tiny pupils, well, if you're going to try to fit them with a 2.4 near center, might as well fit them in monovision, because all the power goes right in front of them. They won't be able to see through, they won't have any benefit of intermediate or distance. So you have to remember, this is a crucial step that at times we tend to overlook, the size of the pupil. Because once you know the size of the pupil, based on that, you can address the prescription that you want to incorporate inside the pupil. So, for example, if a patient has a 4.0 pupil under photopic condition and the lens design incorporates 2.2 millimeter near center zone, so you know that you have 1.8 millimeter left for distance zone. So if you want to improve the near vision, the only alternative is to increase the space of the near zone to 2.5 leaving 1.5 for distance. So if this patient comes to you and tells you, hey, doc, listen, I'm having issue with my reading. Well, if you're going to increase their near prescription, increase the ad, all you do is you reduce the working distance. You do not touch the quality of the vision. So you have to go back and look at the pupil diameter and to realize, can I increase, and to what extent can I increase the near zone to improve their near acuity? And vice versa is with distance. So patients with small pupils require smaller optical center zone size in order to incorporate the surrounding. And these patients tend to perform better with distance center optics. Using smaller center optic zones will minimize the visual deterioration from spherical aberration while improving extended depth of field. And this is really interesting because about a year ago, Dr. Rob Davis and myself did a survey to all the members that are in the cornea and contact lens section at the American Academy of Optometry. We were trying to kind of take a deeper look into multifocal and to see what are the trends and how everybody is doing. And we all know there was tremendous advancement in the design. However, interestingly enough, the success rate is still questionable, with only 62.7% of practitioners reporting that they have success rate of 70% transitioning patients from single vision to multifocal design. And that's quite interesting and alarming statistic, because we do have the capability to feed into the manufacturing process better data, and yet we fail to do it with our patients. So let's look at another case. So a 40-year-old present for contact lens evaluation with a chief complaint of reduced acuity and near. And their complaint was, I could never really and truly wear contact lenses. I always wanted, but they never really worked for me. And that's the prescription. In the right eye, plus 650 minus 1 excess 178. In the left, plus 6 minus 1 1/4 excess 163 with a 20/20 and a plus 1 1/4 add. Keratometric readings, very normal, perhaps a little more central astigmatism in the left and the right. HVID definitely within normal. So why will this patient have issues or difficulties wearing contact lenses? Well, let's look at the options. We can do the BNL ultra multifocal for astigmatism. Again, axis. Do we do 160? Do we do 170? Add in the left eye. And the low end is around 150 diopters. And the patient's needs 1 1/4. Bioaffinity toric multifocal, the same thing. However, our patient has 1 1/4. So do we prescribe 1 or 150? Or do we do perhaps modify monovision? Is non-dominant, give him 150, dominant, give him 1. Again, now we're starting to fudge the results to fit, to use what we have on the shelf to match our patient prescription. And that's not quite right. That's not why our patients come to see us. They want a solution. They want you to find a lens that will meet their visual demands and match the corneal anatomy and physiology. So what we opted to do was, in the right eye, 8/6/14/8. Again, we specified everything to 178 with 1 1/4 add in the right and the left. Acuities, great. But wait a minute, not everything is perfect. Near was J3 blurry and not stable. So you gotta wonder, well, where did I go wrong, right? I mean, obviously I made a mistake somewhere in the prescribing process, and because the patient is here for multifocal lens design, and yet I'm not meeting their near. But if you look at the specification of the lens, the near center in the right eye was 1.8 with intermediate zone 3.0. In the left, the near center is 1.8 with intermediate zone 3.0. Okay. Now the distance is great. We're only having difficulties with our near. I'm having difficulties with this moving. So how can we improve the near vision of a patient? Well, let's increase the add power, right? From 150 maybe to 150 or +2. But remember what we said earlier. If you increase the add power, all you're doing is playing with the working distance. You're not going to improve the quality of their vision. So we have to remember that we have to get out of the mindset, oh, the +1 didn't work, let's increase it to +150. We need to figure out why the +1 didn't work, because their prescription is +1, not +150 or not +2. So again, increasing add power will not improve near acuity, but reduce their working distance. So what I've done, I changed the near zone only. I increased it. And yes, if you look at what I've done, I did do a slight modify monovision. Guilty. But you know what? Sometimes we have to do it. So shifting the near center diameter from 1.8 to 2.0 in the right, shifting the near center in the left from 1.8 to 2.2. Again, if we're going to make a change, if we're going to make a modification, make it count. Don't go from 1.8 to 1.9. Make a nice jump. And doing that solved the problem for our patient. Now, these type of patients we get in our clinic every day, and you get in your clinic the same daily. And they want our help. They want a solution to their vision problems. So we have a 46-year-old female that has reduced acuity at distance and near with a soft disposable contact lenses. Beck's corrected acuity is in the right, -1350, -75, axis 85 in the right, -13, -1, axis 100 in the left with a 175 ed. Everything else within normal. So what are the options? Okay, let's go through the gamut quickly. Well, the problem that when we look at monthly replacement modalities, when it comes to high myopia, that not all of them actually can help or address it. Cochlear multifocal toric by Cooper. Again, you have two options of base curve, which is helpful. However, you have only one diameter, okay? And again, you can't specify the axis. It's got an 80 or it's 90. This patient, if you really vertexes is between 11 and 11.5, and the ed power is 150 or is it 2? So it's not very specific. And the same goes, I apologize, I didn't mean to fly, with Air Optics Aqua multifocal. They can only go up to -10. Our patient is at -1350 before we vertexed it. So what we did was, and that's the nice thing about customizing things. You are the doctor, you are the prescriber. You determine and you dictate exactly every parameter for your patient, because that's why they come to us, because they want the doctor to prescribe. They don't want you to be forced to prescribe from your shelf. So in iritis -1137, -75, axis 83, with a near center of 2.0 in the right and the left. All right, but here we go. In the right eye, -20/20 minus, not stable. In the left eye, 20/20 not stable. And guess what? J3 and near, not stable. So the patient was excited to begin with. Yes, I'm getting something special, customized, made for me. But you set the bar high. There's, as we talked about, I think the first or second slide about patient expectation. And all of a sudden, we need to be able to deliver. However, we need to be able to set the expectations in a way that they have to realize it's not going to be perfect either, but close to it. So, take two. So when we talked about lens stability, there's a typo here with the power. All I did was I changed the diameter of the lens, increased it, okay? Because there was a little bit too much lens rotation. And consequently, only changing lens diameter solved acuities, distance, area. And that's something that we have to remember. If the lens moves, if the lens rotates, it will affect their vision. Let's take another look at sports vision. 22-year-old professional football player has reduced acuity with his frequently replacement soft contact lens prescribed for hyperopia. He's currently wearing plus 450 disposable lenses that were never right. His visual acuity with his lenses, 20/50 on the right, 20/60 on the left. His refraction was plus 5 minus 75 excess 175 in the right, and plus 550 minus 1 excess 32 in the left. So looking at that, it's not a big deal. We can do very well with toric lenses, right? Maybe monthly, disposables. But here's the thing, HVID 12.2. So we have to remember when this patient blinks, and remember that video with the scissor motion, the lens will rotate on the eye. When the lens will rotate on the eye, especially when you wear a toric lens, you're going to have that transient blur. If you play in a certain position that you can't have that transient blur, this patient will say, well, I want my daily lenses, my spherical. I don't want anything fancy. So how would you approach it? Which contact lens will you use? So again, if we're going to run through all the gamut of lenses, one thing that will jump to you is again, we can't specify the orientation of their astigmatic correction. We have to guesstimate. But more importantly is the diameter of the lens. So if you have a 12.3 HVID, the rule of thumb is simple. You want to have 1.5 millimeter on each side of the cornea to achieve good lens stability. So it's a simple math. So if you have 12, diameter should be 15 because 12 plus 1.5 plus 1.5 is 15. And that's what you want to do. HVID plus 3, that should be your overall diameter of the lens. And the same goes with the rest of these lenses. Again, not saying that they're not a good lenses, but the problem that we have with these lenses, we can't dictate the diameter of the lens, and we can't dictate the orientation of the astigmatic correction. So we know right off the bat that none of these lens designs will work. None of them will allow the patient to see well. And the kicker is we need to know before we put the lens on the eye what to anticipate. So then you know, okay, I'll have overrefraction. So if you take a spherical lens and you put it on a lens that has half adopters of astigmatism, you know that your overrefraction will have some level of astigmatic correction. So addressing everything, that's the parameters. Went to overall diameter, and that's the greatest thing. You know, I can prescribe anything I want. You can prescribe any parameter. You can dictate. You are the doctor. And acuity is 20/20, stable. I was a little disappointed I couldn't get to 20/15, but can't always get what you want. Lenses were tinted to enhance his vision in position with amber color. That's another thing, you know, he loved it. And that's a whole different topic. Each position requires, you know, has different visual demands and contrast and so on and so forth. So that these were his lenses. Okay. Adam, how am I doing on time? I'm not, okay.
Getting to the end here. We probably only have about another 5 more minutes.
Okay. So I'm going I'm going to fly through another couple of cases because I think you're going to enjoy it. I hope you will enjoy it anyhow. So that's another patient, 39-year-old with reduced acuities with her disposable contact lenses. Nothing truly out of the ordinary. HBID is fine. Best corrected acuities. We have 1 diopters of astigmatism in the right, 0.75 in the left. Again, you can guesstimate, and I hate to repeat myself when I say about guesstimate because things got to be specific for our patients. It can be 80 or 90, or maybe perhaps this or perhaps that. I'm going to go back to it in a second, but I figured out I'm going to touch this one because we all get at times in our office patients that are into shooting. And this particular gentleman was referred to me from the team, and he's a 60-year-old professional archer, reports poor vision while competing. He had previously worn a soft mass-produced contact lenses. And that's really interesting because that gets to the nitty-gritty of how do we approach patients like that. Folks that deal with archers or shooters, they know, that they're very, very, very particular, as they should be, like all of us are extremely particular. And he has a half a diopters of seal in the right, and no specialized won't be able to make you half a diopter, but we can address it differently. And he has a half a diopter of seal in the left. So when we have shooters, few challenges that we always we need to ask him is, A, do you shoot with one eye or do you shoot with both eyes open? Because that will dictate to you as far as the fitting guide, which eye will be more dominant. Is he a righty? Is he a lefty? Environment. Do they shoot indoors? Do they shoot outdoors? Do they hunt? Because most of the archers usually hunt, because that will help you to dictate certain tints that will enhance the contrast when they're out and about, especially if they're professional, which goes down to the level of illumination. So this particular gentleman was actually competes indoors and outdoors after different lighting conditions. So what would you do? Well, you can prescribe glasses with tints, contact lens. You can do daily, you can do biweekly, you can do GPs. Again, so if we're going to run quick through all the different type of disposable that are there for us, there's nothing specific for us because he has a half a diopter of astigmatism in his left eye. So you don't want to over minus him. And not only that you don't want to over minus him, you don't want to guess which orientation the seal will be, whether it's going to be 60, whether it's going to be 70. Is it going to be high ed, or do we just give him a spherical equivalent? They're critical observer. They want to see very, very well. So the contact lens parameter that I ordered were minus 362 in the right and minus 3 1/4, minus 66 in the left. The ad was +1 in near center design with a 2.4 central zone diameter and 3.7 intermediate zone diameter in his right eye, because that's the eye that he was shooting with, okay? Aiming with, pardon me. And what we did was we customized a soft lens tinted using a 3.5 central yellow tint to enhance contrast sensitivity for indoor shooting, and similar with amber for outdoor shooting. So this individual didn't want his fellow comparator to see that he has this fancy lenses, and best corrected acuities were 2015 on the right, and actually 2010 -2 OU. And I don't know if you can appreciate it. It's a really subtle yellow tint centrally over the pupil. And then he sends me this picture. Now, for those of you that understand archery, well, God bless you. I looked at it. I have no idea what he sent me, but he said apparently it's pretty darn good. So, I mean, as of today, I don't quite sure what it means. So, in essence, why do I enjoy to work with Specialized? I like the predicted turnaround 3 to 5 working days. If it's something urgent, they can get it to you in a couple of days because they want to build a relationship with us. And diagnostic and supply lenses are covered 100% by warranty against tear and defects. So those of us, and I didn't touch it, and I do apologize. You know, I had a few cases for the management of myopia. You know, again, we are very limited using soft multifocal designs for the management of myopia. Here, you can really dictate the near center, distant center, how small, how big, how large, the seal correction, everything. And as we know, we want to make sure we have stability of vision, and you can control it with lens diameter and the base curve. And you can order the lenses anytime online, even after you finish your clinic hours. And one thing that is somewhat important, but not crucially important, you know, the 1-800s of the world become non-factors because they can order it from your practices only. So when we have patients that, you know, do the fitting with us and they ask for a prescription, of course, we give them a prescription right away, but it's very specific for a specific lens because it's a customized lens. And they can't get it anywhere else unless they call our colleagues that work with Specialized, but they can't go to 1-800. And one of the nice things about it does create excitement in your patients. You have patients that dropped out of contact lenses because they couldn't wear lenses. And it's not that difficult to fit these lenses because it's really all the parameters and all the measurements that you'd normally take for any type of lenses regardless. So why not use the data that you collected as a clinician and transfer it to a diagnostician? You diagnose your patient and you write what's in the best interest for the patient. Another great thing that I love about, sometimes I will have lens rotation. And even with Specialized, I don't have to, you know, I could never figure out that left add, right subtract. I mean, I figure out, but then you got to guesstimate to what extent, degrees, rotate the slit lamp. All you have to do here is you change the amount of prisms. You change the diameter. You improve. All of a sudden, the lens rotation is non-factor. Same goes with pupil size in multifocal. You know, if you have a patient with reduced acuity at near, if you use only disposable type of lenses, you're very limited in your troubleshooting ability, and which is quite frustrating. So incorporating a subspecialty vision, division within our practice for sports vision opens the door to new opportunities and growth and add excitement. But you know what? You can fit these lenses with, and we have a lot of kids playing lacrosse in high school. We have baseball players in college. It doesn't necessarily has to be reserved for professional teams because we have a lot of weekend warriors that want to be able to see better and to enjoy the eyesight and the contact lens prescription and vision. And we're now in a position that we can really and truly give it to them. And I'm done. Adam?
All right. Well, Dr. Schwartz, thank you for that. Really great cases. And I know that we have a limited amount of time tonight for questions, but no matter what happens, we're going to have this archived on ODwire, and you can come back to there and ask questions and type them in, and we can have the conversation continue there. But if anybody has any questions right now, feel free to type them in the question box, and I'll just quickly ask you a couple of them before we log out for the night. So, you showed us a bunch of good cases, and people have questions as we were going. The first question I think that people have is cost of the lens. Obviously, if you're in the NFL, it doesn't matter. But for a regular patient, sort of. So, how do you actually talk to patients about that, about the cost and the benefit versus the cost?
I think that the cost to practitioner, I'm not quite sure. Maybe Corinne or Brianna will be able to answer that. But if I may, I'm going to give you a really poor analogy of coffee. Okay, you can go to the local diner, get a cup of coffee for 99 cents or maybe $1.50. And next door they have Starbucks. It sells you the same coffee, maybe with almond milk and whatever for $5, and yet you have a line through the door to Starbucks. Why? Because they have the ability to customize. They give you more than 87,000 different options for how to make your coffee. So I'm not trying to be dismissive, and I apologize if I come across like that, because that's not my intention by all means. But when you explain to your patients his condition, which basically means their astigmatism, the orientation, and they have to understand one simple thing: one size can't fit all. Because if there's one size that fits everything, it's not going to be you're going to have one type of contact lens, and that's it. So when you create this excitement, all of a sudden, everything is about the care that we deliver to our patients. And I know it sounds very naive. It's not about fees, it's about the care. And once our patients understand and believe, and it's really and truly is about care, because we want to provide the best possible care to our patients, all of us. And when you tell them, you're here because I'm going to give you the best. Consequently, in many cases, and I can't even tell you in my case it's 100%, the fees become secondary. Now, I'm not trying to dance around the answer. If anybody from Specialized is
Yeah.
okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So our toric contact lenses, the most popular 54 and 59 torics are 33 a lens, and then the multifocal and multifocal torics are 49.50 a lens. So, and they are replaced on a quarterly basis. You're welcome to replace them more frequently if you choose to. The cost per lens right now is the same, and hopefully in the future we'll offer a monthly lens option for you as well. Yeah, absolutely. So, and we usually recommend 1.5 to 2 times the lens cost, but certainly we empower practitioners to set their pricing as they see fit based on the case and the complexity and your demographic.
So, so in a nutshell, if you compare the cost, okay, for a year supply of one of the, I'm not going to mention them because I don't want anybody to think that I'm biased against one company or another, which is not the case. But if you compare the cost of a multifocal toric soft disposable lens versus a year supply from Specialized, I think you'll find very close to be the same. And I could be wrong. Am I wrong, Corinne, or am I kind of close?
No, you're absolutely right. That's, that's part of how we want to empower the practitioners and really support the practice, is we want to be able to keep those profits in your practice and, make it affordable for both you and for the patient. So absolutely, it's certainly a little bit of a cost difference, but not substantial to where the quality of customization features should be a barrier. I would agree with you.
And another interesting thing, and it happens to all of us, you have a patient, you get them all fired up, everybody's excited about going to customize, and they order it, they get the lens, and the novelty wears off. And they say, you know what, yeah, I don't want it. It happens all the time. What I do appreciate about working with Specialized, all we do is we come say, hey, listen, our patient changed their mind, they don't want it. You don't even have to send the lenses back, and they just credit it, which I think it's insane, but we love it. And the same when we train patients, sometimes they will tear a lens, especially with kids. And with pediatric patients, all you have to do, we call and they send a free replacement, which for me, it's extremely valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks so much for that, Dr. Schwartz. We really do try to form our policies around supporting the practitioners, making their life super easy. To Dr. Schwartz's point, yeah, all of our lenses come with a warranty for the full life of the lens for the trial and the supply. So if anything happens to the lens during that time, we'll take care of it for you. Simply just give us a call, let us know what happened, and we'll take care of you on our end.
And Corinne, actually, you sort of brought it up, but I'll ask Dr. Schwartz as well. You mentioned the trials. How many trials do you usually go through with a patient before you get it right?
Well, let's break it down to toric versus multifocal. We've been very lucky, but we tend to, it's one of the things you measure twice and you cut once. It's all about collecting good data, which we all can do the same way. With the torics, really on a rare occasion, we have redos on a single vision toric. Of course, as the cases here showed you, I'm far from being perfect, and some with multifocals, you can have a couple of redos, but that's it. I mean, maybe 2, at times 3, if it's a more advanced case, if you have to incorporate prisms and things like that. With again, we lacked in our data collection, but normally not more than 2 follow-ups.
Yeah, absolutely. And our data points to that as well. You know, most of our toric contact lenses are successful in 1 to 2 lens fittings, and the majority of our multifocals are in 1 to 3. So that lines right up with what we've seen from a success data standpoint over the last few years.
Right. And we have time for one more question, but this is a good one, so I want to get it in here. The question is, do you ever typically start with standard soft lenses and then move into custom as needed? Do you have certain parameters that you think about where you might go straight to custom lenses and not even go with standard lenses?
That's a great question, and I appreciate it. In my practice, no, never. My approach is very simple. If I was sitting on the chair, if I was the patient, and it was the other way around, how would I like my doctor to try to approach the management of my vision? I'm very particular. I'm a critical observer. I want to see very well. I would want my doctor to give me the best. And if we develop this rapport with the patient, and in my clinical setting, you know, we have 2 different topographers that we use. We have screens that show the topography, and we sit down and we explain to the patients, you know, this is your eye, this is your fingerprint, only you have it. You know, you can't have a 6-foot guy and tell him that he has to wear a 31 waist. It could be 6-foot guy, 160 pounds. It can be a 6-foot guy weighing 400 pounds. One size can't fit everything, especially when it comes to toric correction, because we do have the lens rotation, and we talk about, and we say, hey, how often do you have to really reposition the lens in your eye? Oh, it happens all the time. So guess what? If it happened with company A, it will happen with company B, C, and D. If I go in to say, you know what, I have a good lens from new design, new material, blah, 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 let's try it. Well, guess what I just did? Wasted chair time. Because if nothing worked before, nothing like that will work again. And for us, all of us doctors, you know, chair time is crucial. So we have to be very mindful. And if they have the half adapter of astigmatism, believe you me, they would love it. Just like they love it in the glasses correction. You know, I dare any practitioner, instead of the -4, -50 XS2, to prescribe -4 1/4 for their glasses. Nobody will do that. So why go into it with contact lens? Because you know you're heading into redos, visits, and at the end you're going to end up where you should have started with, approaching it from a customized point of view. Now, I can't tell you that every patient that I talk to say, okay, sure, doc, let's go with it. I have patients that say, no, I don't want to do it, for whatever the reasons are, and I respect it. You know, my job as a doctor is to educate and empower my patient. Then once they make a decision, at least they know that they're not going to come and tell me, hey, I'm not seeing that great. And I say, oh, yeah, I know, because we're not correcting your astigmatism. We talked about it. I showed you. And I do like to demonstrate through the phoropter. You know, even the half adapter said, hey, that's your vision when you properly correct it. Let me show you what happened when I take the astigmatic correction out. That's how your vision will be. And that's only with that's just the glasses. Imagine how it will be with contact lenses. Vision is subjective. Once they get it and they appreciate it, the odds are that they will choose to go with your recommendation. But basically, to answer the question from the get-go, if I introduce the patient to the best solution that I believe and I know will meet their visual demands, And if I know that they have some seal that I'm not addressing, I know that they're not going to be happy with me. So I go away and I present all options. I said, listen, we can do the disposable lenses, option one, but you're not going to correct your astigmatism. We can do the customized lens. It's a 3-month lens. Every quarter you replace it, but we can feed all the data, the size, the shape, diameter, everything into the manufacturing process. So this lens is actually made 100% for you. Not for you and millions of other people across the globe that have similar prescription like you, glasses prescription. And I said, whatever you want to do, you let me know and I'm here for you. But if we don't present it to them, you will never know. And please, if you have a patient that have 0.75 diopters of seal, you can't tell them it's too small.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Thanks for coming out tonight. And tonight's show is all about OCT angiography. And, we did a show, I guess, just a couple of weeks ago about OCT, sort of the first one in this series, and it was incredibly well attended and people really enjoyed it. And I was even looking more forward to this one because OCT angiography to me seems almost like magic. I know that, from the time I was a student way back when, angiography was always a very sort of invasive procedure, difficult, patients hated it, and so forth. It wasn't something you'd want to try to do routinely, but OCTA has really changed that completely. We now have access to a diagnostic test that was really quite limited before, but now you can basically use universally. So it's an incredible technology, and I'm really happy tonight to participate in this webinar because it's all about OCTA and specifically in the context of diabetes. So I guess strap in and enjoy tonight. We have Dr. Julie Rodman with us. And if you weren't at Julie's first talk, you missed something, you should definitely go back to ODwire and watch it again because it was fantastic. So I think just about everyone here knows Julie from her work at CEwire if you've taken that course. But Julie's the chief of staff at the Broward Eye Care Institute in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And she's actually published over 30 publications with an emphasis on retinal disease and a lot on OCT. And in fact, she published a book, an OCT Atlas, which is a book of case studies. And as I believe it was the first one ever written by an OD. So I couldn't think of a better person to actually walk us through tonight how OCTA works. So with that said, Julie, I think you can take control of the system, and why don't we get it underway?
Thank you, Adam, and thank you all so much for coming tonight. So I'm extremely excited about tonight's webinar in particular because, as Adam said, my biggest passion thus far in my career has been OCT and OCT angiography in particular. We were one of the first adopters of OCT angiography at Nova, and I feel pretty clinically adept at using the technology at this point. So I'm excited to share what I know with you and hope that I can make this technology a little bit more user-friendly and not as frightening to everyone this evening. So as Adam mentioned, tonight we're going to particularly emphasize diabetes. There's a lot to OCT angiography, and we will do a future webinar on more of the outer retinal portion of the eye, but tonight is going to be particularly on diabetes. So let's jump right into it. So what I'd like to kind of start off with is a simple question that I get asked really every time I talk about OCT angiography. And that question is, Dr. Rodman, why in the world do we need OCT angiography? We've been using OCT for X number of years. We've been taking, such good care of our patients. Why do we need this technology? And what I would say is that this is a profession that is changing all the time for the better. So we don't want to stick with the status quo. We want to always improve upon our technology, which in turn will allow us to take better care of our patients. So in the early 2000s, which probably a lot of you on here don't even remember, we used something called time domain OCT. And when this was introduced, I remember it was so huge for everybody because it was really the first time that optometrists or even ophthalmologists were actually able to get a non-invasive visualization of the retinal anatomy. And this provided us with obviously information that was critical to our patient care. The problem with time domain OCT is that, as you can see in the image, there's a lot of questions on what you're what you're seeing. Is this an artifact? Is it a true abnormality? So the company said, well, we got to do something about this. So a couple years later, spectral domain OCT came out. And what you can appreciate there is that the quality of the image is obviously much more dramatic and clear than the time domain OCT. And now most of us are using spectral domain OCT. We get more scans per second, allowing for a higher resolution image. But the thing to remember is that these technologies are really exclusive to structure. So when you're looking at these, it's giving us information about what's happening, again, anatomically, but it's really not giving us information about what's happening at the vascular level. So that was the piece that was missing from these amazing technologies. And so a couple of years later, again, the company said, we got to do something, we got to do better. And so that's when OCTA was introduced. And OCTA essentially is the optometrist or the retinal specialist or the general ophthalmologist way of doing an angiography without doing anything invasive. And so what you're visualizing on the right-hand side of the screen there is what the angiogram essentially is going to look like. And it looks different than the OCT-B scan because you're visualizing vasculature. Okay, so the frightening part about OCT angiography is obviously looking at this image and saying, I don't know what I'm looking at. And that's fair, right? Because it's a completely different image than what we're accustomed to seeing with an OCT-B scan. Pardon me, went too fast there. So when someone asks me or someone that's very passionate about OCT angiography, why do I need this technology? I would answer that it allows us to take the best care of our patients. We're going to visualize disease faster and before sometimes it's even visibly clinically. It's going to allow us to keep more patients in our practice because before the advent of this, anytime we suspected something, we had to send it out for fluorescein. So now we're able to do this on our own. And really, I would say for the new generation of optometrists, they like to have the latest and greatest tricks on the street, and this is it. So if you're one of those people that loves new technology, this is the technology that you want to get. So just to emphasize one more time, the pros of OCT is it allows a phenomenal visualization of retinal anatomy, retinal architecture. It's non-invasive and very easy to perform. The problem, once again, is that we cannot visualize vasculature. So when you begin to do OCT angiography, what you're going to appreciate is that you never look at an OCT angiography image or an angiogram alone. You always want to look at the angiogram alongside the B scan. When someone sends me just this image on top here, it's very difficult for me to tell them what's going on. I need to see it alongside the corresponding B scan. The reason is, remember that one of them is going to provide us with that structural view, and the other part of it is the other image, the angiogram, is going to tell us what's happening at the vascular level. Regular OCTs are stationary images. What I mean by that is if I were to image myself right now in 10 minutes, in 15 minutes, my OCT-B scan is going to look identical, essentially, if I'm imaging the same area. But OCT angiography actually images movement. It looks at the movement of red blood cells within the retina. So because there's movement going on, anytime you take an angiogram of a patient, essentially there are going to be differences in the images because there's movement involved. It's the same idea if you were to take a picture of a waterfall. If you were to take one now, 10 minutes and 15 minutes later, those pictures are going to look very different. So these are two very different technologies that really you have to kind of look at together and in sequence to understand. And we'll go into more detail in just a minute with what that means. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see on the top the angiogram, and once again, the corresponding B scan on the bottom. So here's really the summary of what I've been saying for the last few minutes, is that OCT is phenomenal for any elevations or depressions in tissue, things like drusen, things like fluid, any overall elevation or depression. OCTA is going to be better at visualizing either too much blood or not enough blood. So if we're suspecting that a patient may have a choroidal neovascular membrane, we may visualize that structurally, but really to determine if there's actually an active net going on, we really would need OCT angiography. Same with diabetes or vascular occlusive disease. Looking at these conditions and understanding, is the patient getting good perfusion? Regular OCT is not going to tell us that. this technology, OCT angiography, is going to allow us to kind of delve into or in depth into the vascular supply. When you look at OCTA next to fluorescein, there's a couple of things to keep in mind. They are not the same technology, and each of them have their perks and their downsides. So I'm not going to tell you that OCTA is better than FA, and I'm not going to tell you that FA is better than OCTA. Honestly, each of them have a purpose, and there are still very many times when I do need to send patients out for an FA, and these are some of the reasons here. So fluorescein angiography will allow for a very wide field image. One of the limitations of OCTA, which we're working on, is getting a larger field of view. So OCTA gives us a beautiful image of the posterior pole, but doesn't do such a good job at imaging mid-periphery and periphery. Now, there are technologies that are out there, and there are more being created that are going to allow us a wide field view, or let's say of the mid-periphery. And that's actually super important because some of these vascular diseases actually affect the mid-peripheral retina in a negative way. The other thing too we know is that fluorescein requires a dye where OCTA doesn't, so that's obviously a perk of OCTA. The OCTA actually provides better resolution than FA, and I'm going to show you that in just a few when we start going through examples. You can see things on OCTA that you can't see on fluorescein because you do not get any leakage on OCTA, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. OCTA is very affected by movement because remember I told you that this technology is based on the movement of red blood cells within the eye. So if any time the patient moves, the machine might think that that's actually a red blood cell moving. So movement in a patient that has difficulty sitting still is not the best candidate for OCTA. OCTA allows us for a three-dimensional segmentation that the fluorescein really doesn't. In fact, with the advent of OCTA, we've determined, or we've learned more about what we call the deep retinal flow or the deep retinal tissue that we did not know about before in the fluorescein angiography images. So that's actually very interesting. And really what I would kind of summarize on the last thing here is that OCT angiography is very, very fast, whereas FA takes time. Patients have side effects from the dye. So it's a little bit of, you have to be more careful when you recommend a patient have FA versus OCTA. I mean, you can do OCTA 10 times in a row and there's really no negative effect except maybe for a dry eye on the patient. So how does this technology work? So essentially you sit the patient down same way behind the machine, and you're going to capture two sequential OCTA B-scan images, which is what you see on the left-hand side here. So you're going to click once, you're going to click twice. These two images are what we call our parent images. From these images, there's about 10 or 11 sister images that are created. The machine takes those sister images and looks for any differences in signal or in reflectivity between those images. If you think about it, the only thing that should differ is something that's moving, okay? And we're not going to see that on the OCT scan. However, the machine has an algorithm or a way of assessing and looking for those differences. So we take those images and then we get what's this middle picture called the OCTA B-scan with flow overlay. Anywhere that you see red on that flow overlay image is an area where the algorithm or the machine said, you know what, there was a difference in the reflectivity between my different scans. So because, once again, because anytime there's a difference, it's going to be thought to be motion, those are going to be areas where there is suspected blood. Now, it makes sense that you would have red dots up in the inner retina because this is where our vascular source, our capillary network lies. It would also make sense that you would have heavy red down in the choroid because we know that the choroid is made up of all blood. With OCT angiography, the interpretation piece comes in looking at areas where you shouldn't have any blood. For example, the retinal pigment epithelium. That is an avascular tissue. So looking at the RPE and noticing little red pieces like this in the RPE, you have to start asking yourself, is that artifact or is there actually an abnormality on the OCT B scan? So this image is quite important and actually a very integral part when you're learning to interpret OCT angiography. From this B scan, the machine then takes what we call en-face or coronal cuts through the B scan. Those coronal cuts create angiograms that are going to correlate with different levels of the retina. So this angiogram, which you can see on the bottom here, this white line is pretty high up. That means we're probably cutting through somewhere up in the inner retina. As you go further down, this line is going to move further down, and this angiogram is going to look different in appearance. I'm going to show you what I mean right now. So if you look at this kind of schematic of the retina, these are the different layers. We have the inner retina on top, we have our retinal pigment epithelium, we have our choriocapillaris. So when you start to take en-face cuts in the same manner, or like this, coronally across the retinal anatomy, you're going to create different looking angiograms. So here's an example of what I'm talking about. If you look on the left, you'll see the top angiogram is called the superficial plexus. That superficial plexus is the blood supply feeding the most superficial part of the retina. So what you're noticing here are capillaries. This is the fovea avascular zone. That is why it's black. So on angiography, anywhere that you see black is an indication that there's no perfusion there, okay, or no blood supply, I should say. So this appearance is what the superficial capillary bed looks like. And what this is telling us is that's essentially, give or take some microns, the inner limiting membrane to, let's say, the inner plexiform layer. As you move more posterior through the retina, this next area is fed by what we call the deep capillary plexus. The deep plexus looks a little bit different. You can see that the capillaries look more truncated, they're shorter, they're more stout. And we still have the fovea avascular zone here. So this is the layer that fluorescent angiography actually does not pick up upon. So this is extremely, we've learned so much about disease processes that originate in the deep plexus, for example, macular telangiectasia, because fluorescein doesn't allow us very good visualization of that plexus. As you continue to move more posterior, you're going to hit the retinal pigment epithelium and the area surrounding it. That area, as I mentioned before, is an avascular area. So that is why this slab is completely black. Remember, black means no flow, no blood vessels. When you see a white area within the avascular slab, you need to ask yourself once again, is that an artifact or is that actually an anomalous area? And then the most posterior area is going to be the choriocapillaris. And the choriocapillaris slab should be white like this, like a sponge, because remember that the choriocapillaris is a blood-filled tissue. So understanding and remembering or recognizing these four slabs, or depending on the technology, might be give or take a couple of slabs, but understanding what these slabs look like is really essential in understanding osteangiography. So when you sit the patient down behind the machine, you're going to have choices, right? You're going to decide, what do I want to image? When you're imaging the retina, we have three choices. We have a 3x3 scan, a 6x6, or an 8x8. What that essentially means is that a 3x3 is 3 millimeters horizontal, 3 millimeters vertical. 6x6 again is the same, 8x8 is bigger. So the automatic question you're probably wondering is, well, why wouldn't I just do an 8x8 on every patient? And the simple answer is that the bigger the scan, the less resolution. So a 3x3 scan is going to give us much better resolution than a 6x6 scan. So and then an 8x8. So what I like to do is I like to start off usually with a 6x6, which is a really nice kind of middle of the road scan. And if there's something that I need to see in more detail, then I will run a 3x3. An example of that is on the right-hand side of the screen. This scan over here is a 6x6. You can see the fovea avascular zone right here. And what I'm noticing is that, and I'm going to talk about this in just a little bit, is there are some anomalous vessels around the FAZ or foveal avascular zone. So what I then do is I do a 3x3, which will blow up this foveal avascular zone in a lot of detail, allowing me to visualize these anomalous vessels in a much more distinct way. When you're doing the disc, we have the same idea, 3 by 3, 4.5 by 4.5, or 6 by 6. And really, this just summarizes what I just said. The smaller scan sizes are going to give you a lot more detail, but a smaller field of view. Something that OptiView, or now Visionics, has in their technology is the availability of this montage image. The montage image will allow you to merge together the optic nerve head and the macula. So you can see that here. You'll scan the optic nerve, you'll scan the macula, and automatically the machine will merge those images together, allowing for about a 10 by 6 millimeter image. This is kind of the way that we get around that limited field of view that I talked about before. So there are some solutions to kind of getting a little bit further out than just doing a scan all by itself, meaning a retina scan or an optic nerve head scan. Okay, so the fun part of this is what we're going to do now. This is taking this information and applying it to the clinical setting, which is really what we all care about. So when we're talking about OCT angiography, it's very important to understand what layer of the retina the disease affects. So for purposes of today's conversation, we're doing diabetes. So diabetes is a disease that affects the neurosensory retina. The neurosensory retina is essentially the area kind of above the RPE, above the ELM. So we're looking really up here at this area. If you recall from my slide before on anatomy, the angiograms that correlate with the inner retina are going to be the superficial plexus on the left and the deep plexus on the right. You can again notice on the bottom, the white line is pretty high up, indicating how high up we are in the retina. And the purple one is kind of in the middle, indicating we're moving a little bit further down into the retina. So for the purposes of diabetes, the slabs of interest are going to be the superficial and deep capillary plexi. There is literature now, and we'll talk about it in just a minute, on some of the other slabs, but for purposes, really for the most cases, these are going to be the slabs that you want to focus on. So on the top of this slide, I have what I call the control. I always tell my students that if you don't know what normal looks like, you're never going to appreciate abnormal. So I put that up there so that you'll be able to compare the diabetic eye versus the control eye. So some common findings, and there are more, in diabetes include, number one, just retinal capillary non-perfusion. So I told you before that retinal capillary non-perfusion is going to be black. So if you see areas, and I put the red arrows there, if you see areas that are black, those are areas that are not getting enough vascular supply. So if you look up at the control, you'll notice that around the foveally vascular zone, you're not going to see those big black pouches. The second thing are microaneurysms, which are capillary outpouchings. So something to keep in mind is that a microaneurysm is, again, the blood is still within the blood vessel. It is an outpouching of the blood vessel. Think about a hemorrhage. In a hemorrhage, the blood has left the blood vessel. Remember that OCT angiography can only image blood within the blood vessel. Remember, red blood cells within the blood vessel. So microaneurysms will image most of the time on OCT angiography, but hemorrhages will not, because hemorrhages are leaking out of the blood vessel. So one of the reasons that we get such beautiful visualization on OCT angiography is we don't have the noise from the leakage. So those little white spots that I circled with the red circle there are little microaneurysms. The other thing you might see is general enlargement of the foveally vascular zone. So you can see that more black means less perfusion, results in larger size of the FAZ. So let's look at an example. This is a 45-year-old African-American female who comes in so proud of herself. She says, Dr. Rodman, my blood sugar is excellent. I don't know the number, but my A1C is 7, and I'm really, really proud of myself. And you guys probably remember that the A1C that we want is 4 to 6. So she's a little bit elevated, but in my clinical setting, an A1C of 7 is actually pretty good. So I'm okay. I'm like, okay, this is going to be a fabulous exam. I take a look at her retina. You can see the picture here, and pretty unimpressive, right? It looks good. She may have, you know, one little microaneurysm there. And her OCTB scan looks uneventful except for some vitreomacular adhesion. So at this point, before the advent of OCTA, I would have told my patient that you're right, you are doing amazingly well. I'm going to send a note to your primary care physician, letting them know how well you're doing. But you know what's coming because this lecture is on OCT angiography and taking the best care of your patient. So we do OCT angiography on our patient, and this is what we see. And you'll recall from what I just told you before that some of the warning signs of positive diabetes would be things like large pockets of capillary non-perfusion, microaneurysm formation, and general enlargement of the FAZ. And so the question that always comes up, you know, at this point, whenever I give this lecture is, okay, so what? What would you do differently? Well, I think the answer here is really the education piece, because 2 minutes ago, I just said I would have told this patient to continue to do what she was doing, whether that means going home and eating a brownie or, excuse me, sitting on the couch and watching TV with the remote in her hand. But now, with this information, my education to this young lady is going to be very different, right? We need to take a different approach because we see these early changes that we did not see from the structural standpoint. So understanding also that the primary care physician may have thought that whatever this patient was on, it was adequate, when really it's not adequate. So to me, that is the most important part. If my doctor tells me to keep doing what I'm doing, I'm going to keep doing it. Whereas if I were to know that what I was doing was not working and that bad things were on the horizon for me, I would change my behavior. Here's a proposition. You know, the top is what I just showed you. What if a year later, this is what happened? Okay, so this is just something to think about. Changes build upon each other. If changes are not made, good changes, and if good changes are not made, the problems are going to get worse. And you'll notice on the bottom picture there that that is just a mess, right? We can't even really visualize in the deep capillary plexus here, you can't even visualize the border of the FAZ because there is so much capillary non-perfusion. And so this is an example of something that could happen potentially to a patient that we don't kind of make changes to at that early stage. This is a 45-year-old glaucoma suspect. You can see the optic nerve obviously is quite glaucomatous, diabetic for 5 years. And he candidly reports to me that, you know, Dr. Rodman, my blood sugar is not the best. Every medication that my doctor puts me on, I've had trouble with, and I'm sure that this sounds very familiar to all of you. These are really real problems that these patients have, and he's trying, but he's not doing the best job, and he recognizes it. And, you know, you look at his picture here, and it's not really that impressive. You know, he's got some vascular changes. He probably has high blood pressure as well. But don't see anything blatantly obvious, at least from the diabetic standpoint. So here's that picture again. And there's what's going on his OCTA. And guess what? He's got a lot of problems. Okay, so he's got this, again, pardon me, really generalized enlargement of the FAZ. He's got anomalous vasculature here that is kind of going into the FAZ. So just a lot of capillary looping, we call it. So not really the best image in a patient that really did not look that impressive without OCT angiography. And there I blew up the macular area just to show you that from the clinical standpoint, there's really nothing there. Okay, so this is something that we all would be very easy, you know, and all of us would miss it, you know, without getting this angiogram. This once again would be a patient that you would say, you know what, don't worry about it. Even though you're having trouble with your medication, your eyes look phenomenal. And guess what? They really, really don't. So this would be a beautiful way of explaining to the patient that something needs to be done. This is a really nice picture of what I was telling you before, how OCTA gives you much better resolution than fluorescein angiography. So on the left is the fluorescein, on the right is the OCTA. And I always like to kind of point to this little area here, this anomalous vessel, and how it almost kind of just blends into the background, and you can really appreciate it on the OCTA. So this is because, once again, there's no leakage. So these hot spots here are all hemorrhages, which are going to leak on FA, but you're not going to see them on OCTA. So yes, there are definitely downsides to not being able to visualize leakage. But what I would say is that when you're trying to identify anomalous vasculature, not having leakage is definitely a plus. Let me give you another example. These are all going to be examples, which I think are going to be helpful to all of you. So this is a 55-year-old African-American male. He's got no diabetic retinopathy on the fundus exam. I don't have the fundus image here, but there was no retinopathy. But this was the issue. He was 20/50. And the problem is that he's only 55. So the first thing that comes to mind is always, oh, it's got to be lenticular changes. The patient's got to have a cataract. But guess what? No cataract. He's only 55. So, you're thinking to yourself, without osteangiography, you're looking at him and you're scratching your head. And really, if you didn't have this modality, you're almost forced to send it out, because you have to sign off on your chart and you have to explain why the patient is 20/50. We luckily had osteangiography, so we got it. And you can see here once again this very anomalous FAZ. You can see a huge microaneurysm. You can see tons of capillary non-perfusion. So this technology has given or shed more light on a term called macular ischemia. And what macular ischemia essentially means is, clinically, we're not seeing anything, but at that vascular level, there is a high level of ischemia going on, resulting in decreased vision. So really, the definition of this term is, from a clinical standpoint, we really don't see anything, but there's a functional deficit. There's a functional deficit that we can't account for. And having the angiography image explains that functional deficit. So I'll emphasize here that without this technology, legally, you would need to explain why this patient's vision was down, and that would be very challenging without this. I'll also lend a little clinical pearl. Macular ischemia is not that easy to treat. So if you saw this and you said, Mr. Jones, I'm going to send you over to retina for an anti-VEGF injection, you're going to do really, really well. That would probably be a misleading line. The reason is that anti-VEGF targets anomalous vasculature. Obviously, it will try to target areas of ischemia as well, but it's not as effective as in a patient that has, let's say, neovascularization. So we want to be careful what we tell patients that have macular ischemia. It's, again, not going to have the same visual prognosis as a patient that has macular edema. This is a patient here that had a history of panretinal photocoagulation, and he reports with reduced vision bilaterally. Once again, the patient doesn't have lenticular changes. And looking at the fundus images, you can certainly see that the patient had extensive PRP. But the maculas actually looked like the best part of the image, right? They're not not the clearest, but you can certainly see that there's no laser scars directly in the macular area. So once again, you ask yourself, in the absence of any optic disc pallor, or in the absence of any blatant macular issues, why is the patient's vision reduced? And here you can see the 4 slabs on top that we talked about before. I have the red box focusing on the slabs of interest, and you can appreciate, wow, the really anomalous FAZ, this very anomalous kind of, again, capillary loop here, lots of microaneurysm formation, just a lot of blunted vessels that are just kind of stopping midair, and in the deep plexus as well. So this patient, even though they've been treated and we don't see any, quote, active disease, proliferative or non-proliferative, there's certainly a lot of indication there has been a deep-seated ischemic process in this eye. And this is the other eye, very similar to the right eye, the same thing, just a very anomalous appearance to the fovea, the area surrounding the fovea, lots of capillary looping and telangiectatic anomalous vessels. Here's another patient. This is a 50-year-old diabetic female. She's been diabetic for 10 years. Her A1C is 5.9 and her vision is normal. We know that the longer the patient has had diabetes, the more prone they are to developing retinopathy. And 10 years is a good amount of time. But her A1C is really good. Her vision is good. Okay, so these are, her pictures. And once again, aside from being a glaucoma suspect, which almost all of my patients are glaucoma suspects as well, I wasn't majorly impressed. And I'm going to kind of humble myself for a minute and just give a shout out here to this camera. This is a center view in the DRS Plus. And the reason I'm giving a shout out is because when I looked at this patient, I did not see anything. I'm going to be 100% honest. I looked on 90. I thought the patient looked fantastic. And then I took some images. And when I took the images, I was like, oh my goodness, look what I missed. And so let me kind of blow these up to show you. It's much more prominent on the left eye than on the right eye, but hopefully you can appreciate this anomalous vasculature here. And it's funny because when I was in the room, I'm like, yes, this patient looks excellent. And then I took the pictures and the student and I looked at each other and we were like, how did we miss that? So phenomenal camera, phenomenal images. Regardless, this patient had this anomalous vasculature, but yet they were 20/20. So you know what's coming next is I did angiography. So this is the superficial plexus. You'll see on the right-hand side of the screen here. This is kind of the view where you can pick any slab and get a larger visualization of that slab. So this is the superficial plexus here, and these are those anomalous vessels. And what essentially you're seeing here are probably some microaneurysms, once again, capillary looping, lots of areas of capillary non-perfusion kind of all over the place, big chunks of capillary non-perfusion. This is that en face cut where you can visualize some of these vessels. But the really cool thing is that the B scan really showed nothing, right? The B scan is showing a completely normal retina. So let's say you saw this patient and you were suspecting, is that neo? Is it Irma? I mean, what could it be? It would be very rare to have a neovascular response just in the macula, but it certainly looked that way. But this is really identifying that these changes look like, again, anomalous vasculature with some microaneurysm formation. And let me just go back here. This is the deep plexus here of the right eye. You can see that these vessels go all the way through to the deep plexus. And here's the left eye, the eye that was much more visible clinically. Once again, a lot of anomalous vessels, a lot of areas of capillary non-perfusion, and the deep plexus. So I will just the recap of this is that if I didn't have good technology, whether it be the camera, whether it be the OCT angiography, I probably would have dismissed this patient and said, okay, you're doing really well, A1C is great, we'll see you in a year. The problem is that this is going to lead to what I showed you at the beginning of this presentation is 1 year later, what if? You ask yourself, what if? Having this amount of capillary outpouch, remember that microaneurysms are the first sign of damage in the eye. Having this amount of damage is going to lead to progression of changes fairly rapidly. So understanding that this exists and really calling attention to it, and you can see here that it's not proliferative, it was extremely helpful to us. This also highlights, which I'll talk about a little later on as well, the availability of this multi-scan view. So what I did, just because I thought this patient was so interesting, is I had seen her in March of 2022 recently. I asked her if she would come back about a month and a half later. I wanted to see what these vessels were doing. I was really curious. And so this technology allows for outstanding kind of a trend analysis multi-scan view, where it lines up for you the images identically. So you don't have to worry about it. You can look at any slab you want and the machine will automatically line up the images, and you can look at every single area and see what's going on. And not that I was expecting to see any change, but guess what, guys? Look at this area here. This is only a month and a half later. Look at this large area of capillary non-perfusion. This was only a month and a half before. And remember, this is lined up identically. So it's kind of just a really nice visualization of the changes that are happening at this subclinical level. And this is the left eye, same idea. Multi-scan view, same idea of the visualization from one visit to the next. This here is a 62-year-old Indian male, diabetic for 20 years. So we're expecting there to be retinopathy after 20 years. He says he has high blood sugar levels, and he also reported a recent decline in his vision greater in the right eye than in the left. And you're probably looking at these and you're like, man, there's a lot of stuff going on. I'm not really sure what to look at first. So what I wanted to do here is I wanted to kind of break down the images with the angiography so you can see how useful this technology is. So here's my right eye. What a mess, right? You look at it and you can see there looks like there is some type of fibrous proliferation here. There looks to be anomalous vasculature here, anomalous vasculature here. There looks to be some more fibrous stuff going on here. You're probably looking at this and you're thinking, okay, you know, hopefully everybody would send this out. Okay, hopefully everybody would look at this slide and say, or this image and say, there's definitely proliferative disease here because of all of this fibrous area of tissue. But I really wanted to break this down just to show you how cool the angiography is in really identifying images of areas of proliferation. So two really, let me actually go back here. Two very succinct areas for me were this area here, and maybe up here, there was also some anomalous stuff. So when you look at the angiogram, what you're going to appreciate here, and I always kind of look at the fovea because that helps me to localize where I am. What you're going to notice is this big frond here of anomalous vessels. This is all neovascularization, this whole area. So embedded within this fibrous proliferation is the neovascularization, which would make sense, right? And neovascularization leads to this fibrous proliferation, which eventually can lead to a retinal detachment. And the other area of interest was up here. I said that it looked a little bit anomalous to me, and it certainly is anomalous. Here is the anomalous vasculature. So kind of, you know, neat that you can actually identify very specific areas. And I'm going to show you how you could tell that this is not IRMA, which we'll go into in another case in more detail. But on the OCT-B scan, you can see this area up here living in the vitreoretinal space. Remember that neovascularization, new blood vessel growth, lives in the vitreoretinal space. So the fact that it's living up above the retina is an indication that it's not IRMA, because IRMA is intraretinal. So this is definitely proliferation corresponding with this area over here. The other eye was the quote unquote better looking eye. However, you'll notice that there are also a lot of anomalous areas. You can see over here, there looks to be a lot of anomalous vasculature. And I would say, you know, this area here is the highlight of at least what I'm looking at. There's a lot of exudation in the retina as well. But as far as looking for a proliferative response, this is where my attention would be. So once again, find your fovea, kind of look at where the blood vessels cross. And down here, you can appreciate this neovascular area. You will also appreciate here that what I mentioned before, the field of view is limited. Okay, so that's one of the limitations that we're working on, you know, trying to come up with a way to get farther out. But you can definitely appreciate this neovascular frond. But what's even cooler here is that looking at this image, I wasn't impressed that there was any other area on here that was consistent with proliferative disease. And there definitely was. There's a huge area up here, which is probably embedded somewhere within here that we just can't see. And there's another one over here. So somewhere near the optic disc. So this technology is just, it's incredible because not only does it pick up the obvious ones like this, but it also identified areas that were not as obvious to me. And you can see down here as well on this structural B scan, this area over here, which is once again living in that vitreoretinal space, indicative of a neovascular response. And yet another, at fast glance, doesn't look too bad, but does it? Once again, you look at this, and if you're just looking at it quickly, it doesn't look too bad. There's vitreous debris kind of floating around. There might be some microaneurysms down here, but there is a problem, and that red arrow is pointing to this big problem. And you would never guess, I mean, this is crazy, but if you move your lines, your segmentation lines up to the vitreoretinal interface, look at this neovascularization. I was so impressed by this. It was just such a phenomenal image. So understanding, you know, God, this is weird. I didn't think patients would get a neovascular response with very limited retinopathy, but this is a very ischemic eye. And maybe this would have been missed without looking at the angiography and understanding how to move the lines and kind of really hone in on this anomalous area. This is a fantastic capability of the AngioView. It allows us to use colors to localize lesions. So what this scale on the side is showing us is that these different colors correlate with the level of the retina that you're at. So if you click on color overlay over here, that will take you to this kind of mapping. And anything that's living in the vitreoretinal interface, meaning neovascularization, is going to be green. And that's what that means, vitreous green. So looking at this image, and I blew it up for you, this whole area down here was this area here. So it shows you that that area is living in the vitreoretinal interface. And you can really see it here, how nicely it highlights. You can also appreciate these little prickly, little spiking pieces here, which once again are living above the surface of the retina in the vitreoretinal interface. This is a patient that had proliferative disease, so a 67-year-old Hispanic male, 14 years diabetic. The vision of my left eye is weird, times 2 months. He's missed his last 3 annual exams, and you can see very obvious neovascularization of the disc. I would say that some cases don't need OCT angiography as much as other cases. This is one where it was very obvious that he had neovascularization of the disc. But this is just another example of that color overlay feature. You can brilliantly image or brilliantly visualize the green vasculature here, indicating that we are up in that vitreoretinal space. And you can also visualize on the flow overlay image this piece extending anteriorly into the vitreoretinal space. The red within that little kind of strand is an indication that there's actually an active blood source in there, and that would be consistent with there being a neovascular response. This shows you here that if you weren't sure that this was actually neovascularization, you can position your line, which I showed you on a few slides before, but you can position your line at the vitreoretinal interface, and that will show you whether or not this whether there is neovascular response above the level of the retina. If this was intraretinal, this slab would be black. So this is just showing you what you can do by moving those lines. This is another classic case of, does this patient have IRMA? Do they have neovascularization? And you can see here that there are anomalous vessels everywhere here, okay? Just tons and tons of anomalous vessels. So I'm going to show you here how to use the slabs, or customizing the slabs, as I said before. Here's a nice big magnified view of those anomalous vessels. So what you can see on the bottom here is, a B scan. There's some vitreous debris up here, but you say to yourself, what is this? Is this neo? What is it? Is it just vitreous? Very difficult to tell, especially in the presence of all of this anomalous vasculature. So what you would do is you would take your lines that you can see here, and you would move them directly to the vitreoretinal interface. If this was vitreous, this slab would be black. If it was neovascularization, you would actually see an anomalous vessel here. So again, understanding how to manipulate the technology, understand how to move your lines into a custom slab so that you can appreciate and make the most of the technology. So this is what neovascularization would look like. The slab would be completely black if this was just a vitreous strand. This shows you, as I showed you before, the difference in the technologies between fluorescein and OCTA in a proliferative case. Pardon me. So remember that neovascularization is going to leak. So on the FA, you can see all of this leakage, but look how brilliantly you can visualize the anomalous vasculature on OCTA, because these vessels are not going to leak. It's the anomalous vasculature. The blood is still within the blood vessel. Okay, so for the last part of this, I want to talk about something that's exclusive to OptiView called angioanalytics. Angioanalytics has made a major change in the way that I view OCTA. The reason is that we never understood how patients compared to each other. So we would do a scan and we would say, yeah, we see that the FAZ looks like it may be enlarged, but how do we know, right? How do we really know if that FAZ is enlarged or is it just large for that patient, right? So this technology, and only OptiView has this. So here's an example, right? You have a patient here that on the left, that's a normal eye. And what this does for you is it measures, you can see the yellow line here, is it's an automatic quantification technique of the size of the foveally vascular zone, and the yellow around it is a measurement of the perimeter. Studies are telling us that not only is the size of the FAZ important in predicting progression, but so is the size of the perimeter. So here are the measurements. The FAZ is being measured as 0.172, perimeter as 1.806. So the machine automatically tells you this is what this patient's FAZ is measuring at. Looking at the diabetic eye, you'll see it looks quite different. The diabetic eye has a larger FAZ, larger perimeter area, or larger areas of capillary non-perfusion. And those numbers get even bigger in the more advanced diabetic eye. Now, I will tell you that patients vary in the size of their FAZ. So what might be normal for one patient might not be normal for another patient. So the best thing to do is use the patient as a measure of progression. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So here's an example. Here's a patient that we saw in 2015. The FAZ was measured as 0.171. So that we're going to consider the baseline FAZ size. This is a diabetic patient. We bring the patient back a year later for their diabetic eye exam, and we're trying to determine is the patient stable or not. And once again, we use this automated FAZ quantitative assessment, and the machine is now measuring the FAZ as 0.241. Remember that bigger FAZ equals less perfusion, less capillaries. So this patient is worsening. And then we see them back in 2017, and now the FAZ is 0.305. So what's happening to this patient is we have a way of actually quantifying the size of the FAZ and the size of the change in perfusion. Whereas if you didn't have this technology and all you were doing was looking at images, it might be easy to see that this one and this one look different, but what about this one and this one? And what about moving forward? So this actually provides us with data, with numerical data on how the patient's doing. Here's another example. Kind of, again, don't stress on the numbers. I don't really want to emphasize the numbers, but what I want you to appreciate once again is looking at how the measurements differ, how the capillaries differ between scans, and how this machine automatically provides that information for you, depending on, once again, the level of retinopathy. There's also another part of this angioanalytic piece called non-flow area. So this gives you the ability to take your mouse and just click on any area that looks dark, and the machine will automatically calculate how much no flow there is based on where you click. So let's say you were interested in looking at this particular area over time. You just take your mouse, you click it, it's going to turn yellow, and up here it's going to automatically summate the amount of no flow in the designated areas. Once again, this is another way of assessing or tracking progression over time in a pre-designated area. You also can use color. Color will help us with vessel density. So warmer colors, more perfusion. So you can see here that in case of mild NPDR, lots of nice warm colors surrounding the FAZ. As we progress through the stages of diabetes, you can see how the scans are getting cooler and cooler. And you may wonder, well, can I get a percent saturation? Meaning, can somebody measure for me how dense each area is? And the answer is yes. The software will even give you a percent to tell you this area is 14% saturated. This area is 25% saturated. So every part, and that's what these squares are showing. Every part or every piece of the technology is quantifiable and trackable. And here's an example of that exact thing that I just said. Here you can see how every quadrant has a number. So here's a patient that we saw in 2015. The FAZ was measured as a percentage density of 30, this area 46, this area 44, and so on and so forth. And you can see over time how each of these areas is changing on a percent density scale. I mentioned before, just, this is really kind of a topic that needs a lot more research, but looking at the choriocapillaris and assessing it, really assessing it for change. The choriocapillaris is not one of the segmentation pieces that we look at, or the angiograms that we really put a lot of emphasis on in diabetes. But you can see here that these are choriocapillaris slabs, should be nice and dense like this one in a healthy eye. And what you'll appreciate in a diabetic eye is that you can see more and more darkness. These are just color coded, but it would be the same in black and white. When we get to the proliferative angiogram, there's so much black, indicating that this diabetic eye may actually have disease in the choriocapillaris or ischemia in the choriocapillaris as well. Once again, this is something that needs a lot more research. And this is just an example on black and white. Control eye, choriocapillaris, nice, homogeneous, spongy appearance. This is a diabetic patient, and you can see the choriocapillaris slab has these dark areas that we're suspecting are correlating with capillary non-perfusion. And that's just kind of a blown up appearance of this and what it looks on the en-face. So Adam, that is the end of my part. Happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Great. All right. Well, thank you, Julie. And let me open up the questions box here. So remember, if anybody has a question, feel free to pop open the box that says questions and type right in there, and we will get to them. So let's see. Clinical question here. So are there similar vasculopathic changes in patients with hypertension or dyslipidemia?
Yes, hypertension may show areas of capillary non-perfusion. We don't necessarily look at the foveally vascular zone as much as we do in diabetes, but you may see overall capillary non-perfusion really in any microvascular disease, because hypertension also affects the inner retina. It's a disease of the neurosensory retina. So same idea, we're looking at small blood vessel disease. So anytime the capillaries are affected, you can essentially get a change in that density or the homogeneity of the vessels. So the answer is yes.
Right. Practice management question here. So right off the bat. So, we had a webinar actually on screening a few weeks ago where you can do OCT on a wide variety of patients. What about with OCTA? What kind of patients do you actually do the scan on? This isn't something that you screen everyone with, right?
Correct. So unfortunately, right now, OCT angiography doesn't have its separate billing code. So what I would say is that if you're doing OCT and you have this technology, I would probably say you might as well just do OCT angiography, because remember that you have to get OCT scans to get OCT angiography. So you're going to get some really nice OCTB scans along with the angiograms. Would I do it on every patient? Absolutely not. I try to do it on my diabetic patients, because that doesn't mean that it always happens. I try to do it on my diabetic patients, especially because it provides so much information preemptively. Definitely do it on my AMD patients, which hopefully will be our next webinar, but that actually picks up a lot of stuff that is very difficult to see clinically as well. So I would say those would be the two subsets of patients that I try to scan the most, is diabetes and AMD. But no, it is not needed on every single patient. But it is fabulous for a practice that has a lot of medical retina, because it's great at picking up stuff. But that's kind of the long-winded answer to your question.
Right. I guess sort of a related question. In terms of actually acquiring the scan, if you're doing a B scan, how much extra time is it typically, and is it difficult if the patient moves? Do you have to start over? What's it like?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take very long at all. Each scan takes, it's the same as acquiring, maybe a couple seconds longer than acquiring a B scan. So you have to get 2 of them. I would say 30 seconds. I mean, it's really very, very fast. Now, if you have a difficult patient that either moves a lot or has a poor tear film or has lenticular changes, it is challenging. Okay, OST angiography is definitely going to be challenging on those patients. And something to keep in mind, which I'm glad you brought up here, is that having poor signal strength on the OST angiography, meaning, you know, a patient again has a poor tear film or a cataract, it is going to very negatively impact the OST angiography. It makes it very difficult to interpret and appreciate what is actually poor scan quality and what's actually poor capillary perfusion. So it's not perfect for everybody. We can do it on, I would say, you know, 80% of patients, it's effective, but there are limitations, and you have to know those limitations when you're doing the technology.
Right. Interesting. Another practice management question. You guys are going in that direction tonight. Do you, and I think you mentioned this in screening too, you know, you use the scans a lot of the time to send out to primary care practitioners, and I guess in this case, endocrinologists as well. The question is, do these other specialists understand what they're looking at if you actually send them reports?
Yeah, I mean, I don't usually send them images. What I will do is tell them that we have, you know, that we have this. I tell them that we have an angiography image, which allows for, you know, visualization of the retinal blood flow, and that it is identifying areas where the retina is not getting enough blood supply. So what I try to do is to really kind of spell out for them, instead of showing them what's going on. You know, I might say that, you know, we don't see anything clinically, because they might be really good at, you know, picking up the direct ophthalmoscope and looking in the back and not seeing anything. So I think it's important to tell them that, you know, even though you might not see anything clinically, we're able to visualize these changes at a, you know, a microscopic level, which is telling us that this patient actually has, you know, stuff going on. So pictures, not so much, and it's a great question. No, they don't know what they're seeing. So that's usually, at least in my opinion, not the most helpful. I will tell you that when I send images to the retina specialist, they do know how to interpret these, and that is oftentimes very helpful, especially if they haven't done a fluorescein, or if fluorescein is contraindicated in a patient, then these scans are very helpful.
Right. Question here, again, this has to do with acquisition, I think, and how long it takes. You showed a scan earlier. It was like two of them stitched together, right? It was sort of like a wide view.
Montage.
Yeah, the montage. There we go. Got the word right. So with the montage image, did that take extra long to scan? How does that work?
So you have to acquire an optic nerve head scan, and you have to acquire a macula scan. So it's almost the same as doing, if you had a patient coming in for glaucoma, you would do a glaucoma OCT, meaning GCC RNFL, and then you would do, let's say you would do macula if you we're trying to visualize something else. So, yeah, I mean, it might take a little bit longer, but we're not talking about a long period of time, and the machine automatically will fuse it for you if you click the montage feature. So understand that once you get good at scan acquisition, which it's not difficult to acquire the scans, it's really not very much longer. I promise you that. The harder part with those angiography is in the interpretation. The acquisition is the easy part. Learning to interpret, which is why we're doing these webinars, is sometimes the harder part, but once again becomes a lot easier as you begin to see the same type of entities over and over.
Right. And question here, additional resources. So someone who's just getting started out, you know, obviously webinars like this, you know, are a good way for people to get introduced to the subject. Mm-hmm. But what other additional resources would you recommend for people who want to look at a whole bunch of scans?
Right. Well, I will tell you that I know Visionics is working on this. We are in the process of uploading, you know, stuff to the website. There's an academy. It's going to be Visionics Academy, where there's going to be lectures. As you mentioned at the beginning, Adam, I published a book on OST angiography. It's all cases. I don't like to promote myself in these things, but if it is a wonderful, very introductory book using this technology, and you know, shows all kinds of different diseases in there. And I'm also always available. I can give you my email. I'm always available to help with any questions that may come up. I don't know, Adam, if you share my email, but it's rjulie@nova.edu. Happy, Adam, if you want to share it at the end with anyone that's here. I'm always happy to answer any questions that anyone has. You know, it's my pleasure. I love to see cases. I love to see what you guys are seeing, what you're scanning. So there's not a ton of really easy stuff on OST angiography, so it's challenging when you go out there and try to start finding things. So those would be my best recommendations. But once again, any questions you can send my way.
Great. And again, in the discussion thread that's going to run beneath this archive, which is how the majority of people are probably going to see this over the next several years, the discussion thread beneath this video, we can list your email address there as well, or people can ask questions right on ODwire and you'll be notified. So great. So question here, this may be beyond your pay grade. It has to do with cost. And how does that actually work? Now, I guess the angiography unit itself is sort of an add-on feature to a lot of OCT units, correct?
So the answer to that is no. It's not just a software update. So at least for OptiView, which is the company that I'm familiar with, the Avanti is the technology that could house the angiography. Not any of the other units can, because you need to have a certain amount of speed in acquisition. So you wouldn't be able to put it on the iView or the iFusion. It has to go on the Avanti. So that's the technology that houses this technology. I don't really know any other way to say it, but it has to be on that unit.
Right.
If that answers the question. Now, as far as price goes, I'm not going to answer that. I don't know.
Right.
I don't want to mislead anybody. That would have to go to the reps.
Right, but it does sound like the devices that can do angiography can also handle all the other functions that a regular OCT can.
That's correct. It's like the Rolls Royce of OCTs. and I will also mention, I know this is a fact, that this company has probably the most affordable OCTA out there. So, and I'm not just saying that because I'm on here. I know that as a fact. It is the most affordable, and the images are, in my opinion, some of the best ones that are available.
Great. All right. Well, it looks like we're running a little bit low on time here. I think we actually ran a little bit over. But if people want to ask more questions, feel free to come back to ODwire again. This piece will be running on the site, and the discussion thread will be right beneath it. And we'll be standing by to answer all of your questions. So Julie, thanks again for coming here tonight, and thanks everybody for showing up. And I guess I'll see everybody online.
Thank you, Adam. Have a good night.